Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal too.
There's two players for K7 here. They have good cover. Zenon's in the low ground. This could be scary stuff for 4AM. They have no idea. They only know where Savior is. And look at this. Zenon's found one. That's Lu now gone. A quick nade will follow. Flash out. Trying to hinder this repeat coming in, but forever from up above. Zenon's found Godfrey. Oh, Savior! Living up to his name from the high ground. Keeping Zenon safe as long as he could. And now just one alive for 4AM. It's crazy. Left with everything in front of him. Savior. Out. He's got to know where the steps are. Up and over. Savior's seen him. He sprays in. Crazy on the other side. A flash quickly put down. Crazy turns it, but there it is. Death from above. Savior. But it's paid dividends and then some. A freak of freaks. Welcome to the lobby. This is brutal. Back cap so. Gonna see TSM on the block. Spins around. Forward to hand. He gets one, but this is a brutal trade out. Bloodbath galore in the fields, and it's who's left standing.
Take care of that problem for him. And now Gen G starting to creep their way down towards the south.
Oh my god, DA.
Oh, Lorena!
Oh! That was incredible. DA just got absolutely broken apart. DA just walked towards him. I thought he had it. Stand for Gen G, losing out on the player advantage. More utility invested. Keep in mind, Turtle saw so much of that. LG Divine need to get involved soon enough. The circle pushing everyone closer now. How do they get around this? They don't. Loki, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Gen G are dead. And now it's down to two. LG Divine with Levi's and Turtle. Virtus Pro, this is a brutal way to play out the game. They are fighting with everything they've got. But they have territory, they have room. They have one down now, lose their Turtle. More damage. Wait, they can still do this. This is a 2v2. Spyro on the turn, Virtus Pro. Now, I want to see what Oath pull up as well. They look like they're coming through. Yeah, Wookie Bookie is going to be the one to see them coming. And Wookie Bookie is about to get backhanded. Brilliantly done by Oath, gonna take over the shack itself. Wookie was disconnected from the other side. They have got a man knocked. Not sure if they're aware of it, but they're going to pull up anyway. FaZe over the hill line. Rocked in danger. Tries to get cover. He finds it, but 8C gets the kill. Uber, though, goes down. Weds the trades. Coming back through. Booted down. That's going to be from Oath, though, bailing in towards this one. 8C just hip firing away with the SLR, hoping for the best. Shinboy had so much room in Saverni to be able to get those wide angles. Shinboy probably about to be dead here. Actually, maybe not. Takes one with him. Sprays away. Takes another. Oh, he's still alive. Which could be the death of him now. He's being surrounded on all fronts. Furia are not waiting back. They do not want this to go any further. Shinboy now has nowhere to lead, nowhere to run to, no more cover left. Right, left, Furia waiting. And you're right, who would have thought it at this point? But it's the way it's looking as Shinboy's going to make his last stand. And from the side, it's Rusty's there. Now, do they commit? It looks like they are. Freaks are out on foot. And now they're chasing down M200. So he's in all kinds of trouble. Peeks the corner, gets one. Oh, he gets two, the third. Timing's everything. Rello now going to lean forward. He's got one. Oh my god, he gets both! Gets the deck, he needs help pretty fast, and Bard instantly answers the call. Finds Bert, says goodnight, and now Smash and Code Marco having to fight the good fight for themselves, but Bard ends. It's just Squeaky though. The rest of Enter across the road, so he's well outnumbered. But Rustamar just found Gustav, so even with that, they need to stabilize. Now Nade's going to come through. Gen G and DA in a bit of a battle. That Nade could be the depth of them that it is of Mert. Code Marco just about made it far away enough for Gen G push this issue. They're going to pressure it. Oh, Smash from the side! Incredible play from Smash. The positioning just perfect. And he gets away, somehow alive for now. Mert's dead and gone, but DA left in tatters, as is Gen G.
What a heads-up play to push in while he knew that they weren't listening. Nice grenade again.
And again, that's going to be rough. T1 on the move as well, though. This is going to be a bit of a bloody battle between these two. Great shooting. What? How is he landing those? But 4AM still stands. Not too much damage received, even though the shots were looking right. Oh my god! 4AM! Crazy. Not again! Nade comes in, damage gets dealt. He's got another bombarding the side, and they're just nading their way through this game. They don't need to peek it.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, for day number 3 of our weekly survival for week number 1 here at the PGI.S. We have had a phenomenal last 2 days of games so far here to bring us to this point where 11 teams have already secured themselves a spot in the weekly final, and now 5 more spots remain here to move on forwards. My name's Kyle Laris. I've got Froz as well as Cameron here to break things down. Froz, so far so good. It has been an exciting few days here with the games going down, with differences in play style, which I think has been quite refreshing to watch here in this relatively new format.
Yeah, very different, because we know that you need to get that win, and a lot of teams are changing their play style to get that win instead of going for the kills. Meanwhile, we do see some teams still going for the kills, but one interesting fact is that we have 3 regions that still hasn't gotten any teams through to the weekly finals yet. Those 3 regions are SEA, Japan, and Korea. Korea, I think, is a region we're all expected to have at least one team gone through by now.
Yeah, this, for all intents and purposes, Cameron, this should be their day. If they do not have a decent day here, it's going to reflect not very well on the region as a whole, considering the power that we expect from that region.
I think it's already not reflected well on them. I think they have a better shot today, but that's mostly because so many of the top teams have already made their way through. That's one of the features of this format, with their original seeding leading into just how the whole thing works out. So you'd have to say at this point, surely the field is only getting easier and easier for the Korean teams to make their way through. However, we're still seeing a team that stomped the ranking decision, Daewon Kia, feel kind of lost. T1's had some good moments. Gen G has also had some good moments, but it's still a weird situation, I think, for the Korean teams especially.
Does seem that way. Well, let's take a look at who has advanced so far here into our weekly final, as well as which teams are going to be playing today, and then who we have on the waiting list. So far, so good for the 11 teams to our left-hand side here. A lot of North American and European representatives there already, with China and Chinese Taipei also doing well, and Lats AM, baby, getting themselves a spot with Furia finding their way on through. They didn't have the easiest games before that, but a win after that is a win. So they managed to move on through. Any huge surprises to you aside from maybe Furia on that left-hand side for us from the weekly final?
I would say K7. I didn't think that they would go through that easily. They came in after 3 games, and they only needed 4 games to get through, which is not a lot if you look at how some of the other teams have been struggling, and we still have some teams struggling that has played way more games than them. So it's way credit to K7 being able to make it through that easily. And I'm actually very interested to see how they're going to do during the weekly finals though.
Absolutely. And when you look at a little bit further down this, of course, here, you're seeing China really having that step up now as well. Cameron, TSG, and 4AM getting wins later on in the day means that they're very well represented now.
Yeah, and it was some good games for them. It's been, especially those 4AM, they've still been focusing on their sort of just smash the enemy team play style that got them so close. They actually got 2nd place in the game that K7 was able to clutch out their win. I believe that was the first match of yesterday, but they were able to get their 1st place win on the last match yesterday, so they are good to go. Right now, I think for at least that region in particular, all eyes are going to be on Tiamba.
Yeah, definitely so. Tiamba is one of those that sticks out as a big favorite for a lot of pundits to even win the whole thing later on down the line. Here is the prize pool makeup as it does sit right now. Now, do remember, when you look at the weekly survival winners so far, if you won first, then you get $10,000, and that went to Sonics, and then we teeter on down there for our first 8 games. Now, anybody that gets a chicken dinner throughout today will not get any extra prize pool, but do qualify themselves through into that weekly final for us, which is all important. You want to start racking up that money early here to try and get yourself a little bit of a head start on becoming that champion.
Yeah, because the champion will, of course, be the one that has gathered most money throughout the whole tournament. But no matter if it's not about getting an early start, you also want that money secured no matter what happens to you during the tournament itself.
Yeah, definitely so. So reflecting back on what Cameron just said there, with someone like Tiamba, obviously they're one of the big favorites for a lot of people. Here's our schedule here as well. We've got 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars for today, alternating. And Frost, I want to come to you with this, of course. Tiamba looked pretty damn good in the rankings matches overall. So what are your expectations here? Do you expect them to be going through today?
Not really, and not from what we've seen from them so far. It's been totally different. They can't really adjust to this format from the look of it. Right now, it feels like they just like all the Chinese teams, they're taking a lot of the fights. They're super aggressive, which is their normal play style. And I respect that they try to play their normal game style, because that's the best way that's how you know how to play the game, right? So you want to keep on doing that. But right now, it's not really working out for them. They got one top 5 out of those 11 games they played so far. And yeah, you want to have a little bit more top 5 games, because that shows that, okay, we can actually get into the late game. Now, getting into late game is not just about having 1 or 4 up, of course. It's also how you play out. Some teams like to have all 4 to just be able to take good control over it. Then you have other teams like TSG. They had Xiangdian just having 1 snake to be able to clutch out 1 versus 3 versus 3. That works as well.
And of course, we do have another team joining the pack here, Cameron. It's going to be Detonation Gaming White as they enter the fray. They were quite low ranked in the overall ranking score. They only have a few games to try and get themselves that chicken dinner. What are your expectations?
I mean, just like their rankings, the expectations are quite low, and I feel like this is something that we're going to be repeating a lot for all the teams. There is a reason why these teams that are at the bottom that have such few shots, they're there in the first place, because their ranking decision wasn't the greatest performance. Detonation Gaming had a couple of all right games, and they actually have a player on their roster, Macau, who is considered the Japanese PO. So that's definitely a player to keep your eyes on. However, their performance during their ranking decision didn't give me a huge amount of confidence. There is one thing I have to commend them for. It's that they are able to execute on opportunities that they see to send it towards center. We've seen that playstyle be very useful, especially during the weekly survival. It's just holding on to that position, holding on towards that power, that is the thing that I'm most questionable about.
All right, let's take a look at some of the other teams here then before we actually get into this. Gen G. Not too many smiles here. Very, very serious, as they know that there's quite a bit at stake here for South Korea. Not in terms of just, you know, actually qualifying on through. Technically, you could say that week 1 is not as impactful as later weeks. However, for South Koreans playing in South Korea, Froz, there's a lot of pride on the line when it comes to defending against non-native, you know, countries coming in and playing on their turf.
Yeah, and I mean, when we looked at the rankings games, the 2 teams from Korea that was doing best was Damwon Kia and T1, not Gen G. Gen G, of course, the reigning champs, and they got Esther back on the lineup as well. We see them doing pretty decent in PWS as well. But here in the rankings games, in the weekly survival games, it has not been looking good for Korean teams. I looked up a little bit on how many games they played. In total, 38 games for all the Korean teams, but they only got 6 top 5s in total from all those games. And that is not going to cut it. That is not enough.
Yeah. In comparison, of course, Ents here from Europe, they've played 3 games so far, Cameron, and there's been a 4th, a 6th, and a 7th from them. So it feels like maybe their play style suits this once again a little bit better.
It does. I still want them to. I still want to see them push. I guess aggression is the best way to describe it. I want to see them push any sort of element of map control towards the later stage. They're mostly criticized throughout their region of being particularly passive, but as you just mentioned, man, that seems to work out for them. It's a really good way, especially in weekly survival, to get to the end game. It's just you don't want to then be stuck out, backs against the blue, no map control once the end game hits. So if they can go loud just a few moments earlier on, I think Eds could have a real opportunity to make their way in.
This was a bit of a disaster moment for Gen G going up against Shinobi. They were, of course, being fired at from the outside as well, so they had to scramble and find themselves a situation. And, well, speaking of disaster moments, let's not talk about this one. But aside from those teams that we've highlighted here, Froz, I think one big actor in these lobbies right now for a lot of the games has been Digital Athletics, but they've not been able to round it out with a chicken dinner just yet.
Yeah, they are one of my favorites for today, coming in to actually make it through to the weekly finals. Seeing the shape, the form they're in right now, it's looking really good. It's looking really good, but they're just having problem to close that last little piece of the puzzle. when they get that in, that's how they're going to get the win. We've seen them in the end fight so many times. We see them just racking up the kills. But again, that's not going to be enough. You need a chicken dinner. Without it, you're not going anywhere.
It's funny because, Cameron, as much as Digital Athletics' rise throughout Europe in 2020 was almost meteoric to a certain degree and was very impressive, I feel like I'm more impressed despite them not having advanced through this situation because they keep blasting.
Yeah, we don't want to focus too heavily on that 117 kill third place game. They did still have a couple of games that they win out in 0 points, but that's every single team, right? Like even the best teams in the world, they'll have 1 or 2 games that they're not the greatest. But on average, Digital Athletics, and they share this with 4AM, who of course are now advanced, have been the most consistently active throughout the mid game. And I think what makes it particularly strong is that they know how to pick their fights. They don't just go for random action earlier on. Let's ignore the hot drop with 4AM, who, well, again, thankfully, now that 4AM are qualified, they don't have to worry about that at all. So I'm curious to see if that's going to open up DA's opportunities on Erangel specifically. But either way, just in a void, in a vacuum, not even considering any of the teams that they're going up against, DA are really good at choosing when to take those fights, to not go super aggressive early and make unnecessary sacrifices. It does put them at risk, obviously, as fighting always does, but so many times they do get a solid benefit out of clearing space around them, clearing some map control for them, and it's only a matter of time, surely, before they're going to advance today.
Maybe. Another one of the teams who are up at the top in terms of what we've seen performance from them so far here, Froz, who had a little bit of a rougher time early on in the games, but now has seemed more consistent throughout some of these later games, is LG Divine. What do you expect from them in their campaign here?
It's quite interesting because we've seen really good stuff coming out from them. And also, they're the only team who's used the sub players so far. During day 2 of the rank decision, we saw them putting in Nikki instead of Turtle. And Nikki is the sub player for the team. But looking at things, he's going to be joining them today again. And day 2 of the rank decision was the only day they didn't win a game during that time. So it's a little bit of an interesting fact. And they're subbing out June today from the look of it, which has been the top frag on the team so far, both in the rank decision and in the weekly survival. But again, you don't need the kills. You need that win. So maybe Nikki is the key to that.
Maybe. Let's shift gears here a moment as well, Cameron. I want to come to you for this because North America so far has done great. You've got Sonics and STK through here. Oath and Zenith have both been very close to chicken dinners here throughout the tournament, however, just not quite eked it out. What are your expectations for them?
Ooh, you're right. Zenith has actually a couple of second place finishes. But again, this is what I was saying coming into the competition with Zenith. This is sort of what we've been saying about Zenith throughout their PCS North American runs, is that they look like a solid team. They just need to make that next step. And we've seen, especially Punich and Shinboy, who are the 2 newest additions, start to step it up. And I think for Zenith overall, the fact that this event is going to be so long is definitely going to help them out because it's going to give them the time to really get that integration and chemistry rolling on. I wouldn't be necessarily too surprised to see them get that win, but I think Oath between the 2 of them is more likely. They're not as aggressive as 4AM or DA, but they do still like to lean on their mechanical power, which has had a couple of really strong games. You have to say that TSG clutch, that was Oath's game to lose, and they did lose it, unfortunately. Or you could argue Oath or DA both had equal shot at that. But either way, my point being that I expect to see them go more active, and if you look at the argument that the better teams, a lot of the better teams have already advanced, this is gonna make Oath's path even easier.
Froz, your thoughts regarding the North American teams?
It's been a lot of up and downs, but both of the American teams that has not qualified yet is lacking a lot of experience when it comes to the global scale. And I think that's one of the things that is bringing them down right now, especially a team like Zenith. We've seen them basically, if they don't get that second place, they're out on like 14th, 11th place with 0 kills. So we know that they're all or nothing team. And Shinboy, as Cami said, is, in my eyes, the star player. He's been on my radar for a year now, and I still haven't seen what I think he got the potential for. I still think he got a lot more potential to show us. But what we see here is the big question. And of course, Poon has also been said to be one of the wonders of North America, one of the new talents coming out from there. But we've also seen him being a little bit on and off from the game itself, and now being back here, being on the global stage. he got some stuff he needs to show us.
That's for sure. We're just a few minutes out from the game here. Some of the teams that we can happily talk about are some that I guess I expected a little bit more from. We've got to kind of address the elephant in the room here. Obviously, FaZe has not played that many games just yet, Cameron. But in the games that they have played so far, it's looked a little bit lost for them. I think they probably need to tighten things up as well, right?
It's been looking really bad, really weird. And for the team that are supposed to be the land giants, even ignoring the fact that they shouldn't have been in their ranking decision position to begin with, I am shocked that they were not able to use the day off that they had to study, to prepare. Just kill numbers aren't everything, but I think the fact that 8Z has 1 kill, Fuzzface has 1 kill, Uba has 1 kill, and then Gustav has 3 kills over the course of how many games have they played already? 4 games, so it's not the most, but I believe all those kills came from 1 game. They have 2 15th place, 1 13th place outside of the 5th place with 6 kills. Will there be enough games today for them to really ramp up? I mean, it's FaZe, right? Part of you still believes every single time. It's just how many disappointments in a row will there be before you start to really question what these guys are bringing, at least so far in South Korea.
Froz, any rebuttal?
So looking at them right now, it's not looking good. Let's be honest. It's looking very grim for how they've been playing. But a lot of it is that they are losing out on the rotations itself. We see them time after time losing 1 or 2 people in the rotations. Then they get stuck because they're just trying to crash something to save the situation. It's not working out. Step back, take 1 step back, stop playing from the beginning. Go play edge, take it step by step, slowly. That's how you're gonna gain the momentum to get back into your normal game and play style.
And we're just taking a look at all of these teams getting ready and good to go. As we've already talked about previously, Damwon Kia, one of the favorites on a lot of people's minds, having a bit of a rougher time. But again, maybe it's just a difficulty in adapting to this current format that we find ourselves in. It is different. It is presenting different puzzles to solve for a lot of these teams, but it's a new thing for a lot of these guys, and it's going to be interesting to see over the 2 months how people do adapt to it. Week 1 is not the be-all and end-all here at the PGI.S, but it sure is important to get that leg up at the start as well. So we have a few more moments before we actually get into this game, and we have more teams that we can be talking about. Petrica Road is another one alongside them that I was kind of expecting a little bit more from Froz. They've not really had too much oomph behind them here in the weekly survival. In the ranking decision games, they were okay, but what are your thoughts there?
Looking at them, like coming into this, I had them as my dark horse. I wasn't really expecting too much from them. I know that they have some star players like Ike's is of course one of the one that we've been looking forward to, like see what potential he actually has and how his fragging power will stand against global on a global scale against all these teams. So far that has not shown too much. It's been all about Mill. Mill of course has been showing some dominant performance from the team, but that is not going to be enough. We need to see the whole team working together, playing as one unit. And so far here in the ranking games, in the weekly survival games, I feel like we haven't seen anything coming out from them. They're basically just rotating and dying. They don't even get anywhere. They're not even getting into any fights.
Yeah, we definitely want to see more from them. I know we keep harking on it, but it is extremely surprising that so far South Korea has not been able to get a team through. I would like to see more from Africa Freaks. Of course, after Cameron coming off the back of that PWS win, surely we should be seeing them performing better here.
I mean, surely. It's the expectation, but it's sort of just the region as a whole. I guess I don't know what to say anymore because there's such a strong region. The fact that we haven't seen one qualify yet is that shocking.
I am confident we're going to get it today. Let's find out here. A big thank you to Intel, Toomey, Zowie, and Perrier here for PGI.S as we get into our final day in Week 1's Weekly Survival, and we're heading to Erangel to start things off. Pansy and Poro bring us the plane for our 5th to last game.
We'll do our very best, James, and thank you so much, guys, for tuning into the PGI.S. I can't talk, it's early for me. The PGI.S.
Gotcha.
presented by Intel, where the gaming happens. And I'm excited for this. There's a lot of storylines going on. FaZe is underperformance, but they've had a day now. Maybe that's enough to wake them up here. Korea as a region not quite delivering as a whole, which is very, again, surprising. The desk alluded to it. But beyond that, plenty more teams who are on the verge of picking up wins just slipping beside them. Buriram looking dangerous for a good couple of games out there. Oath starting to get more and more towards the late game. DA, it feels like, it's just a matter of time, but there's only so many more games to go.
Yeah, that's the thing too. Every single game that passes, it's like adding another brick onto the back, and especially teams like DA, teams like Oath that have gotten so close, just to have it snatched away right from underneath them. That's got to start weighing on you eventually, and you got to wonder at this point. 5 games left. Hopefully, they were able to shake it off yesterday. Whatever might have been building up, whatever pressure might have been there, and hopefully this time they'll be ready to go today.
I'm looking at an area where normally I see DA names in the background and I don't see them. Where the heck have DA gone to? The Millie Island. What? Okay. So
Okay.
so finally 4 a.m. are no longer around them. They've gone, we don't want that anymore. They've gone to the Millie Island and the circle's there.
I mean, it's a great call. It's a great call. I think the plane was, maybe it would have been a long drop to try to get to Razak from where they were going based off of the plane. So this might have just been a backup call that it was a little 50-50. They didn't want to have to really mess with it. So great call by them, but they're going to have to deal with Gen G right off the bat, because Gen G not wasting any time whatsoever starting to make their way over. But it looks like they may have had their eyes on it and may have spotted DA dropping over in this area. So they're just going to go ahead and avoid that for the time being.
Yeah, and DA, as they have dropped here, I already saw SLRs. They're relatively well equipped quite early on, and yeah, Gen G going to take the hillside rotation route. Not a bad plan. We see that quite often, and yeah, as you can see, enough weaponry to at least be somewhat respected at this point that they could do some damage on rotations. So again, this is going to be a curious one between this team and what DA do we get? Do we get the DA who can get through to that late game, looks super scary? Or do we get the team that crashes out super early? It feels like, one of the two. There's no middle ground results for DA, it feels for me. But beyond that, who else is down there? Oath. Now, they've got a great springboard to go forward. Now, yes, that western side, of course, will be occupied by DA and Gen G, but they do get the military compound to work with themselves. They get a pretty good shout at wherever they want to go. Outside of that, FaZe have a very good entryway. Now, Froz mentioned it on the desk. They got caught a couple of times in rotations. They weren't kind of sticking the landing, and good old Cammy just straight up flaming FaZe. You got to let the NA caster have a good jab when you can. But they
Did
have
they not
been.
deserve it?
I always love FaZe. You leave them alone. I'll
Okay.
fight. I mean, they actually have been underperforming to their standard, and I think that's pretty fair. But they've also had some really rough circles. If we go back on it, they were as far away from the entry point, and in this sort of, I guess, format, that's incredibly tricky.
Yeah, it's definitely starting behind the 8 ball for sure. But this time around, it looks like they're already making their way in. Although they do have to worry a little bit about Petrichor Road, who's hanging around that radio tower area. It looks like they're going to avoid it for the most part. But yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. This is, you expect a lot of FaZe because they've delivered a lot in the past. And, if they hadn't delivered that much and have been so consistent about it, we wouldn't really be talking about it that much. But here we are. So we'll see if maybe the Military Island game will be the one that everything clicks into place as we check on Zenith coming over from that shark fin area, sending Punage over first on the boat. And we still have a number of teams that haven't made their way over just yet, but a lot of teams are starting to rotate down to the southern part of Military Island, and Afrika Freaks might be in trouble here as Gen G is already kind of posted up.
Yeah, Gen G might not let them hit the shore. Now, who's in the bad area? Of course, it do be Ents. Up at Zaki having a sick day, enjoying the quiet life. They've escaped to the countryside. and they're just, you know, getting into agriculture, a little bit of, you know, I don't know, baking. They have no one to worry about for a mile and a half. I mean, they are so far away, but Ents seem to like that. It's kind of a thing. They'll send it off those cliffs at the very end if they have to. I'm not so worried about Ents. It almost suits their playstyle. Now, we said if Freaka Freaks could be in trouble with Gen G here, and this seems to be the case. Pio's got a great shot on this, and way out. Pio's got a great shot on this, and way out in the open, Hickory decides, oh, maybe it's 724 time, maybe it's time I just run. And maybe that wasn't the right answer, because he's dead. He's not quite flushed yet, but he's knocked.
And now Anonyx going to come up over, and he's going to find a nice little angle on a COD. Gets him down to about half HP, tries to get the last spray in, and lands another one. Oh, and he got it. What? The last bullet made it through the smoke. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I think that's leaving him short. The beach landing didn't go so good. If Freaka Freak's going to lose out on 2 at the very beginning here. Now, the rest can adjust around, but it's not without another team on this side. You said it, a lot of teams going to the south, and FaZe was one of them. So if the Freaka Freaks keep going this way, and there's attention been... Wait, Buram, are you bridge camping this? Or are you... Oh my word, Buram, you guys are wild to me. Over by the petrol station 1, but there's further players set up down the line, but T1 actually gets some good shots back, and it seems as though they've made it at least across for now. Yes, they seem safe. On the other side, there will be DA who are in the compounds, but they're not necessarily fighting. They seem to be more just kind of defending that position.
Oh, a COD. Going to be drowning there for Afrika. I guess he was just trying to avoid. Look at Gustav. Oh, he's so sneaky with the UMP in hand. Uba going to open up with the first shots there. We'll land a couple into EJ. Not finding Hanzia just yet, but Afrika now knows that they've gone out of the frying pan right back into the fire as the rest of FaZe Clan now just collapsing right on top of them. This should be easy cleanup. Oh, it should be.
Nice.
There it is. Okay.
Gustav, you know, the UMP and the level 1 helmet, any of those shots that are coming back through, we're going to just shred that helmet. So he does go down, but he'll be picked up pretty comfortably. I don't see anyone close enough to punish that. We knew that Gen G was slightly further towards the west. So they should be able to get him back up and maybe kind of re-garner some loot. Doesn't have to stick on the UMP, but we get to see a good little bit of oomph work. It makes me smile. And you know what? Someone else who's been making me smile is Buram, because I got to cast them once when I did kind of a more APAC-based event. You know, I got to have a little look towards, you know, that side of the world. I got to see them once or twice. And honestly, I love their playstyle. I don't know if it necessarily suits this format, right? Like, exactly. And it's a shame because they may suffer because their playstyle is super explosive, very aggressive. If they make it through this to the weekend, they're a team I'm looking out for, though, because they still play this style, don't they? They haven't really relented.
Oh, no, absolutely. And I think that's something that we'll see get even more fun to watch as the month goes on, as they start getting more comfortable, as they start finding where they exactly fit into this lobby. You know, I had high hopes for sure, but I wasn't expecting them to come in and make this big of an impact this quickly, just because, you know, this is the first time really for them to be playing at an international level this high with this many different types of style of play coming in. But they have just answered the call. They've come in and looked fantastic. And I would love to see them make this weekly finals, but they've got a little bit of work to do here.
They certainly do. And with DA's positioning, DA going for that kind of nice 2-2 split, which you can hold at this point if it does kind of close in towards the western side of the Millie Island itself, which it often does. Keep in mind, that's a very common ending. They will have to consolidate or kind of, you know, bring everyone back towards the same compound, deciding which would be the more favorable. As we've seen now, desperation plays do happen because compounds are everything. Center circle is very, very important here. Now, what did Oath go for? Interesting approach from Oath. They've not gone for the west. They've gone for the very, like, almost far east at the standalone building over by the military base. So for them, that's going to be quite interesting. We are going to be seeing LG Divine starting to make their kind of approach on the eastern bridge. Now, they're not alone out here.
Enter Force 36 setting up for a camp. Is this real life? And LG Divine again. I mean, how many times now is this happening to LG Divine where they're just trying to rotate? They're just trying to do their normal thing. Looks like they might have sniffed this one out, though, as they immediately pull off and make their way around. Maybe E36 didn't have their vehicles hidden as well as they thought. Because no shots have been taken, but it looks like Divine managed to see what was happening.
Okay, circle update going to be coming through any second now. Ooh. Let's talk about that. So that's a lot of the kind of northern island still in play. Now we are seeing Tiamba and Ents about to clash. Now, again, Ents could catch him on the way out because he's the last player to cross, and they do. Squeaky's going to punish that, and they become the gatekeepers of the northern side of the bridge here. Now, beyond that, though, this is going to be that kind of, the yellow compound on the opposing side. Of course, you can kind of see a team in there now. I think it's the rest of Tiamba. That's kind of a prime take, right? Like, that's a really nice spot. DA now gets set up in a good spot. Buriram become really powerful here. I'm looking at the likes of Oath because they had a really good springboard, but again, they're now going to be a little bit behind, I guess, the circle on this one in a way. But you'll imagine it will move south, maybe. I don't know. This is a risky circle to play into.
I mean, you're looking at this right off the bat, guessing, trying to anticipate where these next circles might go. Obviously, DA looking fantastic. T1 in a fantastic spot too. Damwon is looking awesome as well with that little hillside just to the southeast of where DA is hanging out. Now, you did mention Oath. They can make their way up. This is a style that they're used to playing on circles like this, where they come from the military base and try to work their way north into the hills right there and just kind of third party onto different fights. But we'll see what happens. I'm interested to see what Ents decides to do. They're hanging out on the mainland still, and they took out the last player from Tiamba, but that now has left Tiamba fully aware that Ents is hanging out over here, so they could cause them some problems if they're not careful.
Look, Ents will always be just fine chilling out somewhere else. They, as I said, they're not an early game sort of team. If anything, this format does suit their playstyle. They haven't had too many games to really get through. They were one of the later additions to this, of course. So they didn't get the full run, as we've seen some of the other teams have. But they've been doing somewhat okay. A couple of nice Miramar games that certainly caught our eye when that circle went towards the east. So, again, I never really worry too much about Ents. They just kind of sit there and they just hang out and chill. They'll be fine till late game.
And they even have a boat right there if they wanted that, although I imagine Tiamba would probably be looking right at that. LGV gonna go for a swim, and while they do that, make sure you enter in the promo code that you see right underneath the leaderboard. That will be good for a coupon to vote on who you think will win this weekend. Get you some E-points by voting for the winner. Now, if you watch this weekend's game, we will also be giving codes away for those E-points. You can get 1,000 E-points for every one of those codes, up to 80,000 for the entire tournament. And you get one pick-up coupon per week. So just a little clarification on that while we see Detonation Gaming try to land shots, and we'll just call it like it is. They're failing miserably.
It ain't easy, it's tough.
It's in the water. It's in the water.
They say that shooting fish in a barrel is tricky, right? That's the way the phrase goes. So I believe.
Try doing it from 100 yards away.
I guess
yeah.
Maybe like difficult. 300 meters, 400 meters. Yeah, you know what? Fair. Don't be a nice guy. I'm making a funny joke at their expense. But we are going to be seeing the circle update pretty soon. We've got about 10 more seconds until that one hits. And you'll imagine it normally kind of goes, again, towards, that's why we talked about, DA's position. It's a really strong compound to be towards. But Tiamba taking those yellows, they're going to be loving this. Fantastic for them. Terrible for the Southern Band. Oath, a little tricky now because that cross through is never nice. It's quite an open area. With the update that came through a while back now, there is more playable space around here, a couple more dips and defilades, a bit more cover, as you can see, because Pio's just plucked a player out of it. Damwon again probably going to be not loving this. This is Korean action going down now between these two teams, and Genji culled two of a Freak of Freaks earlier on, and he might just get another one here. Pio's really doing some work. S is pulled up. Yeah, Pio gets the flush. Now, there could be a trade coming out there. Lockie's looking a little bit tagged up. Hill on the off angle, looking for a bit of a deeper one to play with. Good nade, and then the trade coming in. But Genji, these guys are looking scary today.
Oh, that was bad by Damwon there. He tried to hold that top side, but look, and this is what I told you Oath would try to do. They're going to third party the fights. They're pushing up. Meanwhile, FaZe running through Ents. As Ents try to make their way across from the other bridge, they're going to run right in the middle of FaZe. There's going to be a little bit of shots traded back and forth. It looks like they've settled that down for now, but look at this. Oath pushing right up on top of Genji, and that's Genji done.
Such good timing from Oath. They are great at third-partying a fight or two. We talk about maybe the lack of experience here and there with some of the NA teams, you know, left, at least on an international scale. And we did just see ENCE continue to pressure the issue. We had Korean on Korean action, and now we got EU on EU action. And uh-oh, don't mess with ENCE in these moments. They are the coiled snake waiting to strike, and they've found at least two, I'm pretty sure. I don't think Uber's recoverable here. So a poor start for FaZe. Again, a little bit of a risky rotation on this one to go straight through. But ENCE just hold the line. They're very comfy on this. But again, credit to Oath. I love the way they approach that.
It's certainly not looking great on that northern coast. I mean, you've got numerous teams just hiding in any little bit of cover they can find. Enterforce 36, meanwhile, going to spot out Mill from Petrichor, as Petrichor trying to make their way up, kind of backfilling where Oath was. Enter 36, though, they need to be careful. They're right in the blue. Obviously not doing too much damage just yet. And you also have Zenith that's hovering around that area as well. T1 holding down the compound, not looking too interested in pushing out from that, but they will be looking for lines of sight onto this if they can find them. But you know how these hills are. It's really easy to duck and dodge in between these little ridges here, as you see Ike's left, try to take a few shots over in that direction, and now E36 might be regretting those shots that they took at Pero.
Yeah, and Zenith is super postured up for this, and you do have, as you said, the other team waiting on the other side. This is a really harsh pinch coming in. Ownage on one side, nice little bit of a hillside to play with. The Mosin as well. Gorgeous gun. Absolutely love it in every game I seem to play. Whenever there is the option to get a Mosin, I will probably use it. Regardless, we are seeing the circle update. Southeast it moves. There's Zenith. It's going to be kickstart to kind of find the first and kind of draw blood on this fight that was slowly building on the southeast side. But the circle isn't too brutal, but actually third party Rello out of nowhere finding at least a little bit of action, and that was quite a distance, not too far, but it's certainly keeping that south side within their control, kind of peacocking up, and a good time to do it. Yes, it'll get you attention, but it keeps at least the southeast maybe not wanting to rotate that way.
Oath, the only thing I'm worried about for Oath really is that they've got a couple of teams off to the west that have to find their way over across the road in Daytrade and Buriram. So we'll see if they're, it looks like they've got Pat Caps and Balefrost all looking over that way. Relo going to make his way over as well. E36 meanwhile still stuck on the edge here between Zenith and well, it looks like Petrichor might be giving up on this as they hop in the vehicles.
Maybe, you know, cut the losses and just move it out, but A-Trade, this is a dangerous run. Buriram are right there. You're going to get sprayed down. Their aim is so sharp for Buriram, but yeah, you might escape one, but you're going right towards Oath. Oath are going to just farm this, yeah. 2 dead, 3 dead, bye-bye. Big 7-kill game. They're sitting real pretty here. That southern side is all theirs. That's not bad work.
No, that was absolutely huge. That was the one thing that I was concerned about. If they were looking over off to the east, looking at E36, I was concerned that they might not have enough people looking for the push from the west, but they immediately get everybody over there, all hands on deck, and clean that up as quick as you like. And now, as you said, complete control over this southern side of the circle in the hills while DA and Buriram fight between each other in the compounds. Now, here comes the push from Zenith rather onto T1. Let's see if Zenith can maybe clutch one out here.
Nade.
Oh, that's a good grenade.
The old up and over. Roth is doing great at this already. 2 big kills to start with, opens up mad opportunities as T1 are down to these Aqua 5 and Adder. And now Zenith are a little clustered up, and Aqua 5 might get an off angle. This could at least cause them one casualty, but let's see if they show a little bit of leg here. Definitely shown enough to get his attention. But Zenith just seems to want the position for now. They're just going to lock this down, but there's Aqua 5. We said that off angle. It could have been dangerous, and it is. It's actually caused them to lose a player completely. No trade yet to come through. Roth is there, but I don't see a way to get back in.
Zenith a little bit late on picking up that flank man. Adder going to try to go for the res onto Dang Shay. Meanwhile, Detonation Gaming White, they're starting to creep uphill here from the north side. You also have E36 down to the south that's holding Oath at bay, while Oath tries to push through them. So a lot of fighting going on the southeastern side, waiting to see where this next circle is going to go. But everybody putting priority on this hillside, on the top of the hills.
Pack Cap still going. Oath have pushed this. Look, they were over towards the more DA side of the circle. They are now in the east. It's a dangerous move to go for this. There's a lot of scrappy bits and pieces of teams left. You have some of T1, Zenith, obviously. You have Detonation down here. You have a lot to get through. And I think it's E36 as well are on this side. So Oath, I hope you haven't overdone this and also lost out on potentially getting back to that circle safely. It might be time to disengage from this one, but they're caught. They now have to stand and fight here in the open. Maybe a missed call on this one. Underestimating that circle position, going to get a lot of fire towards them, and Patcap's on his knees at this point, hoping for some help to come in. Satu's just going to keep some fire from afar. Pure Boy's not far from this either. Oath are in a bit of trouble here.
The only thing, the thing that Oath has going for him right now is it's just this duo from E36. Nobody else really starting to push over in this direction because there's no real reason to. You can see DA got absolutely blessed with that circle, so they're going to be hanging out, feeling fantastic. Pure Boy not going to take the shots at the car, but he's going to get spotted. Nicely done by Snakers. And now that should be the res coming through on Patcaps. They do have to deal with Satu here. Satu working around the edge of the smoke, does get spotted. Does not get the knock on the Balefrost, though.
No, the spray look. The Beryl, she is a cruel mistress, but you know what she can do. Now, at this point, Patcaps gets caught again. He's really struggling here. DA and Buram are still kind of having a little bit of a back and forth, but for Oath, it might be time to have to back away and leave Patcaps. I don't think they can get him back up at this point. The Blue's going to start moving in. I don't like that overextension towards the east there. I understood the idea, but I don't think it was necessary, especially when they didn't know that next circle position, and it could have put them out as it potentially did here. But they'll have to pick up the pieces and move on with, I think, 3 of them standing, and at least a somewhat safe south side to the circle. The north, however, as you can see, not so pretty. LG Divine and Tianba about to have a little bit of a fight, and DA and Buram still just taking chunks out of each other.
DA actually leaving their compound and bringing the fight right to Buriram, and they absolutely decimate them. Quick as you like. This is what we've come to expect from this digital athletics team. So violent and aggressive when they finally start to push here. Now LG Divine trying to trade back with Tiamba. It's a 2v2. We'll see if LG can take care of these 2 players and maybe get their reses off, get back up to 4 up.
Impressive work from DA there. The fine balance of when to be aggressive, it's a constant discussion point. But for now, we're looking at FaZe and Ents over towards the northeast further. FaZe, wrap it up, boys. Just wrap it up. Look, Gustav, you're a great player. It's not happening in this game right now. And he knows it. He's done for. Ents, 4 alive for Ents as well, and somewhat decent positioning. They've got the hill, the ridge line that looks over down towards that fight. Zenith making their way through again. Destination Gaming are gone. That's now down to 8 teams remaining. And this ditch is just deadly. Look at it. Zenith on one side, Ents on the other, and then quietly on the other side of things, Oath are even about to join in. Look at them in the vehicles. Oath are going mad today. They're just trying to take every fight, clean it up, secure some space. DA are probably loving this too, because they're sat there quietly keeping their 4 standing, taking the room. And Roth now, too many angles, too many eyes looking his way. He will lose his life, but a valiant attempt. But beyond that, though, look around at how many teams are still over this side.
Oh, this is set up so nicely for Ents. They can just peek up over the top there, third party this, not get too aggressive onto it, and they managed to clean up whatever was left down there. T1 does go down. M200 still alive for Tiamba, but LG Divine does get one of those reses up. They get back up to 3, but they have to make their way across the street, but they can't do that without having first taken care of M200. And you see DA still 4 up, Ents still 4 up, Oath on the south side with 3, and then everybody's going to be looking over in this direction very shortly.
Yeah, this fight in the north will conclude, I feel, pretty soon, M200, but you're right, it's the Ents, DA, and Oath fight that's going to really garner my attention. We're going to be down to 4 pretty soon. I don't think M200 can leave. Once he gets past that smoke, he might get some damage, but he can't cross actively. Now, I'm going to keep my eyes on Oath, because I know they're getting aggressive, and I do want to see, there it goes, we're down to 4. Now, this is where I talk about experience, right? Ents are veterans at this. They are very rarely look poor in these sort of decision-making moments. I feel they generally look quite good. DA, if they've got the balance right, they can look fantastic. Oath, man, they are a bit of it's a hard one to call. They can sometimes look fantastic, but that lack of experience sometimes can just catch them. So we're going to have to find out. Now, bear in mind, LG Divine have to cross the road, so they should be dead in the water unless they have a lot of smokes to invest here.
This is such a tough position for Oath to be in. I mean, it's pick your poison. You have to either push around to fight into Ents or fight into DA. Right now, DA, fortunately, is looking over at LG Divine, so Oath not having to worry too much about getting sandwiched, but trying to sit around and Oath trying to wait for Ents and DA to fight each other. I don't know if that's going to work out. It's just the way the terrain's set up. It's going to be really rough.
I do want to look at, with LG Divine being closer to DA's side, it's going to keep DA from being able to take territory, whereas ENCE have a pretty clear side because Oath are on the low ground. Now, it means that I'm waiting to see if Tixu maybe splits off, or, yeah, already Tixu is taking space. Shifting further north, so the circle becomes so much easier for them to control, so ENCE just have a little bit of an easier time. Yeah, of course, DA can get kills, but we know that kills don't equate to prizes this time around. ENCE get that nice 3-play stack, and then you got the one solo almost watching the rest of it. Oath almost getting forced a little bit closer towards DA's side, but there's Mert just spamming away on this one, just going to take down Levi's comfortably, and DA playing this very well, very composed.
Oof, and there he goes. Squeaky going to be the one to get the last shot in. And now the circle does pop. It goes south. That's going to be a little bit of a reprieve here for Oath. They're not forced into pushing anything just yet. But, I mean, both DA and ENCE know that Oath is down there. And, I mean, there's some hard cover for sure. But they would love to just try to survive, stay alive, and just play your life here. Wait as long as possible to try to move. Just hope that ENCE and DA start fighting this one out, and then maybe you can third party on there and get lucky.
Let's look at the terrain we have in this as well. I think the DA might, once they've cleared carefully. So keep in mind, Tixu is going to be the kind of, I feel, extenuating factor in this. If he can stay alive in that position long enough, DA will get the better ground to play from, I feel. But Tixu's off angle, if he has a MK14's perfect for it, he could be a real problem to them. I think Smash is already considering that. Now, while that happens, DA has to be careful of course, the likes of Oath now coming across. ENCE actually taking a little bit more of that ridgeline considering. So at this point, this is anyone's game. DA, a little bit further back on the circle, Oath playing quiet. And as you said, third party. That's what they want. They want to be the second team to come in, or excuse me, third team to come in, of course. Once that fight begins, let all that attention start, all of that work begin, and Tixu's now joining the rest of the gang. Gonna pull himself together. Mad in the open, but Tixu, look, him and Squeaky, they are formidable players, and he's getting them so much space here, Poro.
Oh, absolutely, and it's already making a play for the center of the circle. DA just kind of hanging out, content hanging out on the edge here. Not taking up too much real estate. And the one thing that Oath really has going for him right now is that ENCE doesn't really want to take the fight with Oath. It's such a difficult fight trying to look downhill when Oath has hard cover to really play around. It would just be too much of a pain really for ENCE. So the easier fight for ENCE here is to go towards DA. DA, as we said, just wants to hold the line right now until they actually have to move. And Oath is completely happy to let both of them do that.
And I almost like that ENCE are kind of trying to funnel almost DA into that Oath fight, and Oath are waiting on the side, and they can't really be proactive in this Oath. They're kind of dedicated to this spot, right? So it's going to turn into, where's this next circle going to adjust to? About 10 seconds until it hits. This could screw over some of the teams in this one, even if it just centers up. DA's territory is quite small at the moment without being open. This Tixu's angle, again, is going to be paramount. And if it's not, it forces them in towards Oath. There we go. Okay, so ENCE gets the better slice of the pie. Oath is still very much in. Now it's on DA to get proactive. Now I'm seeing a lot of smokes on both these sides. Everyone looks pretty well geared in this.
The biggest thing here, Oath doesn't have to leave their hard cover. They've got those vehicles. They've got a couple of rocks. They don't have to move just yet. But DA, as you said, they have to take up a little more ground. But as you can see, I mean, they have real estate that they can work with. They just have, they're worried about pushing up onto the top of that hill because they don't want to expose themselves first when ENCE, I don't know if DA has even seen ENCE or a player from ENCE here at all. I don't think anybody's seen anybody for the past like 5 minutes. They're just kind of assuming where they should be based on how this circle is playing out.
So it's fine margins, right? It's high risk, high reward for ENCE at the moment, at least with Tixu's positioning. Now, DA have probably until the circle closes to try and exploit that, I feel. Once that hits, it's kind of evened out. So if they can isolate Tixu now, potentially a win on it. But it'd have to be almost a 2v1. You can't trade it evenly. So still a very, very scary prospect. And still heavily leading towards the north. They really want DA to be open towards Oath.
Yeah, they're trying to funnel DA towards that southern side, I think. Trying to make DA reveal themselves and hope that maybe Oath will give them some assistance. DA, for their part, they're playing this so smartly, very, very slow. This is not something that we've come accustomed to from DA, is that they're hyper aggressive. They try to push the fight, but now in this time, now that they're down to this top 3 situation, they are playing it so slow and so smart. And this is just one big chess match going on between all 3 of these teams. It's gonna pop off eventually, and when it does, it's gonna happen in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, keep in mind, the smokes will be put up, but there's verticality here. There's still the hillside to play from, so again, the terrain is going to be a quite defining factor. And as you can see, there's the center point itself. Very little cover on this one, really. That ridgeline might work well for Oath, and we are starting to see those smokes being invested. I know ENCE had a lot as well. They've got a good view on a couple of their players, so they can try and do this however they please. But DA's not without themselves, and they also have a bit of a better step towards high ground. So these nades get scary because they can just roll them down the hill.
Oh, this is great news for Oath. Both of these teams electing
DA
to play the north side here.
Code Marco on the low ground. He's going to get one for free. Great work from him. And now they can fall away from that. They don't even necessarily have to pressure that issue. They've got the first blood that was required. They didn't expect the play, but you don't expect the nade right back in. Back and forth, tit for tat between these two. Rustamar will probably burn alive at this point. The flush should be soon. Diggory trying to set up a wall to try and deny the peek over the ridgeline. Oath need to start working up themselves as well. They need to begin that move. Rustamar unable to be picked up. They still want him standing, but Squeaky trying to hold that off angle, the deeper angle to play with.
Oh, no, I don't know who it was that did it, but there was a smart play by one of the boys from ENCE where they threw the Molotov down there towards Oath, and that was just enough to let Oath know, maybe we don't push just yet. So it kept them from getting third-partied right there. That was really, really smartly done by ENCE.
DA about to crest that hill. That's where things get scary. The smoke is keeping them safe for now. ENCE using the low ground, but ENCE are going to have the angles on this, keep in mind. Keep your eyes on ENCE because they're going to work through this. They look like they're already kind of building up. They have the further smokes in hand. Oath on one side, DA have no options left. Right side Oath, left side ENCE. It's looked like they're going for the devil they know, which is the fins. Do not mess with the fins like this. That is a wipe. And now down to just one player. Smash still alive, but that's it. Can he do anything with this? Maybe Oath gets a little over aggressive, who knows? But Smash, he gets one, he sprays, he gets
oh my
two!
God.
A third! Oh, another!
Smash, you're
a quick
insane.
trade out!
Rello.
And Oath picks up the victory!
Oh my God. I mean, that we explained it for the past like 5 minutes exactly what needed to happen, and Oath played that perfectly. They knew exactly what they needed to do. I mean, DA and did exactly what they needed to do too. The north side of that hill was the right place to push. I was a little bit worried for DA going for the reses and kind of pushing, getting everybody right up on top of each other with the smokes, but fortunately there was no utility left. But then they tried to make the push. ENCE hold it down. Oath waits till the perfect time to come up. They don't even have to, they have to fire one shot. That was it to finish off the last player from ENCE.
And the thing is, I can't really discredit how any of those teams approached that. Everyone played it right. Oath considered their scenario. They were down to 3 players and didn't have the advantage on their hill. So had to play that way. They had to play to be the third party to the fight. And then you look on the other side. DA didn't play it badly at all either. Like, they played it very well. They used the smoke just well. ENCE, I love their earlier play, but DA didn't allow anything to come from it. This was just a really well played end circle. Honestly, every team there, great job. So happy to see Oath finally seal it. They were working so hard for this for such a long time now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, 10 kills that they netted throughout the entirety of the game there, and to have to make those long rotations into those awkward spots, managed to keep all 3 up, and they timed it great. I mean, they managed to make it to that late game. And I mean, I know, people are going to be saying like, oh, they laid there, they were just proning, they were snaking, oh, snakes win, blah, blah, blah. But if they would have tried to push ENCE at any time as 3, trying to push up that mountain, they would have gotten absolutely destroyed. They tried to push DA, the same thing would happen. So they did the only play that was available to them, and that was perfect.
So NA, if I'm not mistaken, has 3 through now, and I think EU's just up 1 more, but let's find out to hear from Oath after their win.
밀로 선수 나와 있는데요. 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
네, 정말 뭐 2위부터 15위까지 위클리 서바이벌에서의 기복을 딛고 결국 파이널 진출에 성공하게 됐는데요. 위클리 서바이벌에서의 룰 잘 적응하셨나요? 좀 어떤 게 가장 중요한 것 같으세요?
We've had a range dynamic of rankings from the second place to the 15th place throughout the week in the weekly survival. How did you overcome that and finally win the game for that match?
We just adapted the format. There was a lot going on differently, like between teams and the format, like a lot of like sending and just desperation plays, and we just adapted and we started doing the same, and it eventually worked.
게임에 적응하는 시간이 좀 오래 걸렸지만 그 게임을 통해서 계속 하다 보니까 계속 적응할 수 있었습니다.
네, 이제 오스 같은 경우에는 정말 공격적인 모습으로 또 킬 포인트를 올리던 팀이었는데 마지막에 정말 그 세 팀이 남았을 때 교전에 쉽게 임하지 못하고 눈치 싸움을 하는 모습이 인상적이었습니다. 그때 좀 전략을 바꾸신 건가요? 어떤 대화가 오고 가는지 궁금해요.
We were desperately waiting on that last three teams on that last match. What conversations were going on between you guys?
We wanted to be the last to fight. We're at a disadvantage as a 3-man, and we knew, I think it was DA that was 4 up. I think both teams were actually 4 up. I could be doing wrong math, but we just wanted to be the last to fight, so as soon as we saw both teams trade, we just immediately pushed.
저희가 다른 팀들에 비해서 인원수가 부족했기 때문에 저희는 다른 팀들이 싸울 때까지 계속 기다렸고 그 기다림을 통해서 이렇게 이겼을 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
네, 결국 위클리 서바이벌 1주차 마지막 날 오늘 첫 경기에서 바로 이제 파이널에 진출하게 되셨는데요. 파이널에 임하는 각오까지 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
You guys are finally heading to the weekly finals this week. Could you say something to your fans about it?
Hopefully we win. Thank you for supporting us.
저희 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사하고 이번 위클리 파이널에서도 이길 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
네, 승리 축하드리겠습니다. Congratulations. 네, 이렇게 해서 위클리 서바이벌 1주차 12번째 매치에서 승리한 오스팀의 릴로 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 저희는
Watch out, watch out, watch out. It's RKO out of nowhere here as they come in. The ultimate opportunists get themselves the position and get themselves the victory. Moving into the weekly final. Unbelievable stuff coming in from the boys. They knew exactly when to take that fight in what was a picture-perfect scenario for 3 teams on either side of this hill, or either sides of this hill, and they able to take the victory. We've got Froz and Cameron here to break things down. Froz, that was Oath. Very, very well timed there.
They played out really well, and of course we knew that they weren't to wait. They don't want to be the first one to take the engagement there. Basically, the first 2 teams that takes engagement, they will lose that fight because the third team is just waiting to strike whenever those first 2 teams are just getting picked off one by one. And we can see that. Also on top of that, of course, you can see that Digital Athletics and ENCE were using up all the utilities already in that first engagement against each other.
Definitely so. Let's take a look at the highlights coming in from this game. And Cameron, damn, North America looking fine.
Really good, but also EU as well. When we saw the first circle go over towards military base with Oath and DA both landing on it because of the plane pad, for 2 teams that we have been hyping up over the course of this entire weekly survival is like, at some point that dam is going to break, at some point they're going to get that win. I don't know about you guys, but I assumed that just because of the situation, it was going to be one of those 2 teams to win. You see them along with ENCE in the final circle, sort of played out by fate at that way, but there was a lot of fighting. The fact that the military base circle forced so many teams to make these rotations and fight over a lot of these key areas, there was a lot of combat throughout this game. We're seeing action from Team 1, we're seeing action from Zenith, which is good to see from them. But the fact that DA, ENCE, and Oath were so healthy going into the late game just shows, once again, how important it is that if you do get into these engagements, that you want to make it clean as possible. You want to keep as many up as possible, no matter how many teams you fight.
And you heard it in the interview as well, Froz. Of course, you want to be the last one to engage here from Oath. ENCE and DA being pushed into one another. It was the perfect strike coming out from Oath. I mean, even if it was 4v4v4, ideally, you kind of want to be the last one engaging anyway, no?
Yeah, of course, you always want to be the last one there. As I talked about it before, the other teams are going to be picked out one by one, and you're just going to have the upper hand. But one thing that Oath did so well in this game was actually a disengage. We saw them just 2 circles shy to the end there. How they were trying to rotate on the south side, going to the east. They ran into Enter Force 36, and we saw that they started losing players. They started getting knocked. What they did was they got 2 of the kills on E36, but after that, there was still 1 E36 player left. Even though having the number, Oath said, let's not take this fight. We're not going to win anything from taking this. This is not the position to play from. Let's just smoke up. We'll take our vehicles. We'll back off to the west side, and we'll play out the game from there. And that was what actually got them the win of the game, because from that, going back to the west, they also got into that position where they played the end from.
And these are the teams that were able to make waves in this game. Oath comes out with the victory. So congratulations to them for qualifying onto the weekly final. Another second place for Digital Athletics. They have got to be chomping at the bit, Cameron, here, to be able to get eventually that chicken dinner throughout the day.
Yeah, at this point for them, you have to start to question how strong their mental fortitude is. Not because they're looking bad, they're looking great, but it's the constant second place, the constant third place, the constantly performing so well that we can't stop talking about them, but they still don't have that win. I really hope that they have not only support amongst each other, but also amongst their just support staff there with them, to be able to just tell them, like, calm down, it's fine, do not let this tilt you, because they're playing on fire now that it's yet another solid contender out of the lobby. The next one is very likely going to be theirs.
Ross?
So I've talked with Digital Athletics, and I feel like this is not really a bad thing for them to actually get these high placements all the time. Basically, what we're seeing is that they're getting a lot of practice here. You got to remember, this is the first time they're playing on a global stage like this. A lot of these teams are unknown for them in terms of how to play against them. And they thought that they had good preparations coming into this tournament itself. And I'd say, yes, they do. Look at how they're getting those top 5 positions almost every game. And they're not always playing it the same way either. We see them all the time shifting a little bit. So getting this practice, if I'm the other teams, I would be scared about what DA can actually pull towards the end of this tournament if this is how they begin it coming into a global stage.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we were talking just before about, how things are going to develop over these 2 months and who is going to be able to rise to the top during all of this. And it's going to be interesting to see that kind of evolution as time goes on. Let's take a look at the schedule here and see what's what. We have 4 more games remaining for today, which means 4 more slots in our weekly final. Oath manages to bag themselves win number 12. There is no dollars for that, but getting to the weekly final is extremely, extremely important to try and push your chances here in PGI.S. Next up, we have Miramar, game number 13. And obviously, we have seen some teams in particular doing very, very well on Miramar. If I cast my mind back to the starting of those ranking matches, Cameron, it was the Korean teams that were able to make waves here on Miramar. We need to see it happen for Africa Freaks, for Damwon Kia, for Gen G. We want Korean teams in this weekly final.
See, now you're just bringing up Miramar. It's reminding me of the games that made me really fall in love with Damwon Kia during the ranking decision. As you said, they looked so strong. The way that they played, just the wrapping edge style of picking up so many kills is one of their biggest features. But that is, I think, one of the big reasons why not only Damwon Kia, but also a lot of the Korean teams are struggling in this format, is that it doesn't matter how many kills you get. It doesn't matter if you're playing on the edge. You're just swinging through everyone. You're picking up 10, 11, 13 kills if you do not have the map control to allow you to get that win. And that's one of the things that all these teams are struggling. The fact that we have, and Toffee's tweeted out earlier a little bit as a joke, but it's true right now. The fact that we have 3 North American teams, a region that has been so disappointing historically in the international stage before we have a single Korean team, is shocking. It's still week 1. There's still 2 months of this to go on. But as far as what this start shows us, it is very weak.
And surely, aside from the South Korean teams, it's destiny for DA eventually to be able to go through. But a huge thank you to everybody tuning in around the world as we go on to Miramar now. A big thank you as well to Intel joining us here on the road here at PGI.S. Time to take to the plane. Time to take it to Pantheon Poro.
Alrighty, it's Miramar time. Shout out to every one of you at home tuning in right now around the world, cheering for your region, cheering for your favorite teams. It has been an excellent display so far. And I also want to highlight and a shout out to all the analysts who aren't even working today. They're all just chilling on Discord, watching the games. I love it. It's good to see the dedication still being strong. But we're starting off in the north, heading towards the south. Poro, what are your thoughts here? I mean, it feels like now we've had Oath go through, right? So that was the big one. That was one of the teams we were waiting for, saying, right, they've got to get a win now. They've been getting late game. They've been doing better and better. There's been other names alongside that. Who are you now looking to maybe join them?
I mean, look, I'm probably going to be the biggest DA stand you'll ever see in the world right now. These guys have they deserve it so hard at this point. Like they're playing so well, just so well, and to see them get so close so many times now and just not be able to take that win is just absolutely wrecking me. So I really want to see DA be able to pull it out. And to be honest, Miramar has been their map. Their stats on Miramar have been way better than Erangel. I mean, obviously, you know, hot drops probably do that to you.
Yep.
But okay, there you go. Circle dead center. This is going to be good for just about everybody.
Yeah, no one can be too mad about this. You know, that's kind of a fair game sort of circle. Somewhat, you know, a little bit further north than maybe some would like, but you know, it is what it is. Now, looking at who's got the kind of easier start, I say that very lightly. Of course, the circle can move around. LG Divine very centralized. San Martin sort of hacienda way. You can see the other two, they're a little bit further off, and of course they did have that kind of roster swap here. They brought in a different player here, maybe feeling this is what they were missing. Maybe they can pull it into the right direction this time. A Freak of Freaks in a very nice position. Keep in mind, they are over slightly towards the east, not by far, but there's no one on that eastern side right now. So they get a really good start. They get all the time that they need to get what they want and get the positioning that they'll probably be happy with. Those rotations will take a little bit of time, and it's a long swing to get towards that eastern side. Gen G probably pretty happy. Zenith pretty happy. E36 on the move as well. Beyond that, everyone mostly on the outskirts. So again, pretty fair game for a lot of these teams. I'm looking at DA because they're still quite early in the way they rotate as well. They do like to head off quite soon. I don't want to say, you know, quite the Liquid style, we go as soon as we can, but, you know, they'll be on the move fast enough.
Yeah, this circle is definitely, I mean, it's great. It's obviously 100% playable. You know, you can multiple paths to get inside depending on where you want to play, but you do have you do have that 50-50 decision to make, right? Do you think it is going to go north of San Martin, or do you think it's going to cut south? Now, we have already seen a circle end in that graveyard La Bendita area on a circle like this before, but you know, we've seen them play around that water treatment area, that God compound that's just to the south of water treatment by that big cliff is a huge point of interest. E36 already taken that area right now. So, you know, we'll see how these bets get placed. If people think it's going to go up to the north or off to the south here as we check in with Interforce 36, just north of San Martin. We should probably be getting back together here pretty soon as we're getting well, it's only about 4 minutes in. I guess they can take a little bit more time to loot.
Yeah, no big hurry. Looking at Zenith on the way, they're going to start moving probably pretty soon. San Martin, it's probably going to be a lot of people around, like Power Grid, I guess, is extremely central in this. I don't know how much of it you're going to be able to take. But again, eyes on the Korean teams, man. It's got to happen, surely.
You know, at this point, I got to be honest. They don't look good. I mean, obviously we've said it before, but you know, a million times we could say, oh, they deserve to be there. They deserve to be there. But right now, I mean, there's one team that I can say from Korea that's actually looked capable in this format, and that's Gen G, or T1 rather.
True.
T1 is, you know, repeatedly finishing around that 5th, 6th, 7th area. It's just getting past that little hurdle. Once they get to like circle 5, circle 6, that's where things kind of start falling apart for them a little bit, and that's kind of what happened last time. I mean, we saw them get in there, and then they just get pinched. So, you know, it feels like out of all the Korean teams, T1 is probably there, but man, I just don't know what to do about Avalon. You know, Gen G has looked okay at times and just terrible at times. The Freaks, they've come in looking okay, but you know, they obviously limited amount of games, but you know, it does seem crazy that we could go into our first weekly finals and have maybe one Korean team in it.
Yeah, it's certainly something to consider, but for now we do see DA starting to build up. That is going to be Mert having a little look around, maybe go pick up his boys or kind of join the rest of the herd. Looks like Code Marco's kind of leading the way for them, kind of heading right on through. Now, again, LG Divine, they were the ones very central on this, kind of starting off in San Martin, quite split apart at the moment. We did check in with them just a second ago, and you can see them still in their loot route, just doing their thing. T1, down 1, all the teams on the east about to meet. And that's a little scary. Destination's over there too. So you're going to have a decent amount of teams heading this way. Hopefully no one lost on rotation here, considering there's a lot of Korean teams relatively next to each other now. And Afrika Freaks were the team on the eastern side, so if they slot in this way, they're going to potentially again clash.
For their part, Afrika Freaks look like they're posted up, though. They've got a little 2-2 split going down towards Minas, and they look fairly comfortable. DGW, meanwhile, are making their way around. Looks like Damwon going to spot them out, take a few shots in that direction. They do have T1 that's kind of wrapping just even further east than them, as we've got 3 teams all trying to make this long wrap around to the north side. And maybe that's one of the problems that they're having. It's just these normal rotation paths that they are used to taking are just not as free as they used to be. As PO, oh, yeah, don't peek that again.
Yeah, he'll probably learn his lesson on that one. Doesn't fancy it. Ents taking the longest route available. Of course, taking the scenic route, as they tend to like to do. That'll be fine. They can slot in on the northern side. Even look how open water treatment is. I mean, yes, the plateau to the south of it's pretty rife, but there's loads of room. They'll be absolutely fine. South side's a little bit busier just because that road out of Picado is pretty rife with teams. DA's over there. You've got Day Trade Gaming, Gen G. Lots of teams will be able to see that. So a little bit trickier on the southern rotation, but the north's pretty available. So as we say that, here's the shots coming through. So a little bit of posturing more than anything.
Gen G gonna regroup after this little bit of a 2-2 split. I'm not sure if they were put off by the shots from DA or if they heard Day Trade making their way up from the south. It might have been a combination from both, but DA for their part not sticking with the split that we're seeing so many teams adopt in this circle early on. Instead, just saying, you know what, this is a good compound, we like it for this circle, we're gonna place our bets thinking that this thing is going to cut south, and this will be a fantastic place for us to just kind of post up for the early and mid game, probably all the way to late game if we get lucky.
Yeah, and as I said, because this is a center circle, it'll be a relatively quiet start. So just in case you're tuning in, you're wondering where some of your favorite teams are, they're probably already through to the weekend. At least if they're a favorite maybe in this. So the likes of Sonic's already going through. They were one of the first teams to qualify, and they did it in some real style. Heavy hitters over in NA did great. You had Infantry going through in that second game. Then Na'Vi, Shoot to Kill, Liquid, K7. Plenty of these teams finally making their way through. 4AM did it. Virtus Pro, TSM, and obviously Oath as well. So you've kind of got the lay of the land. So if you're not seeing your favorite team, it's probably because they're through or they're still waiting to play, which again, if you're asking the question of where is this team, they'll be waiting for the weekend. So they're probably pretty happy as they stand, and it's time to keep eyes on the lobby, I guess.
Yes, indeedy. Well, we see Buriram coming from the south side. Again, Buriram has been looking fantastic. Another one of those kind of, DA light, I guess, type of situations where they have been coming in and looking fantastic, but they not to the extent that DA has, but kind of similar in regards of how they've been doing it. TGW, meanwhile, I think this is only their second game after making their way in, finished 9th in their first one with 0 kills, and now we are also joined by Attack All Around. Didn't get too much chance to talk about them, but a really big SEA squad. And there you can see where they're hanging out over there on that western edge, waiting to see where this next circle takes us.
Okay, centers up again. This will compress a lot of the teams. DA will be relatively happy. Zenith, very good positioning too. Keep in mind that San Martin area might get a little bit busy, but San Martin can house multiple teams if they are desperate. But teams don't like to take those kind of backup options, it feels. They want the prime spots, and I don't blame them. Gustav's going to claim one for FaZe. Not a bad position at all. Yes, it's a bit vulnerable to the hillside wrap around it, but FaZe will be happy with this, and you can see LG Divine going to move back to kind of almost one of their starting positions at the forefront of Hacienda, so they'll be okay over there. Eastern side, I'm looking at the southeast, it might get a little bit busy on this one. Also, Ents might be in for a spot of bother. That north side now not so available, and there is always that kind of field or that kind of open area that surrounds Hacienda to the northeast. It gets a bit tricky. Buriram already in towards a bit of a fight with Day Trade Gaming on the other side. Edie They'll just send some shots down range, and we know these guys are sharp as attack. They do not miss. They are dangerous individuals. Don't go to them one by one, because this is going to happen.
Oh,
Flash,
no.
dead in one. And already that's going to be a flush to follow. And yet, please tell me you've turned up with at least 2 here, because you need 2 men to take on Edie. And again, he finds the 1v1, but this time gets outdone by the barrel on the other side for Nautica.
And you can see Neradra was coming to provide some support. I don't think they were expecting the full crash from Day Trade, and to be honest, I wasn't even really expecting the full crash from Day Trade. Just given the way this turned, I mean, there's no real reason to, obviously, right? Kills don't really matter, and then this spot in and of itself isn't, fantastic. It's on the south side of this new circle, but you know what? Day Trade committed to it. Lose 2, but they get 1. And Buriram now having to play it out with 3. We'll see what Day Trade decides to do as we move forward. While you see Damwon still just hugging the edge. This has kind of been their game plan, and it has not been working out great. But they've been just hanging around on this edge, seeing if they can maybe sneak their way in late, avoid all the early game fighting for the most part. And so far, so good. They do have T1 just off to their north and Afrika just off to their west. So that might be something to keep an eye on here.
Yep. No One Gaming popping off some shots. Afrika Freaks, similar sort of scenario.
Really.
Yeah, it's center circle, right? It's why I kind of like the circles that the teams hate, because it makes things fun quicker. So, but again, we get to kind of talk about the approach to this circle.
Well, while we do so, we can talk about your approach to typing in this code and getting yourself a coupon for voting this weekend. Make sure you type it in. You get 1 coupon per week. And then when we get to the weekend, the codes will be good for E-points, or the EP, which you can get 1,000. You can get 80,000 over the course of the entire tournament. Remember, we've got lots and lots and lots of games left to play over the next 2 months. So make sure you keep your eyeballs watching.
Okay, circle update in a couple of seconds. This is where things get a bit trickier for most of the teams here, especially those on the outskirts, because it probably won't sit towards it. And no, it does move a little bit further southeast, kind of towards Graveyard. We saw an ending quite close to this, funny enough. DA happy, Day Trade happy, Gen G happy, probably Zenith pretty happy with this too. Afrika Freaks might need to consider pulling themselves back together. FaZe already on the move here. They're going to be trying to get in towards a prime position, but we've seen these sends being very precarious for FaZe. I worry for them in this scenario. That north side is about to get busy. Everyone's starting to send through. T1 on the move, Afrika Freaks on the move. This is all towards that eastern side, but I'm looking at ends. I'm looking at E36. I'm seeing all these other teams trying to build their way in. A bit of a shot on the fly. Doesn't land on the drive-by. But keep your eyes on the kill feed. Tixu's gone down. That's going to be probably pretty commonplace here. This circle is when it all explodes. It's all quiet until it's not. T1 letting E36 pass. FaZe have actually found a position to play with here. I think it might be a little open, but no. Bit of revenge from the previous game. Going to find Ristamar after that, a little bit of a scuffle they had on that military island on Erangel. So that's going to feel pretty good for them. But FaZe need to be careful. Zenith are going to surely have vision on this, and they've just been picked up too. So again, FaZe need to be careful now. And I'm looking at who else is on the move. Tiamba's in the vehicles, maybe looking for a position they can send to. So keep your eyes trained on where they decide to go.
It's been absolutely nuts. The movement of Skittles all over the little mini map here. Tiamba going to try to find somewhere, and they are going. Looks like they'll find a little ditch just off to the side of FaZe here. Gen G, as you said, had the compound over there in Graveyard. They managed to get a knock on a FaZe. Looks like that res came through, but they have to worry now about Ents that has moved into the actual Graveyard, while Gen G holds out in the church. They have E36 to their south, and this is another fight. Buriram finding themselves in the middle of a scrap once again. This time it's going to be with Kia Damwon. Grenades are going to come through. Not going to find any joy just yet. Indigo, though, spots out Neradra. Gets him about 50 HP, but no knocks.
Oh, yeah, but I always feel even if Buriram do go down, they will get a couple with them. I don't feel as though they're a team to get wiped out, but these nades are getting lined up, so Buriram better be ready for this. Already you can see the spam coming in. Molotovs, there it is. Under goes through. Kanaxi receives. And still, Buram struggling on this one. Is there another third party? No, it's got me out actually. Pretty far off from this, so Naradra's got to be careful too. And it looks like they're going to go for the push. Kale already on the ground. They're going to be trying to wrap around this smoke, clear towards the back of the building. They missed one of them in the smoke, but now they're going to try and find the second. Naradra does get caught off. Nice work from Down One Gaming. At least they're trying to lock this out now. Maybe solidify this spot as their own.
That's nice work from Damwon. Gabmao still up for Buriram, so they still have their insurance policy off in the distance. We wait and see where this new circle is going to take us. See, Tiamba is just getting absolutely rained on by AAA, who have made their way in as well, and that's going to be good news. Once again, we talked about it earlier, DA placing the bet that this thing was going to cut south, and that bet has paid off in a huge way so far.
They'll be super happy with this. Again, FaZe. Straight in the vehicles. There's not much here. Maybe another ditch. They are very good at that. 8C's being caught. Oh no, Shinboy's got him. AC's flushed on this. They're going to arrive with 3 now. No way around it. And all those teams in the north, Zenith are going to have to move themselves as well. As much as they can do the damage now, they will have to find their way in. And Graveyard can live up to his name. And look at this. They're sending in E36, waiting on the other side. This should be comfortable for them. DA punishing FaZe in the meantime. As soon as they try to pull up, this could be a 16th for FaZe if they lose out on that final player. I think his Fuzzface still alive. Maybe with the opportunity of a res, but at this point, this is a disaster again for FaZe Clan. They are not coming alive this time around.
Just nowhere is safe. I mean, there's so many players still up, so little places for them to play from. You can see everybody just trying to find any little ditch that they can hide in, any shack, any shed, any rock that they can even hide behind, as they're just getting picked apart by anybody that's got a secure position. DA doing work. They did the work on the FaZe already. Now they're finding LG Divine. Roth going to take care of Tiamba, and that's them done and dusted. Zenith making their way in from the north side, and they're going to be hanging out on the very edge of the circle, although they do have to worry a little bit about detonation coming in from the north as well. But it looks like things might be starting to calm down a little bit as everybody has either died or found a place to call home.
Yeah, some more precarious than others, of course. Zenith having to leave that nice compound they're in over towards the north, kind of on foot now, it looks like, or at least in the open. Beyond that, as said, Graveyard littered with bodies. Afrika Freaks still in the northeast. You can see Detonation working their way through as well. Petrichor Road down to 1. And Hickory should be picked up pretty soon. Yep, no one can really exploit that. No one's going to be able to get the flush on it. And we wait for that next circle. As said, unless the Afrika Freaks really struggle to find a way in, most teams should be okay at this point. Unless someone tries to make maybe a land grab to something, you know, a little bit better. And Cad's at least got himself into a bit of cover, so he should be okay. We are seeing a couple of teams starting to look towards vehicles. I think Zenith's considering a move pretty soon in the distance. I'm pretty sure that's them on the go. LG Divine going to get caught off a little. And yeah, DA in a bit of trouble here. And they've moved out of the initial compound. They've tried to kind of spread themselves, not necessarily thin, but they've gone for a little bit of a land grab towards the south as well, leaving Mert towards the compound. Metralis over there too. Good nade. Code Marco is probably dead at this point. Barely any HP left, and I don't think Smash can save him this time, no. J-End will get the confirmation on that one, and now LG Divine stay alive with 3.
I wanted to say it earlier. I loved the fact that DA had started making this push across the road early and being a little bit proactive. Unfortunately for them, they just never got to spot out J-End, who was playing that wide flanking position for the rest of LG Divine. Now the circle has cut up north. Gen G has a compound right in the center. This is looking real nice for them if they can manage to hold off any teams that might be starting to head in that direction, maybe looking to crash there. As you got Afrika that has to find someplace, Kia that has to come in, E36 still hanging out in that ditch, but here comes the push from Damwon. And where are they going to go? It's just going to be the shack.
This should be the first time we see a Korean team probably win this. Considering the positions, even just excluding Gen G's, everyone else is still in a really good spot. This should be the first game we get to see a Korean team potentially solidify their spot. Now, that's not confirmed. There's still 14 teams, but you look at who's in which position and how many are alive. It seems to be the case. However, for now, we once again see Afrika Freaks in a little bit of a scrap themselves in Salmon Gaming. So DA still building up in the kind of western side. They are well out of the circle at this point, but looking to kind of forge a way forward. Faye's going to get some attention from Detonation. Fuzzface sprays down, commits to it, and loses. He gets the 1-for-1 trade out, but Faye's eliminated in 14th. And again, underwhelming results for FaZe. Unfortunate for the fans, but for now, we do look towards the teams on the move. It is going to be a Freak of Freaks holding the line. That high ground is theirs, but on the other side, will they know who's approaching? Under Kale, Acad, EJ, all starting to work their way forward.
And while this is going on at the same time, DA is starting to push into Detonation Gaming. They're going to see if they can maybe third party on this, capitalize off the push from FaZe, but no! A good grenade from C's is going to be right in the feet of Betrayalius, and now Betrayalius is going to find a knock as well, but Mert goes down as the push from DA is starting to fall apart here. Smash staying alive, but here we go. Damwon and Afrika still trading back and forth. 2 up for them, and oh, nice push there. Indigo going to be the last one up. Oh, he's got under with him. Okay. Ooh. All right, they'll get that sketchy res. They'll be back up to 3 strong. And now LG Divine comes in behind DA, because why not?
Why not? DA's looking a little done for. So I'm looking at Zenith, though, still for alive. Decent enough positioning. If they can clear out this side, if they can deal with LG Divine, they'll kind of control this edge and have the safety of that road that's very hard to play on. But again, you can see how dug in LG Divine are. They still have those smokes up so they can focus on the team in front of them. But Shimboy's connected towards Levi, so nice work from him. Shimboy's certainly been making a little bit of a name for himself. Some good shots coming out. Kickstar trying to join in as well. And everyone else just kind of tucking down, keeping their heads low at this point, not wanting that much attention. Circle update in about 7 seconds. We'll see who's got the prime cut here. Keep in mind that graveyard building is still very much in play. A little bit of that eastern side as well. And there we go. Okay, so the graveyard building will stay in play, but not a great deal of it. The graveyard itself will be removed. And Levi's again knocked. He's going to be bleeding. He's just going to be hemorrhaging blood at this point.
Interested to see where Damwon decides to go, where E36 decide to go. As you said, Gen G still has that compound. They're feeling just fine. They've got ENTS off to the north, AAA off to the north as well. T1 has a great spot right in the center, and nobody really pressuring them just yet. We'll see if they can maybe take an angle onto Zenith here. As Zenith, as you said, has just had complete control over this low side.
You can see LG Divine are not looking great. That is fire on the floor.
That is fire.
One nade would be quite scary, but everything else in front of them is also quite scary. They're going to have to try and make their run eventually, but they know that someone is waiting on this other side. It depends who's there. Detonation Gaming on the other side, though, going to make light work of one. Good adjustment on the second. And Nikki is your only one standing, and well, I say standing lightly because they are prone. Trade not available. He gets the damage in, but it doesn't matter. It's done for. Good timing from Zenith to make this push too. This secures that side, but I'm seeing T1 maybe looking quite responsive in this, and they're the ones closest nearby. So Zenith could get punished if they don't turn around quickly, and no, they don't. Roth there will suffer, but actually Aqua5 gets knocked by his own teammate. So now Zenith have a chance to fight back. Maybe they can keep control of this.
And Day Trade actually in a good spot too to do a little bit of third party onto Zenith. As T1, they left that perfect little spot that they were in to come and clean up Zenith, and they actually do it as well. Day Trade, Venotica going to taken low, but he's going to find the knock onto Adder, and T1 goes down as AAA slides out at the perfect time to do some third party for themselves.
Under... Oh, that ridge line, man, is brutal. E36 did have the numbers up, so they will actually get all 4 back standing. Oh no. The Finns are outside the door. They want in. The dead have come back to life and they're banging on the doors of the graveyard. Gen G just cowering inside. No, I don't want any of this. Whatever's lurking out there, we don't fancy it. But E36 in a good position, gotta say. Outside of that, AAA still in this. This is a really weird lobby. Now, I thought this was going to be a Korean win all day long, but in review, it's just Gen G really now. I mean, I don't know how we've got here. And Buram, yeah, they're down to 1, but again, is this really going to be E36 going through in their place? I mean, having this many alive, Gen G have the compound, but when they leave, you see ENTS waiting to punish that. So, I want to see where the circle goes. If the compound stays in, Gen G are laughing. If it moves away, that cross is treacherous. Let's have a look here. 2 seconds now. Where is this circle going? Alrighty, we've got a problem on Gen G's hands. They need to get rid of the Finns. Keep your eyes on it. They need to clear this and clear it fast. And they're going to do just that. Find Squeaky real quick. Now, Diggory, he's not loving this. He is just waiting in the corner, hoping he gets away with his life, but I don't feel as though he will. Nope, PO's going to check on him. And there we have it. We're down to our top 4 here. Now, we have E36 with 4 alive, AAA with 3, and Gen G with 4. PO's finally going to find Pure Boy. Now, Daytrade do have the 1 alive, so Little Snake's still around. But this cross is dangerous for Gen G. If AAA look that way, they can keep them humble and locked in towards those rocks, but they may be more focused on maybe Daytrade or someone else who's in front of them here.
This is the weirdest position I think I've ever been in competitive PUBG casting. I am actually worried and terrified for Gen G with 4 up. For some reason, it feels like something is gonna go wrong at any point.
But that's
just how it's been. They should be good. They should be absolutely like you look at this, you tell this top 4 to anybody who's ever seen a single game of competitive PUBG, they'll say Gen G wins this 10 times out of 10, going away laughing. But just the way things have been going in this lobby, it's just been so wonky and so weird that nothing is guaranteed.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But as said, looking at this, it's got to be a Gen G win in my mind. E36 are great, but the experience, a bit hit and miss for me. Daytrade Gaming only down to 1, not ideal positioning. AAA, first time we're really getting to look at these guys too. Pure Boy's been picked up on rotation. And it looks like attack all around. Going to kind of dive in on that. I'm keeping my eyes on when Gen G decide to make their move. They've now noted where AAA are. It looks like PO, he always seems to be the instigator, doesn't he? He's going to be leading the way. Now, it's got to be clean. AAA, they're not really looking this way. Now they will be. Nades come out. It's going to be time to go. Inonix going to lead the way forward. Gems on the other side, though. That's not bad. Nice little pre-nade. Oh! Over the top he goes. It looks like an action movie, but it's not looking so good for AAA. Trade comes back through. Ether does go down, but PO got the first.
That's a nice little grenade. Gems will go down as well, and that's attack all around taken out, and that was the biggest hurdle for Gen G. They have so much real estate now to work with. Venatica has already caused problems for E36. Now, E36 could still get something done here. They've got some real estate to work with, but that circle is looking so nice for Gen G. They've got to clutch it out, don't they?
These are good nades from Venatica. Now, whether or not they do much with it, there's a tag, there was a follow-up. Hold on, yeah, there it is. And keep in mind, Loki was isolated from the others, but there's still the main 3-pack. Daytrade Gaming are just being a nuisance to Gen G right now. And it looks like all eyes towards Gen G. E36 adjusted towards the east. They decided that was the better approach for them. Inonix with a quick nade, 3'd up, geared up, looking on point for this. They should still be laughing here, but Loki being knocked. Is there a recovery? Yes, Ether's gone for that. They are committing on this, and E36 aren't close enough by yet to be able to capitalize on the player down. Nautica's still alive, as slowly but snaking their way forward here, just cautiously playing through. Tattoo still looking for anyone to peek that ridgeline.
It was a good play from Inonix. I think E36 were intending to hard push right around on the low side here after the knock, but Inonix hitting those shots, putting a pause on the E36 push. Now they've delayed it long enough to where they can get their man back up. Venatica going to reposition as well, and now Gen G has E36 with their backs pinned right up against the wall. What do they decide to do? It looks like they're going to keep their rap going. Yeah, here they go.
Yeah, okay. Round the circle, maybe better the devil you know. Deciding Venatica was the better approach. Try and force that fight, maybe. Sweep them through. Venatica's just trying to keep his head down. Doesn't want any of it if he can avoid it. Just about makes it to that plateau. But again, Gen G being proactive in these late game circles. Back they fall. And they will have a better position on the direct center if they keep clearing like this. And it does look like E36 are very passive in a weird way about this. They haven't been taking proactive fights. They are down to 3, I guess. That is fair. I don't know how this plays out. This, again, I'm just waiting for Gen G to win this, but they aren't doing a strong close here. This is still kind of in the making.
I do like what Gen G did. They've taken that ridge line and they've done a wide spread around. They're not over peaking. They're just kind of looking for information right now. I think they were assuming that E36 maybe would have tried to reposition or that they're going to continue trying to push around. That's why they've got Loki just lying prone right there, listening for footsteps. He's not peeking. He's just trying to gain information about when E36 is going to try to make their move. And so far, E36 just waiting for the blue.
E36, I don't think they've got many smokes either. If going off the assumption, it looks like they're going to go for that wrap, and Loki is perfectly positioned for this, waiting so patiently on the other side. Uh-oh, this could be trouble. Waiting around the corner, Sato. As soon as they show, Loki could punish this one. Gen G responding accordingly, going to lean this way. Day Trade still out and about. Venotska going to try and use this time to move up, but sprayed away at on the other side. Gen G ready for the fight still. Both these teams playing the long game here. No one wants that first fight. See if they can get rid of that snake first. Looks like they will. Venotska's going to be there. Gen G now should make their push, and they do. Loki patiently waited. Surely this is Korea's time to get themselves through to the weekend. Good nade. They don't see it. This could be a disaster. Gen G peek up and over. Finally, they get it done.
Oh my God. Finally is the right word. I mean, look, we said it coming in. Out of all the Korean teams that have been making it to the top 5, making good position, Gen G and T1 have been looking the best out of everyone. That was, I mean, it took a little bit of circle luck. It took a little bit of circle luck for Gen G to actually finally come through and secure that one. But when it came down to it, when it came down to the final fight, they looked just as deadly and just as experienced as we've come to expect from this squad.
I mean, the big thing for me was them being able to sit so comfortably in that graveyard building got them such a position towards the end. And you're right, it does boil down to them kind of being in the right place for this. And again, no one there to really punish. E36 looked a little out of their depth, and that's no discredit to them. They seem to do pretty well, but they never looked proactive. They were never really able to define the scenario that they were fighting in. So you could see that Gen G's experience really kicked in. Loki's positioning was wonderful as well. As soon as he expected someone to make that push, he was already watching that from a while ago. So great work by Gen G to finally get themselves through, the first Korean team to join us on the weekend. And now we have to wait and see who else is going to make it through now. Not so many games left to go.
Not at all. We have 3 games left. You got to give credit to Attack all around there. They make it all the way to the end. But let's hear what Gen G has to say.
Number 1, and the winning team of our 13th match was Gen G. We have an interview here with player Enonix. Congratulations. Gen G, you guys really made Korean fans nervous. And we finally have the first Korean victory. How does it feel? It feels really amazing. It was the 13th match, and this was actually intentional because we wanted to show we wanted to show more matches to the fans. Thank you for that. Thank you so much for the victory. During this process, I'm sure there were some difficulties. What kind of feedback would you have for yourselves? Because the rules were adjusted for this tournament, I think our strategies were a bit missed towards the beginning. We thought that if we adjusted it to the way we've just been playing all along, then it would be better, and I think that showed today. I'm sure you guys prepared a lot for this specific tournament. Any final words before we meet you at the weekly finals? We'll do our best. And I can't leave this question out. There are a lot of Korean fans cheering you guys on. Would you like to say anything to your fans out there? First of all, we're not really thinking much about week 1 to 5, and we're going to do our best until week 6. And that was our interview with player Enonix. Congratulations, guys.
It's great to see, you know, one of the underdog regions gets themselves a team into the weekly final. You would have never thought it, but there they are. Gen G gets themselves, all jokes aside, fantastic. We finally get a South Korean team into the weekly final. It was long overdue, and as you could hear in the interview here, they also recognized that maybe their strategies weren't quite catching the mark here when it came to this format as a whole. I've got Froz and Cameron here with me to break things down. It's finally happened, Cameron. We're there, the promised land.
Yeah. I mean, and honestly, throughout the weekly survival, Gen.G has looked the best. We've talked how previously Damonkia has gained a lot of points, but in terms of the format of this weekly survival of getting the win, I do think Gen.G has had more games where they seem to have better positioning and control, which is of course better for survival than just raw fragging ability. So it doesn't surprise me too much that they're going to be the first Korean team, no matter at what point in the week they did end up qualifying. But also I have to say, PO, there's a reason why everyone says, oh, I'm the PO of blank. Macau is the PO of Japan. Batulin is the PO of Eastern Europe. He is here to remind us why he is such a prominent name. His damage and kills have always been on top of the charts, and in this game, he topped the kill for Gen.G with 5 on his own, and Onyx with 3, and Loki with 2. So really making a statement here. A bit late, but it was a good win nonetheless.
A bit late, and obviously they were having fun with it in the interview as well, saying that they wanted to show more games to their fans. They realized the situation they're in, and obviously for us, to be perfectly frank, we would be remiss if we did not have South Korean representation in a weekly final. So it's great to see Gen.G getting through.
Yeah, and I think what he said about, sure, we just wanted to show them more games. I don't really believe in that one, but in terms of that they are just playing their normal game, I do believe, and I think that's what we're seeing all the time. They're basically playing it just like they do in super settings, and they're one of the few teams that is not changing their playstyle for this. And I think in the long run, just small changes to your normal game style is going to help you way better than doing very rational, very big changes coming into this playstyle, its format itself. And one of the things that we see is that Gen.G, they're always ready. They always prepared for the next step. So when they moved up from the graveyard, for example, they actually took 2 people. Ionix and Pio went on foot first up to the north. After that, you saw Esther and Loki actually taking the vehicles, even though they didn't need the vehicles for this particular ending here, but they brought them in case they would need them for the ending itself, because you never know if you need them or not, and they always want to be prepared, and that's such a great thing to see.
Gen.G team number 13 to move through into the weekly finals, and only now 3 spots remain. For Gen.G, as soon as Cameron, we saw that they'd taken up position and residence in that graveyard location. A lot of us felt like it was their game to win, with Interforce left, Day Trade left, Attack All Around left. But all intents and purposes, it was their game to lose at that point.
It was, and even a phase or two leading up to that, because they had the big giant church at the graveyard area for safety. You saw Ents get a little close to them, but they had the hard cover. But then, of course, when the circle shifted to that flat plane just to the west of it, they still had that ridge line to work around that as Froz was describing, the way that they utilize that area to sort of rotate over towards the top. So the hard cover to avoid engagement until they needed to, but still utilizing the soft terrain, the natural terrain of the area, and play a little bit of a footsie game around Enter Force. There was a moment that Venatica, I think, could have really spoiled. I believe he got a solid grenade onto, I want to say, Esther. And that, I think if he either stayed in that area or Enter Force decided to go a little aggressive, it got a little scary, but I think mostly an 80% chance it was Gen.G had a solid enough positioning that it was their game to lose.
Froz, 3 games remaining. Any names that spring out to you that you think are going to be advancing in these next 3 games?
Ooh, right now it's kind of rough, I'd say. It's kind of rough seeing the results so far. But one of the teams I'm going to keep my eye on is probably going to be Day Trade. I really like what I've seen from them. They only played a few games, but still made it so far into every game, basically. And look at this previous game here, for example. They were 2 down very early on, but Venatica was still trying to take the fights. He was going against the T1 and Zenith fight there as well on the north side. They want to be part of it. They are showing up big time here, and I think they might be able to make it through, actually.
That's interesting. Can even Dave Trade be able to get through into that weekly final? That's a good question. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and when we return, 3 more games remaining here for our weekly survival PGI.S.
Hello PUBG Esports fans. The PUBG Global Invitational.S, our biggest tournament yet, begins in February. With a tournament this big, there's a lot to take in. So let's take a look at the format and rules of PGI.S 2021. PGI.S's main event, the weekly series, will be held for a total of 6 weeks starting from February 8th. It is divided into the weekly survival taking place on weekdays and the weekly final held over the weekend. Unlike the previous global tournaments, points are not accumulated week over week, giving every team the same fighting chance each week. Weekly survival features 16 matches held across 3 weekdays. The goal for teams is simple: win a single chicken dinner. Once you win, you stop playing and move on to the weekly final. The next team on the waitlist takes your place and a new match begins. This list is determined by ranked decision matches to decide the order our 32 teams participate. These 24 deciding matches take place over 3 days starting from February 5th and will divide our teams into 4 different groups. The top 16 teams from these groups face off in the weekly survival matches first. The weekly final is more like the PUBG Esports you're used to. 10 matches are held across 2 days, and points the teams earn are added up to decide their final ranking for the week. The 16 teams that played in the weekly final get the first shot at next week's weekly survival, and the remaining 16 teams decide their placement on the waitlist during a bottom 16 match held every Saturday, before the weekly final. From there, the cycle continues throughout the tournament. One of the big differences with PGI.S is that instead of receiving prize money based on your final rank is determined by how much prize money you've won. We're awarding prize money every week, and the team who has collected the most at the end will be crowned our PGI.S champion. Here's how it breaks down. The first 8 teams to win a weekly survival match each week take home an automatic cash prize, earning more the sooner they win. From there, the winners of the weekly finals tournament get an even bigger cash prize. The first place prize being $25,000 on week 1, and growing to an astounding $500,000 by week 6, giving teams lots of opportunity to catch up and claim the title. Winning isn't the only way teams are earning cash though. 30% of the total profit made from PGI.S item sales goes back to participating teams. This money will be distributed based on the percentage of money each team won in the tournament, with bigger rewards for the higher performing teams. So, not only do you get cool skins and voting coupons to earn even more cool skins, but you're also helping your favorite teams bring home more well-deserved prize money. Win-win! That about wraps up our overview of the PUBG Global Invitational.S. Initial ranking decisions happen on February 5th, and the first official matches kick off on February 8th. So be sure to tune in, pick your winners, and cheer on your favorite teams across 8 weeks of intense PUBG action.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PGI.S, and we have 3 more games remaining here to figure out who is going to be advancing on into our first ever weekly final here for the tournament. Joining me, Froz and Cameron, to break things down, and so far so good. We now finally have a Korean representative in, but Cameron, I want to start things out by asking you the same question I asked Froz before. Out of our next 3 games, which names or name are you looking to be able to advance on here in the next 3?
So I am going to agree with Froz that I think Day Trade are surprisingly looking very, very good for a team that didn't really show too much during the ranking decision. Beyond them, though, my eyes are mostly set on T1's looking solid, especially Aqua 5 has been really trying to hard carry, but more so than anything else, Digital Athletics. I think after their performance that they've been delivering this week, it will be heartbreak if they are still unable to get that #1, the gold medal, the chicken dinner, the win. And again, I just hope that they are able to remind themselves, and I think having not a weekend off because they still have their reseeding matches, but I still think having this weekend to sort of calm down and remind themselves that this is only the first of 6 weeks will keep them from getting in a really, really bad mindset. But I'd prefer they didn't have to do that to themselves in the first place. They've just been looking so good, and I want to see if they can continue to deliver this level of performance this weekend when we are back to super settings.
Yeah, the hunger that Digital Athletics has got to feel right now has got to be insatiable. I mean, even if they don't get the win here, it's a scary foreshadowing of what potentially could come if they're playing this well, as you've mentioned before.
Yeah, it must be a little bit frustrating for them to not get that win, but at the same time, them getting this much practice is so good. I think they are enjoying it as well, because we see them time after time being able to do such performance against all of these teams. Sure, it's not every time, but now when we're going back to Erangel, they're not going to have 4 AM, for example, being there contesting them. So if we get a decent middle plane, they're going to drop from the normal spot in Rosark, probably uncontested by anyone. And that's when it's going to be interesting to see how are they going to play that game out compared to when they normally have to fight someone like 4 AM or drop on the secondary spot on Mille Island.
Here's Ents as well, who constantly are surviving towards the later stages. It is their play style. They like to, you know, sloop around a little bit and make sure that they can be a bit sneakier. Towards the end, then they will come out of their shell and start fragging out. So the play style for them so far is looking good. Also, GEX is joining us here, Cameron, coming into this next game. They have just a few opportunities to try and qualify through to the weekly final.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I have to say I am not going to be too positive for them. I honestly don't really think they're going to have that much of an opportunity, not just because of the few games that they've played, but they've looked really out of their depth here. In fact, when you look at their previous performances coming into this event, they did get a solid 3rd place at Incheon Challenge Cup, but I think more so than anything else, that series for them was a lot of circle luck. Any other games that they played at top level international competition, they didn't fare too well, and I'm including the previous weekend into that. So maybe they can come out similar to Day Trade and really surprise us during these last couple of games, but I'll be honest, I'm not holding my breath.
Okay, Froz, your thoughts regarding GEX?
I mean, they have a pretty decent roster coming into this. They have a lot of experience playing on an international stage, and I'm expecting more from them than this. Of course, we saw during PGC, even though it's not even the same team, but Lee was playing back then, and you had Yan Lee and CC playing with AHQ back then as well. Now, these are 3 players that are pretty well known in that region. They can do some good damage, but so far we haven't really seen that happening here. And I feel like they just haven't adjusted themselves to be playing on a global stage instead of their regionals right now. And with a few more games, we might see some better performance from them, but I don't see a win coming out from them today.
I would like to see it. I would like to see more Koreans as well getting through, because they are absolute powerhouses, especially in super settings, if they can get to the weekly final. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to Intel for joining us here along the road at PGI.S. It is time to head to the grassy pastures as we head over to Erangel for our 3rd to last match. Only a few spots remain in that weekly final, and we're going to get Pansy and Poro on the mics for all of the action.
We'll be joining you indeed. And yes, starting down in the southeast, heading up towards the likes of Georgia Fall, this could be a little rough for those who like to go towards the north side of this map, but by now a couple of teams have chopped and changed, so some drop locations looking a little lighter on those early fights than others. You know, they said on the desk a couple of names they're looking out for. Poro, now the kind of lobby's adjusted around a little more itself. Anyone standing out to you now who's left over who you think still has been proving they deserve that win?
It's still got to be DA for me, but you know what? I won't. You know, hover on them for now. I'll say that I think T1 is probably next up in line. They've been looking good. I mean, they've managed to get to that, like we were saying, to that 5th, 6th, 7th position. It's just they keep hitting a wall right there that they just can't seem to break past. And DA, you've got new friends. You've got brand new friends.
Lord,
I swear to God, if they don't go to J building, I'm gonna be so freaking mad.
Here we go. DA, I mean, you got almost... No, I don't feel for them yet. I mean, they definitely kind of made their bed at 4 a.m., right? But this would be something else. Now, it does look like it's a shared kind of Watertown ruins drop for the other side. DA will traditionally go to Rozhok, and the circle has come in. So kind of your southern fields being the more central point. Nothing too wild about this just yet. DA do get their drop. No one too close by, at least within instant fight range. So they should be okay.
I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt, and I'm gonna say that the plane path didn't make it. It was too far away for them to go to that J building that that apparently is such a huge part of their Rozhok strategy that they had to hot drop 4 a.m. 3 or 4 times for it. They didn't go to it this time. I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt and say that was outside of their drop path because the plane was far away. But fortunately for them, Gek's gonna stay away and just hang out over in that Watertown area. The circle has popped, and it looks, I mean, everybody should be happy with this one. Don't have to worry about military base. Don't have to worry about any of that, really. It's going to be a nice, normal, just a west of Pachinki kind of circle.
Yeah, and of course on the left there you can see the survival status that is just showing how many games they've actually played. So that's the part that surprises us, is that towards the top, some of the most games played are still those Korean teams. So you'll imagine that, you know, the win's got to be on the horizon soon enough. Beyond that, of course, the later joining EU teams kind of towards the middle of the pack, and then we've got a couple more just joining us now. So, you know, as I said, it feels inevitable at this point that it has to be another Korean team to join them soon. But, you know, those rotations, they've been catching each other on them. It's been very unfortunate for the Korean fans watching it happen. But, you know, for the sake of it, Paper Thin, we were having a little chat, or, you know, a little bit of interview. He said, right, Down One Gaming, this is the time, right? This is it. He's a big fan. He's backing them here wholeheartedly, if anything. He said, look, I know this game inside out. It's their time to shine. That's almost verbatim to what he said. I'm kidding. But he is backing them. He needs to see some of the Korean teams out there. The man knows the region well, so hopefully for him, he gets to see a little bit more of them. But at this point, one has made it through, that being obviously Gen G. Now we have a little look at towards T1. One of the other teams that we kind of mentioned who are consistently getting towards, you know, a little bit of a dangerous spot. They again have been grinding away. We are seeing the early movers and shakers getting towards position. Fair enough.
Yeah. Take a few little danger shots there. Make sure everybody knows that he's there. As boy, he really said Damwon was going to be the one, huh?
100%.
We might need a wellness check on Clinton after this.
I think just generally, but maybe after this we will have to. Yeah. We'll see how it goes for him. Hopefully, you know, fingers crossed, thoughts and prayers, all of that jazz.
Look, I have high hopes. I just don't see it from Damwon. I think there's something that's just fundamentally wrong with. Wow, you're just gonna send it right into prison, huh? Cool. Well,
goes well.
That's one way to throw your life away, I guess. EJ just gonna go right into Zenith territory. Not gonna pay. Well, stay alive a little any longer. FaZe, interestingly enough, Buriram looting around that Milta Power area. So FaZe finding into that, sliding over into Milta. And one thing I have been impressed about, in particular from the European team, most of the European teams
Yeah.
is the ability and not just the ability, but the what's the word I'm looking for? They don't mind going to different drop spots. It doesn't seem outside of DA, obviously the notable exception, but yeah, Liquid. I mean, I remember last year even, Liquid or the year before, Liquid in Cloud9 fighting over Pachinki for almost an entire tournament because both of them just refused to leave. Well, now Liquid kind of just saying, we're fine. We can go anywhere. We'll put in the work. We'll put in the practice. We'll try to, set ourselves up to where we're ready for anything. And it seems like FaZe is kind of doing the same thing.
I'm with you, and honestly, I think it's a little bit of experience coming in. Keep in mind, a lot of these rosters have been in this for a long time. I'd say Ents are quite good at it too. We see them going for like crazy out their drops. They'll happily play the late game coming in, which can be to their own detriment at times. But you're right, for a lot of the EU teams who've made it through, that versatility has certainly paid dividends for them, and they can actually lean into it a little bit. And obviously, with such a volatile lobby, like we're having teams coming in and out, new drop spots, new teams, wherever they're going to be, you got to be quick on your toes. So it does make some, part of sense to that. Beyond that, though, we are seeing kind of Damwon in prime position, I'd say, at least on Circle for now. It's not necessarily even a bad shout to sit further to the north of this, considering it will eventually move away from the water. It just depends as to when. But beyond that, this is mostly that kind of portion. If you imagine the land kind of divided by roads, it kind of leads off of Quarry kind of up towards Pachinki. That whole sweep of land should be the main kind of port of call for these teams if they can get it for free.
It's outside of EJ's unfortunate experience. Everybody else seems to be avoiding fire for the most part, or any serious fire, really. We see Kickstarter. Early on in the day, talking about Zenith, Frost was kind of keying in on Shinboy and Poonage as being guys that he would love to see step up from Zenith. For me, it's got to be Kickstart, man. Poonage and Shinboy, I did not put any expectations on them whatsoever, just because, look, maybe it's because I'm a boomer and I'm old, but those guys they're so young, and this is like one of their first big going overseas tournaments, and I wasn't really, anything that they were able to do, I was going to think was going to be great, because this is such a new big experience for those guys, and I think they've adapted and been handling it fantastically. But Kickstart, I was really kind of looking at as to be the guy for Zenith, the one that they kind of lean on, and he's done that, fulfilled that role so well in 2020, and so far during this tournament, it's his wheels have just been spinning right now.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good point. For some of these players, this is obviously a big competition to come into. Now, you'll see the experienced heads keeping their cool, still playing their game style, but some of the newer additions, it is hard to adapt so quickly on the fly and kind of keep your performance up. And here you're going to see that kind of weird pull-up from the Freak of Freaks players. EJ there, just easy between Roth and Shinboy. No worries with that. And kind of an interesting choice to go into prison at that point, clearly not scouting it early enough to see that the team was already there. So a little bit weird, a little bit of a question mark by that, but we move on. And all the teams moving on towards their drop spots. And of course, we wait for that circle shift, that bigger update to see where we kind of get put towards. At this point, it's actually a pretty open circle. With so much of the northern, territory in this, it's not too much of a big bother. I'm not particularly worried for too many of these teams. They should be fine, unless hard shifts happen. I mean, if this, slams over towards Quarry, or if it goes, all the way up towards School, if it, God forbid, goes towards the Millie Island. I mean, there's a chance in weird and wonderful, wacky ways that it could happen. But for now, you shouldn't see teams lose if they're being considered and if they're being even just slightly careful. Freak Freaks look like they've been a little lost to find a home here.
They sure are.
Sound a bit Australian then. Don't know what happened with my accent, but they haven't found quite like a place to be at the present. So it looks like they're going to go towards a freak. Yeah, they're kind of pulling towards that hill that overlooks Pachinki to the very far south. But FaZe aren't far from this. I'm seeing Fuzzface and 8C, I think, over towards that side, and Uber as well. So yeah, Uber's going to call out, hey, we've got some company here, boys. We better get ready for this.
Hey, he's going to call over 8C and see if they can maybe get a two people looking down range open up at the same time before, and yep, there we go. The shot's going to come out, and that's going to give a freak a little bit of info, and well, wouldn't you know it, they're just going to hop right back into their vehicles and get on the move once again. Akkad taking the brunt of the damage on that one. New circle did pop, and it does go to the mainland, and it's centering up right on Damwon, just south of Pachinki. And this was what I was worried about. Petrichor Road looked like they were setting up for a nice little bridge camp here. Is it going to pay off? Yes, it will. They're going to find Naraja. They're going to find Gobnyao. Can they get another one? Yes, they can. Kanaxi, the last one up for Bure Ram. It just seems like it's a matter of time here.
Yeah, it's yeah, they've got him pinned here. There's very little recovery, and honestly, Burram's rotation there being the biggest problem. And yeah, big shots coming out, but on the other side, AAA, look at the sniper on the cliff just across the other side, just delivering that with a smile. But DA's in all kinds of trouble now. Well, the new entries to the lobby, GEX going to be finding the first couple of kills. Already Mert's been flushed. Oh my god, the M249 still intimidating to come around a corner with that beefy thing. And you can see DA not loving their new neighbors. This is not how they wanted this one to go.
Oh, well, there you go. 15th out. That was very unfortunate. That's a weird compound to want to crash. That's a really aggressive trying to crash. I mean, this is the compound that's just to the west of Pachinki. I mean, usually you see teams holding that down pretty hard, and I guess I'm not sure what the idea was there, but they don't get away with it. They don't get away with it, and maybe they were thinking that it would be somebody else. I don't know. I have no idea. But either way, this is now one less opportunity that DA has to try to make it into this weekly finals. As we check in with Damwon, as we said, they were kind of dead center on these hills just to the south of Pachinki. They're looking over Zenith right now, but they are in kind of a 2-2 split here.
Are you feeling kind, Poro? Do we put out another little code for the people?
Always feeling kind. Why not? Let's do it. There you go. Here's a code for you. Get your voting coupon in for this one. Remember, this will be the last day of getting the voting coupons, and then when we get to the weekend, it'll be all EP. You get 1,000 per coupon, so make sure you keep your eyeballs watching. Get all your presents, all your gifties. Everybody loves free stuff, right?
I mean, look, what can't Poro do? Is it car salesman? Is it the coupon king?
Oh God, you saw that.
Everyone saw that, and if they didn't, look it up. Beyond that, though, again, the circle. Apart from a Freaks who are like on the struggle bus here, it should be okay for most teams. A little unfortunate. I feel like Burram and DA might be losing out on some of that steam we saw them have in the past couple of days. I mean, the amount that they've been working through, they've been, the ups and downs, highs and lows have been pretty brutal for them. But let's have a look towards a circle. Update coming in now. Let's see where the next circle will be. Okay, a bit more of an eastern lean to this. We're going to have AAA, good positioning. FaZe, probably quite happy, but I want to see if they try and maybe, not necessarily crash something, but take a compound or try and, I guess, solidify where they are. Because keep in mind, on that western side, that's a lot of open fields. There actually isn't as much playable area now. This is actually probably going to lose maybe 1 or 2 teams here, maybe even more.
Yeah, for sure. I think if I'm FaZe, I'm not sure how much scouting they were doing on a AAA, but you can see already some Mad Maxing going on here. Is Damwon going to be pulling right by Afrika, who's pulling right by AAA, who's pulling right by T1. A lot of teams making their way past each other in these fields. Going to be leaning out, taking the shots, not going to be finding anything just yet. Aqua 5 going to try to let Sung Young know, and he's going to do it. Aqua 5 has been an absolute beast for T1 this tournament so far. Now if they can just manage to get to a late game yet again, as Damwon has once again lost too early. It's this mid-game rotations, man. It's just absolutely devastating.
Someone call Paperthin, make sure he's okay. This is not looking good for his boys. T1 being at the hands of it too is pretty brutal. And the remnants are on the run. Kale's going to get out of there to try and, snake away. This is not fair for the Korean teams. They just keep clashing over and over.
It seems like they're drawn to each other magnetically almost. Meanwhile, ENCE, speaking of magnetically drawn together teams, ENCE going to run into FaZe because you Europeans can't resist fighting each other early on. It seems like you always see some scrapping going on at these international competitions. Fortunately, Rustamar going to see the signs, read the tea leaves, and he's going to pull away from FaZe before they're able to really open up on him. But now might be the time. Uba take a few shots over there. No downs just yet. The smokes are coming out for Ents.
Yeah, Ents have slowly arrived into a pretty good spot, honestly, considering they were way out of the circle for so long. They've now come in and taken a good position. Now, FaZe do have line of sight on this, of course. They'll be able to kind of pop shots down range with the SLR 6 times on top for Uba. Really nice for him. So again, these two do seem to find each other a couple of times now. Similar rotation theories and paths potentially, just kind of understanding where they want to be. But both these sides aren't within, they're not danger close to each other. They're still at somewhat of a distance, but this does mean that FaZe can't progress if they wanted to head that way.
Fortunately for them, it looks like they've secured a spot on the roadside there. They've left Gustav in the double warehouses while we patiently wait for this next circle to see where it's going to go. I have a pretty good idea. I don't think we'll see any hard shifts, really. Imagine they'll just center right on up, and there you go. Okay.
Yep.
So E36 looks pretty good on top of that hill there for now.
Again, keep in mind how much of this area is open. Now, yes, you can build a bit of cover with, vehicles and what have you, and there's bits and pieces around, but the kind of X on the map where the circle centers up is pretty much all open. It's very little playable space, so this is going to be the culling, if anything, in this round. So already, going to have to look towards the extremities, because they'll be the first to be punished. At this point, you are seeing LG Divine finding a little bit of work towards detonation, but again, they've got a bit of time limit. Do they want to stick around on this fight? Do they want to look further in? Or will they just simply claim this? Zenith as well will have to crest that hill against E36. Tiamba, a name I haven't had to say too much today. They haven't been in the spotlight too much. Gonna have to shuffle across the field, which is very open. So someone like AAA, probably happy here. Ents are going to be pushed and pressured. You can see FaZe already on the move for this because they have to be. Diggory very alone here. Fuzzface taking all the attention, all the flack, as Aitsy tries to build up the hill, but FaZe are somewhat in the open now.
Yeah, Fuzzface a little bit separated. Gustav going to come up here and provide Uba with a little bit of support, but look how low they already are just off of that one push.
I'm going to be...
Oh, it's a Kari.
Belter!
Oh, no.
And honestly, I really wish FaZe used those vehicles to go down to the cliffside. Now, obviously, it's not ideal, but I feel it's better than this fight, potentially, for them, and it's being proven in front of them. Diggory's going to find Fuzzface easily. He was just moving up in the vehicle, and Ents have got the wrap on this. FaZe looking flustered, a little untogether on this. Look at the amount of smokes they've had to invest to just stay alive at this point. I'm not saying that South fight would have been easier necessarily. I just think it was a slightly more viable fight, but they've picked their poison, and so far, it's not looking so good. Beyond that, though, T1... a little bit of an exchange here themselves, holding that roadside that leads out of Pachinki towards the south. Squeaky gonna send this all day long. See if it does find anyone on the other side.
You see Divine going down. Fuzzface has been flushed out as well. It's going to provide a little bit of support for Diggory on that push. They are trying to get the wrap onto FaZe. They've just got him absolutely pinned here. And being very, very cautious with how they want to push this. They know exactly who it is. And you can tell they don't want to just hard crash into it. They would love to get a knock first. But here's where a lot of the action is going on this western side. There it is, the grenade. Oh, you knew it was only a matter of time.
Very disappointing. Yeah, very, very disappointing. But back to the hill, though. Zenith on the push. Now, E36 looks a little passive in that final circle, and that kind of more reserved nature is not paying well for them right now. Tiamba slowly creeping up the hill as well. You're going to see them just holding the other side, the little bit of a more southern roll on the hillside. Zenith still want to clear this fight out as quick as they can, so their attention could potentially be drawn to the next fight in tow. Now, Ents are going to continue forward in the east, now garnering some more attention, but you're now seeing Tiamba make their stand. Great shot for Lorena there. That was a lovely little spray towards Roth.
Trade going on between the two. Up 3 here. They still have to worry about Pure Boy, but I think the bigger problem for Zenith right now is going to be Tiamba. Tiamba, as you said, they do get the res. They're just kind of working this ridge line, not being overly aggressive, and they might actually allow Zenith to get both of these reses off before pushing. This is not the Tiamba that we've gotten used to seeing in the past that are just super hyper aggressive, realizing when they have the advantage and pushing onto it when they have the chance. Their Punich is going to get flushed out. Pure Boy is going to be allowed to live as Tiamba just pulls away from the fight.
Oh, and look at T1. They've got great cover to fight this. As soon as Zenith tried to move towards the north side here, kind of work their way back down, they got the instant attention of T1. And funny enough, Pure Boy's still alive. He's just shifted over in a vehicle somehow. Tiamba sticking on the south side of the hill, going to look towards the fields, see if they spot anyone out trying to move in. You see Zenith trying to maybe get Shimboy and Roth deciding to see if we can get him back up. Smoke invested for it, but yeah, there's a problem behind that car. Pure Boy does have a bolty, so there could be a shot come out. We'll keep our eyes on the feed for that in case it comes in. But for now, a bit of a send on the vehicle. Moving up towards that bottom of the hill. Freak of Freaks being found as well. Day Trade getting involved and staying strong in the northeast here. I've got to say, AAA are the build for me that I'm looking forward to, because they are sitting quietly in the compound, and it's the safest one so far.
This is only, what, the second, third game for AAA, and they once again have great position, a great compound. We'll see if they can make it to the late game. I imagine the circle's probably going to pull away from this. It usually does. Looks like it might go over to this area where T1 has been hanging out in. And T1 has been looking fantastic up until this point, but now is starting to pay the price as Zenith will get eliminated by, I believe they got eliminated by Pure Boy. As Pure Boy, I think he might be almost, yep, there you go. Dang Shay gonna spot him out. And T1 now, oh, Tiamba. Look at him pushing from the south side.
Yeah, and they're not doing too badly on this, honestly. Day Trade Gaming with a quick wipe towards the opponents. They're going to contain that territory in the south, but Tiamba looking towards controlling this northern side. Now, it actually looked quite good for T1 until the pressure started to mount. Now, they were kind of picking away, sending some shots down range, but no big problem. Star-Lord's not really recoverable, I feel, here. Ada knows that it's without being able to be picked up. Diggory just says, yeah, screw it, I'll dive in on that, why not? Now, AAA do need to leave the building, and that might open up towards a Freak of Freaks. They can now watch that cross from that Harry Potter tower. Could be a problem. Day Trade will also need to consider their cross. Ents in a fine position here, unless Tiamba or maybe T1 find the time to fight them. So again, this is going to be an interesting kind of conundrum for these three teams.
Oh, this is looking like it's setting up beautifully for Ents here. They can just kind of third party onto this T1 Tiamba fight. You don't really have to worry about T1 pushing over into that area because Tiamba's keeping them pinned down unless they over peak or overextend. Ents will most likely just be able to keep taking the shots over at this. And now Tiamba going to have to worry about Day Trade as well. Now Day Trade still outside of the circle, but it looks like they're trying to maybe get some knocks on Tiamba. That leads me to believe that this is looking like a spot that they would love to crash into.
It does seem like that's an interest for them for now. Let's see if it's... Oh, in the vehicles, you might be bang on about this. Let's see where they take this. Maybe they do want to head towards it, try and navigate past that open space that's going to be such a problem if they went on foot. But send up the car and see how far you can get. AAA have their own problems to deal with, so they can't really punish you too much right now. A Freak of Freaks are the bigger problem for them right on the forefront. So at this point, now more teams folding into this side of the map.
I would love to see Ents maybe send two down to kind of keep an eye on AAA, and it looks like Rustamar is going to be serving that purpose here. Just kind of keep an eye and see if they can maybe take out a few of those AAA players as they're, once again, in that perfect position to do a little third party. Day Trade, oh my God, Banks.
What? Was that all of Day Trade?
Every last one of them.
No worries. Okay, that threat in the south gone. Guys, let's focus on T1 again. We're all good. I've got it. I've got it. I had my nade. It's all fine. And this was the other fight. Building in the background. AAA had to leave this compound. And on the other side was a Freak of Freaks. Now, we saw them down to 2 after that early weird fight. One towards prison and then a couple of issues here and there. But AAA have been a dangerous little squad building up. We've barely seen them. Only a couple of games played too. And now this. if they can clear past this without suffering casualties, they are very much in a likelihood with the likes of ENCE as being towards the forefront of it, maybe Tiamba as well. So it looks like T1 is starting to wane under the pressure. Tixu is keeping a bit of an eye on this, though. He doesn't want to let that situation unravel without him noticing it.
I kind of wish ENCE would devote a little bit more attention down to this, take advantage of AAA while they're in the middle of this push. I mean, they're keeping eyes on Tiamba, keeping eyes on T1, but neither of those teams are a really legitimate threat onto pushing you right now. Meanwhile, AAA, if they can finish off Afrika here, they're going to be a big problem. As Akkad's going to go down. Good shooting from Gems as AAA just continues to crash onto this. It's down to just Hikari.
If he becomes a dagger in the back, that's where it gets interesting. Squeaky finding one of Tiamba pretty far away. Now, the update going to come through pretty soon on this, and you can see the circle's going to put Tiamba in a bad position. They're going to have to move towards T1. Tixu is still keeping track on this. That SLR sitting pretty true for him, and Hikari is going to be a problem for AAA, because Hikari knows he's done for. He probably can't win this game, but can he maybe avenge his fallen teammates by making it tricky for AAA to leave? Absolutely. And if they don't have a need to clear him out, that's a problem. Tixu gets to bide more time over here. Not seeing too many smokes on Tixu, though. That could come back in the late game to be an issue.
Hikari most likely just going to waste their time. 2021 is just going to sit inside the smoke, listen to the footsteps all around him. Maybe try to make it at least a little bit confusing for AAA as they start trying to make their way in. It looks like Tiamba, the rest, M200 are finally going to be able to push onto this fight with T1 now that Dangshe is down. But Aqua 5 going to do the big damage onto M200. Gets the knock. And here comes Mings. Can't do anything. Lorena from the top side as well, but Aqua 5 proving to be a huge pain in the butt. Can ENCE come over here? Well, they'll get rid of Aqua 5. Can they capitalize and get rid of the rest of Tiamba as well?
Okay, we are down to 3 teams. AAA, brand new to the lobby almost. ENCE, a little more experienced, but not by much. Then Tiamba, who've been trying to work their way through, but been halted by T1 for so long. But as you can see, they only have 2 players alive. Now, ENCE hold the high ground. AAA, lower ground. Trickier to work with, harder to bring into practice. We don't know much about these guys in the late game, really. This is the first time we really get to see what they can do. ENCE have been in plenty of fights, might have used some of that utility on the way, but Tiamba wrapping on the low ground, this could force them towards AAA. You can see Tixu now joined by Rustamar, keeping eyes on AAA, the unknown quantity in this final couple of circles.
AAA, definitely a new name that a lot of people may not have heard about before, but this roster is very, very experienced PUBG players. They used to be Q Confirm. They won PCS1 APAC going away. I mean, they were just dominant. And then they took off for a little while after they got signed by Attack All Around. They ended up playing in a different game for a while even, and now they've come back and they look like they have not lost a step as they are making the most out of their limited opportunities here.
I will say, though, just having a quick look through that gear there, it wasn't looking pretty. I'm seeing level 1 vest, no vest, broken vest, no smokes. So AAA, it's gun at the side and the skill they have, and that's about it. Now, the circle did move up, so it did kind of favor the teams in the south a touch, gave them a little bit more play to work with. Tiamba still using that low ground, slowly encroaching on AAA.
And this is the best possible news for ENCE here, as they can just keep hanging out on the top of the hill. They've got the dot. I mean, you see the new circle. I mean, they can afford to just sit here and wait. There's no reason on earth for ENCE to overpeak this or try to push into this to try to get these kills. You don't need them. You just need the win. And right now, Tiamba wrapping into AAA, they're going to find the knocks with the grenades regardless here. Now they just need to wait for Tiamba to maybe do a little bit of the hard work for them here.
But again, we saw it last time. The Snake, you always want to be the last team to the party. Turn up looking cool. You don't want to be the first one in. That's not it. So Tiamba probably going to wait this out as long as they can. Force the fight to happen elsewhere. But again, ENCE still have a little bit of that kind of western side to play with. They still have that side of the hill. Once they clear that out and they see actually no one's here, that's a good little wrap position. And this plateau, of course, is taken by AAA. So again, they'll be holding this one through, and when the circle updates, it will be slap bang in the center here. Tackle around, trying to build themselves some cover as they go.
It's such a weird position for ENCE to be in right now, because you don't know how aggressive is too aggressive to go here. You want to obviously try to clear them out, but you know, if you peek over at the wrong time, or you get that one player gets knocked, all of a sudden now you're in that disadvantaged position, and ENCE does not want to take that risk. There's no reason for them to, but the longer they wait, the longer it's going to be where they're going to eventually have to kind of come over here and get involved. It's just picking the perfect time to strike here.
Patience. Urena has already shown some really big individual play throughout this tournament as well. Quite a bit of firepower beside them. And this is going to be that standoff, very similar to what we saw in the last Erangel, in a very different circle. It's going to be that forced fight towards the end, and ENCE probably kicking themselves with how that went down after the battle with DA and obviously Oath that went through. So maybe that's just fresh in the minds that they don't want to go too early on this now.
They still have a few flashbangs, a few smokes left to work with. They're the ones in control right now. They've got control over the center of the circle. They can see everything. But the problem is they look up into that players remaining, and they see a full team of 4 that eventually they are going to have to deal with. And I think you hit the nail on the head, really. They've got to have that game against Oath still in mind, and they would love to take care of these two from Tiamba as quickly and efficiently as possible, so they can then turn all of their attention towards AAA, who for their part are taking their time and being as patient with it as they can too. And there you go, Squeaky gonna find Lorena. That's gonna be the one to open it up. Can they fit Mings as well? Ooh, they didn't spot him.
No, he's super on the low ground here. If when he has to start moving up, though, he'll be visible to AAA. That's where it gets scary on the other side, though. You can see this line dividing the two isn't much, and there they go. It's down to the last 2 teams. Oh, big work coming in from AAA, though. Squeaky gets a flush, but it's JS on the other side spraying in. ENCE are in trouble. The low ground flank comes out. Diggory dies. And oh my word, ENCE might have just lost another scenario like this. Or does Squeaky stay true? Can he still deliver this? He looks for it. Oh my god, Squeaky! 1 more to go. But in the ground, AAA! ENCE devastated again by the very end. But AAA, they barely played a game. They come in, they look calm, they look cool, and they go out with a victory and can look toward the weekend.
Can you believe it? AAA. 2 games played, and they make it in. What an incredible run. AAA so patient there at the end. And I mean, I don't know what you could have done differently as ENCE. Every team played that as well as they could to the situation that they were given. Unfortunately for ENCE, Jayers with an amazing back-to-back knock on the spray to open things up, and it just immediately put ENCE behind the 8 ball. What a fantastic individual play there from AAA.
It's not easy for ENCE. Difficulties
just devastating
around. Yeah, it's gonna be frustrating for them. And AAA,
Twice.
what a way to come in, right? They literally just turn up, play like 2 games, they're like, job done, we're off. Thankfully, they don't get paid by the hour, so they're good, they're fine. They can lock themselves in. And I mean, honestly, let's talk about that circle position. If anything, again, credit to ENCE to get that far, how far out they were previously. They had that fight against FaZe. They worked their way through well, but that doesn't matter. In this, it's all about who wins. And AAA had great positioning. They had that nice compound on that south coast, sat quite quietly, took, I think, 2 players of a Freaks down quite easily, moved on forward. Very comfy stuff for them. They played it very well. They played to the format, Poro.
Yeah, and I gotta be honest, like I was saying it while we were watching it, I really wish that ENCE would have maybe devoted at least even just 1 more player to go over there and keep an eye on the Africa Freaks versus AAA fight to see if they could maybe pick off a few there. Unfortunately, it didn't end up going that way. AAA gets their 4 to the top, and I mean, just phenomenal individual mechanical play. Let's hear what they have to say about that big win.
14th match was attack all around. We are here with player Jayers.
와,
Congratulations.
아니 이렇게 랭크드 시즌에서의 결과를 번복하고
You guys really overcame the ranked decision survivals games, and you finally made it to the weekly finals. How does it feel?
เล่นไม่ได้ดีตามที่ชอบไว้แต่ว่าพอเข้าแมตช์รอบ2ก็เล่นได้ดีแล้วก็ได้กินไก่ด้วยรู้สึกยังไงคะ
ก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นครับ
너무 좋대요.
It feels really great.
위클리 서바이벌이라는 룰에 정말 이렇게 바로 완벽적으로
Now I really want to ask, you guys really completely took on the new rules that were applied to this tournament. How did you guys overcome that so quickly?
ก็เตรียมตัวเยอะขึ้นครับก็ซ้อมตอนกลางคืนกันเพิ่ม
저희가 준비를 많이 했고
We
이제
really
밤에
did prepare a
연습을
lot,
많이
and
했습니다.
we rehearsed a lot during the night as well.
파이널에서는 좀 어떤 전략으로 임하실 건지도 약간
Now,
듣고 싶어요.
can we also hear what kind of strategies are you going to be using in the weekly
ก็
finals?
เหมือนเดิมครับแต่ก็จะพยายามมั่นใจมากขึ้นครับ
저희 똑같이 준비할 예정이고
We're going to be
좀 더 이제
preparing a lot
자신감을
for
갖고
it, and
열심히
hopefully we can be
좋습니다.
more
위클리
confident in
파이널에
our
이미
play.
많은 팀들이 진출해 있는데 어떤 팀이 혹시 가장
Now, a lot
견제되세요?
of teams have already made it to the weekly finals. Are there any teams that you guys are keeping an eye on?
มากสุดค่ะ
ก็ทุกทีมเลยครับ
모든 팀을 좀 견제하고 있는데요.
I think we're keeping an eye on all the
모든 팀을
teams.
견제하고 있다. 역시 긴장을 놓지 않는 것 같은데요. 인터뷰 정말 감사드리겠습니다.
Thank you for the
승리 다시 한번
interview.
축하드릴게요.
Congratulations on your
ยินดี
win.
อีกรอบนะคะ
ขอบคุณครับ
네, 이렇게 해서 14번째
And there we have it. Attack all around. Defend every angle here for the weekly survival. Their second match played, and they are able to get themselves into that position. A brilliant performance by them to be able to push through adversity. I'm joined by Froz and Cameron as well to break things down. For all intents and purposes, it looked like a potential ENCE win there, Cameron, to get things going, but Attack all around, able to pull it out.
Potential win. This was ENCE's game to lose through and through. They defended off that push from FaZe. That's such a strong position. The reason why FaZe went for that area in the first place, they just controlled over the hill. They didn't overpeak during the fights throughout the later stages of the mid game. They had the high ground. They were using a bunch of utility, which I sort of questioned at the start, but against AAA during the beginning moments of the end stage, Froz, you sort of led me down to think that it was them trying to either get a knock onto AAA that would force Tiamba to push, or at least incentivize them to push, or maybe even push AAA into Tiamba. I'm still not exactly sure on how I like that idea, because we know how useful Molotovs can be during the late stages of the game, but to double up on a potential misuse of utility, those smokes during the final circle did not give them any advantage at all. They had the high ground. They had that little bit of a ridge to hide behind. They didn't need to create more cover to allow AAA to use to their own advantage.
Froz?
I mean, yeah, I totally agree with the smokes in the end there. They definitely put the smokes way too close to themselves. If you want to use the smokes in a scenario like that, you want to put them further away from you to create more space between you and the smokes. The less space you have between you and the smokes, the more space the enemies have, and the more they can use it against you. But I still think, yes, them using the utilities, we saw them getting that knock there. And then they came more Molotovs, more nades. Basically, they were trying to force, what I think, force AAA towards Tiamba. They wanted to force that fight happening. And once that fight was gonna start to happen, that's when they were gonna try to push around, probably from the right side there, from the west side down towards Tiamba's side. Because they had the control there, and we saw how they were trying to just look for that all the time, look for that opportunity to start happening. They don't want to be the first one to engage that fight, but you can use utilities to force the other teams closer to each other and force them to start the fight.
Well, let's take a look at how things break down as well. Look, just again, they've got to be ecstatic of Attack all around with this win, getting themselves through into the weekly final as quick as they have done. Getting 9 kills off the back of it as well. ENCE, another second place under their belt. And Tiamba, who has been here since the very word go, Cameron, has not yet been able to round things out for the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I know we brought them up at the very beginning of the show. I know a lot of people have been looking at Tiamba not only at the start of this event, but also during this weekly survival. I personally have not been too particularly impressed how they've been approaching these games. I don't think that they brute force themselves into the late game here. It was more of a circle decision that got them in this area. Yes, granted, Binks had a great grenade onto Day Trade. They got 8 kills overall, but this is, I think, one of the few times we've actually seen them in the top 3 attack all around on the opposing side of things. Listen, I still hold that this was ENCE's game that they themselves threw. But good job, I want to say, for Gems to be able to get all the kills that he did. 5 for himself. His damage wasn't terrible during this previous weekend, but his kills were a little low. So it's good to see that every single member of this roster has the opportunity to step up, or is able to step up when the opportunity comes their way.
Yeah, definitely so. And I'm seeing that our meta fans are out in full force as they know that they are the next team that are going to be joining the lobby here, and they have 2 games worth of opportunities to try and qualify through into that weekly final. Obviously, we'll be on Miramar, and then we'll be on Erangel a little later on here for us. But aside from the teams that we've already spoken about, anything else stand out to you from this game? Because obviously there were quite a few teams clustered around. Again, T1 was in a pretty decent position for a while. So who were you looking at from this game?
I mean, let's talk about what happened in the start as well. We had GX coming into this game. We were talking about Digital Athletics not having 4 a.m. close to them anymore. So Digital Athletics go to Rostock. That's their normal drop. But GX normally would drop for Gatka. But since T1 is there as well, they didn't opt for that. Instead, they wanted to go for Wartown. This creates a little bit of trouble for DA, even though they didn't fight in the start. What happens is you're tense. You know that they could be there. They could be just in front of you every time they were rotating. And well, we saw that GX actually took out DA as well. So we might see that DA might try to go for that early fight. Now that they had all of that with 4 a.m. earlier, they might try to take that out. Another thing I want to talk about is actually Face Clown. I've said it before, and they are doing it now. They are trying to play more edge. And you can see what happened. They were just waiting until it was time to actually dive into the circle. That's when they tried to make a move. And they tried to make a move into End's position. That was a little bit harder than going south, but that was a game-winning position. If they would have taken that one, that's how they would have won the game, if anything. But it didn't work out all the way. They had, of course, Africa Freaks trying to spoil a little bit from the south side, and it didn't work out all the way. But it's progress, and that's what you want to see. Progression, becoming better, doing better for every game.
Yeah, and I mean, they ran into a strong-looking ENCE right now. We've spoken about the fact that ENCE is one of those teams that will just survive. But when they're surviving to these later stages, Cameron, they're fragging out as well.
They are for the most part. That's what you need to do. We've already talked a little bit about how a lot of the winning teams have been getting a good number of kills, and part of that is the fact that teams are being more safe. They're entering the late game with more bodies to be killed, which I guess maybe inflating is a little too heavy-handed of a word, but it will raise those numbers maybe by a few more, but you still need to be able to get those kills. And we've seen how chaotic some of these late-game situations can be because of how stacked up some of the teams are entering those zones.
And of course, guys, as we near the weekly finals, not only do we have those matches going on, but we will also be streaming the reseeding matches that are going to be going on. But that is by the by. We'll talk about that a little later. It's time to get into our penultimate game of the day, the penultimate game of the weekly survival as we head over to Miramar. Will it be time for another European team or another Korean team? Or will it be Lats AM? Let's go over to Pandy and Poro.
Yeah, thank you very much, James, and we'll do our very best to take you through this from the south to the north. We're going to see everyone piling into this. Now, again, ENCE, heartbreak when it came to it, but it doesn't really matter how you get there. It's the win that counts, Poro. And same question as ever. 4 teams coming in, new looks coming out. I don't really know where to look now because we've kind of moved away from the consistent element, excluding ENCE, I guess, because DA's had real up and down performances here.
They sure have. They sure have. There is one team that's kind of sneakily been getting better and better, and they've had a couple of off games here, the last 2. But LG Divine were consistently finding themselves up in the top 5. Before today, even at the beginning of the day, first game today, they came in 4th. They had a little bit of a slip up here the last 2. Okay, well, sure. Indigo thinking the better of that one. Didn't want to catch an Uber ride to his imminent death. It's probably the smart play. We see the circle does pop, and we are going right over Picado, once again, look who is right in the middle of the circle. It's going to be DA.
Yeah, somewhere between DA and down one, you've got a pretty easy start to this. Zenith up on top of the rocks, always a nice position to be in as well. FaZe, standard drop. T1 out towards the east. Only teams that really get screwed over this are Ents, but Ents like this, they seem to kind of accept their fate and play on these like super far out drops. LG Divine, San Martin again, so a very similar drop location. Buram in the south. Yeah, no one really out of place here. This is a pretty nicely spread out lobby. No one's really getting those early challenges through.
And that's good news because you got to know 2 games remaining. There is a lot of pressure now being felt by some of these guys. And you know what? I don't care how many times Genji sits there and says, oh, we don't, first couple of weeks, we don't care. We're just trying to go for the light. BS. I don't care who you are. You are coming into this. You've been in quarantine for 2 weeks. If you're some of our traveling teams, you've been in Korea. This is a LAN tournament. You are trying to come in here from the very word go, trying to win. You know, if what you need to tell yourself to make yourself feel better about a poor performance is that you don't really care about the first week, you only care about the last, that's on you. But I guarantee you, everybody in here is feeling the pressure right now. They want to make that first weekly final.
Oh, 100%. It sends a message, and I think so far it's showing the strength. I'd say it's been a little unfortunate for DA and maybe Ents today to an extent. A couple of other teams, but maybe Buram you could throw in there. But beyond that, I'd say most people who've come in and looked substantially consistent and have that ability to adapt have got themselves through. It's a good display of the skill here. Now, of course, yes, if teams can't adjust, then that's kind of on them. You know what I mean? Like, that's as much as, yes, Korea is fantastic and certain regions are very strong in certain game settings. If you can't adjust when it's your ticket to get there, that's on you, really. That's as much as it is. And Meta Gaming here coming in, joining us this time, so we'll see what they look like as they progress forward. First time we get to look. And keep in mind, one of the teams that joined very late just walked away with a win, so you never know. As I said, AAA really made an impression quickly.
Oh boy, they did. They came in with a plan, and it's not like they even started off slow. The first game they played, they finished in 4th. So, you know, one of the things that we've been kind of seeing is these teams that are coming in, the first game lately has seemed to be going pretty well. I mean, Ents, their first game, they got 4th. Enterforce 36, their first game, they got 4th. Daytrade got 3rd. You know, it's there's something about coming in fresh and knowing that you've got a very limited amount of time. I think that you come in with a mindset that seems to be working out pretty well for some of these guys.
Yeah. Already, DA going to be waiting for a little bit of attention to come their way. Daytrade Gaming not slowing down. They're committing to this? Yeah, they are. Okay, straight in they go. What? Okay. DA look baffled. They really didn't expect that pull-up. Norins just walks forward. He's got Smash on the run. DA are going to be down to 3 to start with, if not maybe 2 if Smash gets caught here. Yeah, Mutt's going to be flushed. That was a real Hail Mary from Daytrade Gaming, but it works out.
I mean, that's the thing that so many regions have said about these SEA teams in particular, that they just do not care. They will crash you. If you are in a compound that they want, they will send all 4 in. And DA that time looks like they weren't expecting it. I mean, I think they maybe put 2 and 2 together, but it was just a little bit too late, and he ends up getting picked out of the vehicle as they were trying to make the run. So unfortunately for DA, they lose 1 early. They still have 3. They still have a good 2-1 split in the center of the circle. So it's salvageable. But once again, Daytrade, I mean, this is another game, I think the second game in a row now that they've just crashed right on top of somebody.
Hey, look, if it gets them the space they need and they see a vulnerability, if someone's being a little slow, a little sloppy, take it. If DA are sticking around trying to loot late, sit in 2-2 splits, you're going to be punished for that. And I think that's something we might actually start seeing more of. You can't get away with kind of weaker splits or, you know, being slow on having to consider that people will crash you. Compounds are king in this format. We saw that in just the last game. I mean, positioning is pretty much everything. And as said, if you're not aware of that, you're going to be punished in this. This isn't the traditional format. Being center circle, being in one of the better positions will potentially get you a gateway through to very late game, which, of course, is huge.
If you're after seeing Day Trade do that, you kind of start looking around a little bit, and I'm seeing FaZe in a 2-1-1 with Gustav and Uba just kind of in their own little compounds. I'm starting to get a little nervous here, looking to see Gex just off to their west that they might decide that they want to take a compound away. So for now, it looks like for the most part, everybody that's made it to the inside has found a spot that they want to play from, right? The only teams that are really even on the move right now, LG Divine, Petrichor coming in from the northern side by Power Grid, and then of course Ents just drifting by El Pozo right now. But everybody else, for the most part, looks content to just kind of hang out and do a little ADR farming.
Yeah, this shouldn't be flushes off this unless a player makes a big mistake. Most are in compounds, most are comfortable. Some wider splits than others, but it's not massive, it's not huge in this aspect. Ents are still on the way. Keep in mind they will arrive late, and they'll play it as they do. For now, we have to wait and see where the circle goes. Of course, the road that leads west out of Los Leones is traditionally where this seems to head towards, and then down the line you'll get the north-south divide on it. But for now, that's probably where most teams have kind of gravitated towards. You'll see them kind of polarizing in that manner. DA have done it, Burr Ram, Day Trade, FaZe, Zenith, T1, GEX, Freaka Freaks, they're all there. You know, Dam 1 as well, not far from it. So that's normally the critical area to grab hold of right now.
And there you go. See, Roth almost found himself in the same place that DA was moments ago as Petrichor Road pulled up in the position that he was holding. Fortunately enough for him, he's able to get to that vehicle and get on out of there before he gets spotted. Well, you can see Afrika. Where even are they? Okay, I see them there just to the north of Damwon, just off to the east side of Picado. Damwon doing a 3-1 split. They've left under behind inside of Picado. I guess just in case this circle decides to cut hard north, at least they still have some kind of foothold inside of the city to play. Lin Shin looks like he may have spotted out Wicked, or he might just be doing a little bit of scouting here over on Los Leones.
Tiamba gonna bully at least one of the players away from metagaming. Quick 2D is Wicked, I guess. Not a 3, man. I mean, who uses a 2 for an E? Who's done that? You know, I'm calling you Wick 2D. No. I don't care if your name is meant to be Wicked. If you didn't use a 3, you don't get to pretend that's an E. Screw you. For now, Enso have made their way into the circle themselves, heading in over towards Monte Nuevo. Exactly. I'm miserable. What can I say? Centered up would be, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I don't think it's going to go Los Leones, right? That's kind of unlikely. The hills towards Chumaceria, also unlikely. Power Grid still in. San Martin still in. Okay, so pretty decent center up. It's still got a little bit of Los Leones on it, but more towards the east, I guess.
Yeah. I think a lot of teams were thinking, you know, maybe this hard shifts and looks like a Chumacera circle, but you know, still hedging their bets, and that's why you're seeing so many splits come through. This one obviously going to center up just off to the southeast Picado, where pretty much right on top of Afrika in their compound here. We'll see if Under can get out of Picado and rejoin the rest of his squad. But we do have a few teams that are already in vehicles and on the move. Zenith being one of them. Ents obviously being another one, but I feel like Ents is always in their vehicles, aren't they?
Yeah. Just chugging along. Right, let's look at these rotations, because this will now start to kind of pull everyone back together. So this is going to be a very kind of, a lot of moving parts here. Teams that are in maybe 1-1s, 2-2s, going to have to kind of pull themselves together in the same sort of spot. And it looks like we're seeing, at least for now, GEX on their own. This is a big compound to hold in this circle. FaZe want it. They're going to send their players towards it. And it looks like maybe there's some other teams on the horizon. I'm not sure if they're going to go for this as well. But GEX, will they back their man up or leave him to die? That's the question.
Well, it looks like they're going to at least send one over here. Yanli going to make his way, and it looks like that might have been what scared Petrichor away. And Fezfe is going to take a few shots from Yanli, as he's going to take a few in return from Eitzi, who's still holding kind of an anchor position back at the compound overlooking this. So FaZe now, it looks like the compound that they wanted has been taken. Where is going to be the backup? Looks like it. Yeah, they still got a place to play. Okay, they're good. They're safe. They're fine.
I mean, they didn't lose a player, which is, I know it sounds kind of BM, but they've been struggling on rotations and their sends have been a bit here and there. So at least they have that next spot and they didn't lose a player in that process.
Yeah. I mean, it's the argument that you can make. I mean, they've just been finding themselves chasing circles all the time here early game. But one thing that you can chase is a nice promo code right there. You don't have to chase it. You caught it. Go ahead, enter that in and get yourself a voting coupon. You got one more to give out today before we get to the weekend, and these coupons will be worth 1,000 EP a piece. So make sure you get those in as quickly as you can and get all your free stuff.
Free things. We love it. That's why I'm in esports. It's just for the free stuff. Yep. Sometimes I get like a water bottle or a bag, a t-shirt. It's fantastic.
Hand warmer, mouse pads. It's the best.
I stole some hand warmers recently because I was in a studio and obviously no players are in a studio apart from, we've been very lucky to have this on land, so I just helped myself to a load of hand warmers that they have there. Very nice. Consider it's cold, man. It's cold in Europe right now. It's like, wait, what temperature is it?
I believe it.
-2 right now. That's actually warmed up a bit. It was a lot colder, but let me have my very
freedom.
I don't know your freedom language. I have no idea.
Because it's starting to get a little cold
how to
here
convey
too.
That.
I mean,
it's chilly,
like 20,
and it's
20,
almost
it's like 26 right now.
And this is kind of what happens when you have these more centralized circles. It's unless someone makes like grave mistakes, it's going to be fine. This is the first not coming in on towards day trade gaming. We obviously saw DA being punished a little, but beyond that, it's actually been pretty much smooth sailing. Now, the issue then becomes with the next circle that could come in is where does this go? Los Leones, again, unlikely. So it's more about where does this force teams to go, and it's right towards Picado. We're going to see a lot of teams starting to get into their vehicles, start heading through. T1's going to be on the way. T1 Gaming going to just throw some shots down, none really coming through. But beyond that, I'm looking elsewhere. This is everyone now starting to pour forward. You've got Metra in the vehicles, T1 as well. Looking, there's a Freak of Freaks and down one aren't moving. But here we go, pull-up sign happen. Aqua 5 towards the hotel with Star-Lord joining. Just getting to the old motel. 8C still punishing day trade there. So FaZe is still in the circle at this point, keep in mind. They are somewhat on the outskirts. 8C's disconnected from the rest, but E36 rolled down the hill as well. They were on the cliffs overlooking this.
That was a great camera angle as we see Meta and T1 and all these teams trying to crash inside of this L Hotel just on the side of Picado. Sylphia going to try to escape. It's not going to happen, though. Ragnaldinho will clutch him out. Sparking, though, does get downed and flushed. That's a big loss for Meta. They do manage to get 2 inside the gas station, but T1 is so close right here. You can see Petrichor off to the side as well. And I imagine we may still see some more teams trying to head over into this Picado area. We've got a number of teams off to the south that are still slowly starting to make their way in. Buriram being the first. They're under fire from Damwon, though. And does not look like we've seen any knocks come through just yet, but it is enough pressure to make Buriram want to pull up and stop right here.
Yeah, maybe have a little scout on the way. Moving into uncharted territory. Beyond that, again, still 16 teams alive. We've lost out on some bits and pieces here and there. Buriram getting their last player through if they can. Looking at Day Trade Gaming, they've probably got the furthest to go right now. I guess Tiamba are also outside at the moment. They're both on the south side, which is obviously very busy. So traditionally, the circle doesn't really go to those cliffs up towards the north side of the circle above Picado. So again, that's why a lot of the teams are down here. But this could go any which way, really. Most of the teams are banking on the south hit, but at the moment, Day Trade just taking their time driving around because there's not many places to go.
Yeah, this is, I mean, rough stuff here for Day Trade as they're going to have to do the long wrap around. Going out into the blue. Looks like the... Oh!
Uber. Damn.
Okay.
Shot and a half.
Yeah. Yeah, the buggy's still with him. Unfortunately, the player wasn't.
Yeah. Just rolled away.
All right, well... That's going to be unfortunate there for Day Trade. It looks like our circle should be popping here in the next 5 seconds as Tiamba just kind of hanging out on the southeast eastern side, Meta, as you saw in the gas station. And there we go. That's the hard shift we were waiting on. Gex now going to have to make some decisions. FaZe and ENCE as well. Now, there's still a pretty good chunk of Picado that's inside this, but do any of these teams that are outside really consider going there when it's on that close to the edge? It might not have a choice. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I want to see what GX do, because FaZe, I guess, are a little bit closer, but... Okay, so FaZe is DA to worry about. GX is Zenith, and whoever's in Picado right now, and T1 a little. It looks like FaZe are on the move, so DA are going to be able to get some shots through. You can see Uber's waiting behind to maybe keep them suppressed, as Fuzzface and Gustav are going to move up. Are they going to crash this? Yeah, FaZe are pulling up on this. Okay, pre-nades are out. Gustav gets there, but Fuzzface on the ground. Here we go. Code Marco going to send that out and hope for the best. Does it find anyone? Yes, one of them did at least. Gustav now tagged up. Smash seeking toward the open side of this. 8C is there, going to try and play bodyguard for now. Keep in mind, Uber will be late joining this. He was the one to provide some sort of cover on the pull-up.
As far as crashes go into compounds, that was about as well as you could hope for FaZe. They pulled up on the perfect side of this compound where there's no lines of sight for DA to hold. Meanwhile, Code Marco going to try to hold this gas station building. He will find 8C, but Fuzzface going to try to go in there. He's going to find him in the butt, but not enough to get the knock here. Marco, you can see how low he is, 13 HP, pulling up to the side, or up to the top, try to get a little bit of defense here from Matrelius and the rest of the boys.
Yeah, FaZe. See if 8C can be picked up. You can see Code Marco's considering his options. He has... Is he going to try and bounce that off? That'd be wild if he does. Beyond that, though, there's fights further afield, and Tiamba is one of them on the receiving end of a nade there. Quick trade out, but again, still 16 teams alive here at almost the 20-minute marker. The nades back and forth, no guns out this time. It's easier to nade than it is to shoot. So lob him down, and Tiamba flashed up, naded. The bombardment continues. They're just raining in the nades.
Oh, no. Oh, dear. Well, it looks like we're out of nades, and we've moved on to flashbangs, but that is going to be enough, and that is going to be it for Tiamba once again. Our fourth place qualifying team, and they have made it all the way to the last game without finding a win just yet. Back to this fight between DA and FaZe. It's down to just Code Marco and Matrelius. Let's see, it's a nasty little angle for Code Marco to be holding here.
Yeah, it's kind of drawn a line that going up's going to be tricky. Matrelius is in a spot of bother. He's got an angle he wants to commit to. Might be good for 1 or 2. At the moment, though,
the shotgun.
We're about 10.
Gustav picked up the shotty.
All right, breach and clear, bud. Let's go. In towards the compound, but keep in mind that off angle is filthy, the Code Marco has. Really tricky to clear comfortably. And yeah, Gustav looks around. Oh, I don't see anyone, but out there, he's still waiting. He could be on the roof, potentially. Gustav, that was a little dangerous all the way back down. Smoke was in play, but, you know, we don't get to see how much they're covering at the moment. They are the spectating smokes, but out the side, Matrelius catches 80. Oh no!
Oh, no.
That was a good trade eventually for Gustav, but now it's just Gustav
Code
alive, and
Marco.
Code Marco's going hunting. He wants to find this. Fuzzface just got flushed as well. FaZe are about to go down in 15th here, if not DA as well. EU just battering each other. This is not very pleasant.
Oh, and Matrelius wins it, and he's going to get the res as well. DA holding strong against the crash from FaZe. Got a little bit of support from range there from Dom Juan as they were kind of taking shots in there, but wow. FaZe is just, I don't even know what to say. They just look completely out of sorts right now, unfortunately. We'll see if they can pick it up for the final game of the day, but all of this that's going on inside of Picado is going to have to come to a head here as they have to leave to make their way inside this next circle.
Yeah, the sad fact is, after all of that fight, whoever won it, they still get left with absolutely nothing. So again, it's compounds are king. That's all that really matters here. The fight's on the way, really equating to not much. Day Trade were vicious at the start, but now they're just going to be shredded to pieces from the pre-established positions from Wick 2D, taking down Flash, and on the other side, E36 waiting to maybe throw some nades out, see if there can be some damage done off the back of that.
I mean, it sucks for Day Trade here. I mean, they pull up just to try to see if they can maybe take care of E36, but I mean, there's nothing. You don't get points for killing E36. I mean, I would think they would be more concerned about trying to find their way inside the circle, but meanwhile, ENCE has this high ground position, trading back and forth with LG Divine. We'll see if any knocks come through. I'm not sure if anybody has a third-party angle on this just yet, but E36 now in the vehicles. Oh, Rustin Marr, that's going to be a good grenade. We'll get the knock on a Turtle. Petrichor, meanwhile, coming up on the low end of Afrika, as Ents now has gotten the knock. Do they continue the push around? It looks like they will. Damwon, meanwhile, Yan Li, the last one up, hiding in the smokes.
Yeah, for now, Damwon holding, I guess, the ridge-ish. It's not ideal. Ents playing up on the rocks here too. You've got LG Divine on one side, E36 were on the other. I wonder if they're going to get involved. For now, it seems like a no. Tixu finds Nikki pretty quick, but Levi's up above, going to put down some fire. Tixu again, big denial from Tixu. Very little bit of work, and now Rustamar making it look easy. Just walking through LG Divine. We said these guys could have been someone to look at. Right now, that's not the case. They are gone. Ents now control the northeast-ish. And again, Damwon Gaming not having a good time here either. They're in all kinds of trouble. They're getting too many fights in their face, and they are not walking away the victors. You can see, just shredded. Down they go. We're down to 10 teams.
Very clean there from Zenith. They take care of Damwon. They do still have to worry about Yan Li, who's hanging out inside that shack. No health to be found. He's got 4 bandages. But for right now, he is staying alive. As Petrichor, looks like they are content with just hanging out below Afrika, and Afrika's content to let them be there. Meanwhile, Daytrade somehow has managed to make it inside this circle, backfilling behind E36. T1, though, looks like they might be looking over in that direction to make a push. And, oh, Long, well, I guess he wasn't content trying to stay below the ridge line.
And this is a tricky scenario for Ents because they kind of need to hold this ridge until the blue closes in, but it means they're slower then to get to their next position. There's too many teams, there's too many players down there, and they even know that at this point. Tixu, you're going to just gift that? Oh, catch. It's not bad, actually. That's really good. Yeah, nice. Straight towards Pure Boy. Perfect placement on that. T1 are going to try and dive in a little on this too. Venotika's going to be found for this one. Squeaky's even found Sato. This is good from Ents. Again, though, we've been seeing Ents playing pretty well so far. It does feel like that win's just been evading them.
They're in perfect position right now, and as he said, I mean, they would love to clear off this entire north side. It's not so much the kills that they're worried about. They just want to make sure that they don't have to worry about their backside. They don't have to worry about any of these snakes coming through. Norins will get 2. He's going to stay alive, but Tixu he's not gonna let that happen. Okay, your boy is on fire right now, as Ents now has control over that north side. They have that mountain, and looks like T1 for their part is going to avoid the rest of that by wrapping around. Zenith, though, going to send it in the 3-man car. Can they stay alive? Looks like they will. Good for them.
Okay, so we have a bit of a divide here. I say that. I guess Ents is the outlier. Let's kind of leave them to their own devices. You've got the south portion of this kind of circle that's left with the east and the west divide, and Buriram are sadly in between a rock and a hard place. They've got nades being thrown on them. They're on the low ground here. They're kind of in the open. They don't really have a way out of it. T1 have finally made their way around, but they're just going to be arriving to another party. Afrika Freaks are in the compound. They've been happy here the entire time. Not really moving too much. This was just where they put their post down, and they've stuck to it. Again, compound equals king. Poonage going to find Konaxi. And as it stands, it looks like Buriram are on their last legs. I think they might have 1 player alive, if I'm not mistaken. And Edie's been fantastic as an individual, but now too many players going to come his way. Surely dead, yes. Detonation going to come over, claim that eastern side, Ents control the north. Zenith somewhere in between. Afrika Freaks towards the west. T1. And I think there's another team just kind of hiding at the bottom of those rocks.
Yeah, it's going to be Petrichor. That's just got 2 left. Although the 2 that they do have are Mill and Ike's left. 2 of the big fragging names on that squad. Let's see where the next circle decides to go. Is it going to favor Ents? So they have good control from where they're playing from. Ouch. Oh, that is about the least favorable move there for Ents. Fortunately for them, I think they can still push onto Detonation Gaming White here. I mean, you see the real estate that they're having to work with here. Maybe might be able to send Diggory to play a little bit of an anchor spot. Yeah.
So they've got 30 seconds to clear past Destination White, at least until the blue starts moving. So maybe 40, 50 seconds. And then they have to deal with whatever's in front of them, which is Zenith. Now, luckily for them, Zenith are kind of split, and I think they're down to 3, so it's not the biggest challenge, I guess. But that's assuming they don't lose a single player on this fight, potentially. We need to look at this. So Ents sending Diggory forward, and I think Squeaky with him. And look at the positions that are being held by Detonation. they're waiting for this. They're just going to sit this one out and wait until they have to push across. Petrichor Road on the other side as well. They're going to have to deal with T1 coming their way. So 2 separate fights on 2 separate fronts.
And meanwhile, Afrika just gets to hang out inside their compound and listen to all this going on. There's no reason for them to peek anything. They just want to make sure that nobody pushes onto them. Ixlef going to be the anchor spot right here. He gets knocked to about 50% HP. T1 looks like they would love to try to make their way past this rock, see if they can find angles onto anybody, really. Starlord going to find Ixlef, and it's now down to just Mill. Hiding behind the Murado, take a few shots, going to find Adder. Starlord sees him. Can he get 2? Yes, he can. Mill turning it along here as Aqua 5 now the last one up for T1, and he's going to burn him to death.
Yeah, and look who's pushing. Afrika Freaks have moved out. They tried to secure their compound. Pretty good idea. Ends on the low ground. If anyone other than Afrika Freaks wins this, it'll be a miracle. Detonation trying to make a play while it can. Bit of an A trade out. Tixu did find one for it, though. So a bit of a blow-for-blow trade. T1 on the bottom foot here, kind of on the back lines. And we're down to our top 4. We still have Zenith in this. Detonation, Ents, and Afrika Freaks. And now Ents are holding this together, but barely. That blue's on their back. There's a team in front of them. Tixu's knocked. It's Squeaky and Rustamar. Now, if Afrika Freaks want to start pushing out, trying to claim territory, I don't blame them. But Zenith are going to be keeping them humbled here. They will not be allowing them to push too far. And I wonder if Zenith get involved. They're split into a 2-1 almost here. One trying to catch the remainder of the teams as we're watching, and the other trying to keep tabs on Afrika Freaks now. So, Ents make it out with 2 alive. Now, Kickstart's just prone down on this ridge. They are not far away. He's heard all these steps. Another circle. Well, it keeps in Afrika Freaks. They are grinning ear to ear. Finally, we might have another team joining the circle position. What?
Rustin, with the
Rustamar,
SLR?
how did you do that? Just like hip-fired it? Okay, fair enough. Wait, and Poonage just... Oh my god, Poonage! Just found 2 of Afrika Freaks! They had no idea they were there, and now Squeaky's just being a third party to this. Maybe there's still life in other teams. Afrika Freaks, there is no way you do not close this out. Surely you had 4 alive, the full compound. This is your game to lose, if anything. A res comes in, a cat a little further away. Poonage still alive in the low ground, just trying to stay low in this scenario. And Afrika Freaks might have to just turtle up a little here. Ents can hold that ridgeline, but Poonage is a problem to get past.
As you can see, I mean, you can see on the circle on your mini map there, Ents can hang out on that top of that ridgeline for at least a little bit longer while the circle closes in. Meanwhile, AF, they should be able to get this res onto a COD and bring them back up to full strength here. Poonage, unfortunately, for that great double knock there, it's not going to get any kills for it, not put themselves in any better position. But you can never discount that solo player.
Yeah. Look at what he's got left, man. Vest is broken, helmet screwed, no utility. It's literally him and his gun, and just the grit and determination to use it. Now, while this happens, look at Ents. They're moving around towards the more northern side. Now, Poonage might get spotted soon enough, which is the problem. His position, I don't know if it's got much longevity to it. He is in a little bit of a defilade, so I don't know if Ents can see it. But Ents are moving up to this. They want to get a little proactive. And honestly, when that circle closes, Afrika Freaks are going to have to leave. Oh, Poonage, you are barely alive. Keep your head down low. Luckily, he's got 2 first aids, but a nade could kill him. A strong breeze might kill him. But now look at the circle when it updates. Look at that central point. It will cause Afrika Freaks to have to leave this compound. Now, Ents have already moved up. They've been proactive while Poonage was getting all that attention from Afrika Freaks. This is a pretty good idea, but the problem is, outgunned. Afrika Freaks still have so much, and now they're going to make their push. They're going. EJ on the wide flank. Here we go. Rustamar's aware of it, but this Pika's advantage works well in PUBG. Bit of attack. There it is. Rustamar goes down. Goodbye, Ents. Afrika Freaks have to win this. This was their game from the start. They had this compound super early on. Poonage just going to give them a pan for luck. And make your best stand. Good luck, Poonage. You already did so well to get those 2 kills. It's a shame he couldn't convert them. And Afrika Freaks win out the game. It wasn't all that kind of flashy. There wasn't many kills. It wasn't wild, but they played the position well. They didn't make errors, and they get themselves the dinner.
I mean, there was a time there where it looked a little bit dicey for Afrika. The double knock there from Zenith at the end, but they held firm, held strong, got the reses back up, and pushed onto Ents at the perfect time. Won the gunfights that they needed to, and that is how you clutch out a victory. And it's not something that we've been seeing very well from these Korean teams, but Afrika managing to do it just fine right there by holding that compound till the late game and then clutching out when they needed to.
Again, I feel for Ents. I loved how they played that. It wasn't good enough. It wasn't enough to get them to win the end. They made the right moves. It looks like everyone's getting themselves ready here for a nice interview pretty soon. So once that's good to go, we'll jump down to it. We can hear from the winning side of Freaka Freaks. And they certainly needed the win under the belt. I've got to say, the positioning was everything in that one. I mean, there's not too much to kind of add to that. I know that sounds somewhat underwhelming. Obviously, not making the errors is the important factor, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I am very interested to hear what the Freaka Freaks have to say about this one. This is one of their Korean teams that came in from the bottom 16. So let's hear what they have to say.
The PGI.S Weekly Survivals Week number 1 with Intel, and the winning team of our 15th match was Freaka Freaks. We are here with player EJ. Congratulations. That was the 15th game. I think that was a really dramatic win. I think the PGI.S tournaments was a huge pressure for you guys. What kind of attitude did you have to this tournament? Because we won the previous championships, we had a lot of confidence coming into this, but during the ranking decisions and the weekly survival matches, we really learned a lot. You finally made it to the weekly finals out of 15 matches. It was quite a long process. What kind of conversations did you have amongst your players? We talked a lot about different strategies that we could improve on and the mistakes that we made. And so we really worked hard on improving those strategies. I think you guys really made it strong towards the end. We want to hear what kind of final words you have for the weekly finals. We will try our best, just as we have until now, and thank you so much to the fans who have been supporting us. It's almost the Chinese New Year. Do you have anything to say to your fans? Happy New Year to all the fans, and thanks for your support. Congratulations for your victory. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서 아프리카 프릭스의 이재희 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 이제 위클리 파이널로 가는 티켓은
That's right, the winners of the recent PWS managed to find themselves a spot in the weekly final here for our penultimate game of the weekly survival. Brilliant stuff from Freaka Freaks. They held onto a position for all game and were able to secure the win towards the end against the encroaching Ents and Zenith, pushing on their position. I've got Froz and Cameron with us here. Froz, for all intents and purposes, very chill game for Freaka Freaks. We got a few kills here and there up until towards the end, and then they had to hold on to their spot.
Yeah, they basically went to that compound at the 5th minute into the game, but the whole game was pretty quiet in the start. This is one of the few games we got all the way into, I think, 14.5 minutes with only one person dead, only one player that had died. And it's very unusual, and it shows that it's getting more and more tense. I mean, we only got one more game after this. It's only gonna be one more winner going into the weekly finals. So you can feel it. You can feel it. A lot of the teams playing a little bit more passive. They're trying to make sure that they don't take anything, any risk if they don't need to and stuff.
As much as Cameron, of course, Freaka Freaks now does advance, I do think they probably feel very relieved. It feels like they've scraped by here when it comes to this first weekly survival.
Yeah, and as far as mentioning, with the fact that they were in that compound since virtually the very, very beginning, this was, we've said this multiple times, but this was the game for Freaka Freaks that it was theirs to lose. I think it would have been one of the bigger upsets if they were to somehow lose this previous round. Though, gotta say, Punich did make it a little maybe a little nervous for them at the start when he got that, or I guess rather at the end, the start of the end, when he got that 2K. Fortunately, Zenith were already too scattered and disparate at that point, and Ents, for whatever reason, were still too nervous to push down from that high ground, because, let's be honest, pushing that building is still a big task to call for.
I mean, I'm going to stick with you for a moment here, Cameron, because I feel like we've watched, even just through these weekly survival games alone, Zenith go from strength to strength. They're getting to these later circles, and they keep taking these pretty close fights, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, and actually this game I think was probably the one that we've seen them come alive the most. They had a couple of other late game finishes, but they didn't seem to me to be super active. They weren't pushing their own abilities necessarily as much, but this time around they actually were forced to send, I believe, 3 of them in a Murado towards the center just to the southeast of that ending of Freaker Freaks compound. And that is a very uncomfortable spot, but they were landing shot after shot. They actually opened up the brewer which allowed Detonation Gaming to take over that spot before ENCE then followed up push onto them. And then, of course, that Poonage 2K on a Freaker Freaks. They honestly should have been dead at that point. I really do think that, I forget who it was, I think Squeaky with that instant SLR shot onto Kickstart, who was proning with the AUG. I think if that didn't happen, Zenith, they could have made it even closer than it was at the end.
Froz, you look like you were looking stuff up. What thoughts are going through your head?
I'm just like overall, because this game was a little bit weird in my opinion. We saw so many teams kind of not doing anything, but everyone doing something at the same time. It was like weird patterns from the teams itself, weird fights happening, no fights happening. So it was just a really weird game compared to all the others we had so far, in my opinion. I do like how we saw, for example, Detonation going super aggressive on Tiamba. This is one of the things. Normally it's the other way around. Tiamba would be the aggressive team, not Detonation, but Detonation crashing and taking out Tiamba, using a lot of utilities as well. It's like, it's not what it's supposed to be, but hey, here we are.
Here we are indeed. And I guess we do have to properly address this, Froz. I'll stick with you here for a moment. ENCE has had a couple of blinders of games, but they're not been able to round it out. What's going on with ENCE?
I mean, basically, their playstyle is to stay along the edge. They want to play far out, and they want to come in late. And it is looking really good. This is kind of their sort of game style. For this format, they should be doing really good. And guess what? They are doing really good. They are not doing bad at all. They just haven't been able to close down the games. Look at the previous one here. Third place, 11 kills. The one before that, second place, 12 kills. They also have another third place, 12 kills. Their worst position out of the, 7 games they played? It's a 7th place with 3 kills. That's the worst game they've had in the weekly survival here. That shows how strong they are, but they haven't been able to close the game. I hope that they can do it, because one more and it's so close that, ooh, you can taste it, you can feel it.
Yeah, with just one more game remaining here for our first weekly survival, it is truly down to the wire now for our remaining 16 teams. We're going to go to a break, and when we return, we're going to be talking our last Erangel, as well as the final team to move through to the weekly final.
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal, too.
Hello, PUBG Esports fans. The PUBG Global Invitational.S, our biggest tournament yet, begins in February. With a tournament this big, there's a lot to take in. So let's take a look at the format and rules of PGI.S 2021. PGI.S's main event, the weekly series, will be held for a total of 6 weeks starting from February 8th. It is divided into the weekly survival taking place on weekdays and the weekly final held over the weekend. Unlike the previous global tournaments, points are not accumulated week over week, giving every team the same fighting chance each week. Weekly Survival features 16 matches held across 3 weekdays. The goal for teams is simple: win a single chicken dinner. Once you win, you stop playing and move on to the weekly final. The next team on the waitlist takes your place and a new match begins. This list is determined by ranked decision matches to decide the order our 32 teams participate. These 24 deciding matches take place over 3 days starting from February 5th and will divide our teams into 4 different groups. The top 16 teams from these groups face off in the weekly survival matches first. The weekly final is more like the PUBG Esports you're used to. 10 matches are held across 2 days, and points the teams earn are added up to decide their final ranking for the week. The 16 teams that played in the weekly final get the first shot at next week's weekly survival, and the remaining 16 teams decide their placement on the waitlist during a bottom 16 match held every Saturday, before the weekly final. From there, the cycle continues throughout the tournament. One of the big differences with PGI.S is that instead of receiving prize money based on your final rank is determined by how much prize money you've won. We're awarding prize money every week, and the team who has collected the most at the end will be crowned our PGI.S champion. Here's how it breaks down. The first 8 teams to win a weekly survival match each week take home an automatic cash prize, earning more the sooner they win. From there, the winners of the weekly finals tournament get an even bigger cash prize. The first place prize being $25,000 on week 1, and growing to an astounding $500,000 by week 6, giving teams lots of opportunity to catch up and claim the title. Winning isn't the only way teams are earning cash, though. 30% of the total profit made from PGI.S item sales goes back to participating teams. This money will be distributed based on the percentage of money each team won in the tournament, with bigger rewards for the higher performing teams. So, not only do you get cool skins and voting coupons to earn even more cool skins, but you're also helping your favorite teams bring home more well-deserved prize money. Win-win! That about wraps up our overview of the PUBG Global Invitational.S. Initial ranking decisions happen on February 5th, and the first official matches kick off on February 8th. So be sure to tune in, pick your winners, and cheer on your favorite teams across 8 weeks of intense PUBG action.
Welcome back to PGI.S. The teams are raring to go, and so are we, Poro. I mean, we are now 1 game away from finding out our final team to make it, I guess, through Survive the Week format into those weekend games. Poro, I mean, as a summary today, we've seen a lot of the Korean teams finally get those wins under the belt. They were evading them. 2 teams now going through. Who's the final team coming through this? I want to know your thoughts right now.
Well, the S is for survival, and it's been a difficult road in surviving for a lot of these guys. The last team that we're going to be bringing on is going to be Division X Gaming. They got 1 shot I got Eminem songs channeling through my head right now, Pansy. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but they seem to look pretty confident there. Smiles on the faces of the lads. But, man, I got to be wondering, how is ENCE feeling? How is DA feeling? How is T1 feeling? How is FaZe feeling? All these teams that were, it almost felt like were a given to make the weekly finals now find themselves with one game remaining. And, you know, several of them were so close, within one kill of making it, and it has not happened yet.
No, and you're right. I mean, but that's the way of PUBG. A kill can make the difference. The right positioning. It is down to the finest of margins between these teams. And you're right, ENCE, it is probably heartbreaking. The amount of times they were that close, just a step away from it potentially working out, and it fell apart. DA today, a little rougher around the edges. We've had moments. You know, we had that Erangel game, but again, not as consistent. And then we had Buram in the last couple of days, really pushing the tempo, but maybe starting to hit their limit. It may have just evaded them a little bit, but it's the final go of things here. If you have anything left in the tank, now is the time to bring it up. Now is the time to try and hit that next gear that you can go to. FaZe, you know what? I do not know what has happened to them. I don't know if we're going to even get a FaZe Sunday if they can't make it out of the week. Always a problem when you depend on the weekends to perform, but it looks like we are ready to go into our final game of the day here for PGI.S. And of course, as a reminder, this is presented by Intel, where the gaming happens.
Well, I'm not going to be the one to say the FaZe isn't going to make it. I still remember PGC. I still remember the last game. You know, obviously a little bit of a different situation this time around. And this is a FaZe team that came into today so far, have not finished higher than 10th. It has been a rough go for those lads. And we'll see, maybe, I mean, given this plane, we might see a circle that might end up being a little bit more favorable to the boys. But who knows? I mean, we left it to the last minute to get 2 Korean teams in here. And maybe we'll see 3, or maybe we'll see yet another European squad make it in.
Okay. I mean, so far it looks like most of your picks have been pretty decent. You know, you guys at home seem to know what you're doing. You're getting your right choices through. But as I said, with this plane path heading from kind of the south up towards the northeast, it does kind of tend to help out the likes of FaZe with the circle drop. But there's also other teams here, Buram being one of them. Now they kind of hit towards Mini Milta, and GEX are also in an interesting position. Now, of course, Division X, a lot of X's in here. No one needs that many X's in one building. But it does look as though they're going up towards Stalber. And for now, we see the circle. Okay, we have a Millie Island circle. That is as Millie Island as it gets. It's barely got any of the north side of this in. So this is going to be a busy one.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I mean, there's no guessing this one. I mean, you know, sometimes you see they go 50-50. You get a lot of the mainland in, or you at least have enough mainland in to where teams like, I don't know, ENCE, that like to come in from the north and come in very, very late. They hang on that main island for as long as they can until they're absolutely forced to make their way over. Well, you don't get that option this time around, but not with this circle. So everybody is going to have to make their way over right off the bat. T1 already making their rotation. As we check in on a few other squads here. E36 have military base to themselves. You got Petrichor over in Novo, and look at that Yonli. Oh, sad guy. He sees the boat just running away before his very eyes.
Big Sag, but Canaxi's probably pretty happy with himself. He's going to get that going. Daytrade Gaming trying to get themselves a vehicle across. Again, at this point, the rotations are pretty interesting here because we have such a spread towards the north. FaZe going to just get every vehicle they can en route. Uber fancies the car over the bike. Why not? A bit more safety potentially at this point. And again, they're early towards the island. Last time around, they went towards the south side FaZe, and it was okay. I mean, it just seems flat from FaZe. Hopefully this time they can find a better position. They're quite early towards the east, so they should be able to get out there and get kind of where they fancy. Now, E36 have shuffled themselves into a very similar position as the likes of DA were residing in towards, and it's a very strong holding position. Now, FaZe are going to definitely see at least one of the opposition along there on the way up. Buzzface
like
giving
this.
a bit of chase. And does he pull
like
over?
this.
It looks like he's dipped away.
If they can scare Petrichor off of this position, I feel like there's no safer position really to play to the late game than that radio tower. It's so hard to push up there. Nobody wants to push up there early or mid game, but it looks like FaZe is just going to go ahead and opt for their normal spot of playing this south side once again, which that's fine as well. Given that we don't really know where the next shift is going to go. Obviously, last time we saw the military island, it hard shifted over to the west. This time could be different. We'll see. Day Trade, meanwhile, making their way over pretty early on. We've already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams that have made landfall onto Military Island, with 2 more heading towards the bridge and 1 in boats. There's your 1 in boats.
There we are. Nice little cross for them. And again, for the likes of ENCE, Tianba, DXG, RG Diviner Touch, and DA2. This is quite a long rotation. Now, I guess the one bonus of this format is it doesn't really encourage too much potentially bridge camping or anything of the such, because, as I said, sometimes you'll go for those kills and you grab a couple of points here and there. As that's not the case, most teams will opt to try and get a better position first. Now, this could be an issue. Now, Long K's pulled up here. DXG maybe looking to grab any vehicles away, but they seem all too aware that there's a player around here.
Yeah, he's seeing the open doors. He knows it's been looted. Now, the problem for GEX is that they've got 2 here, yeah, but CC and Yan Li are down by Milta Power. So you got to ask yourself the question, okay, is this boat worth fighting over? Or do we just try to hide it out, stay alive, let them have it, and see if maybe we can pick them off as they make their way around the Milta Power Peninsula? Zenith, meanwhile, looks like they've made it in. They've scared Petrichor out as well. Petrichor, for their part, doing a good job of avoiding FaZe, now doing a good job of avoiding Zenith, at least in the early game here.
Next team to make it across, taking the traditional rotation route just up the hillside. They could actually claim that. Day trade could be a problem, I guess, because they are kind of on that coastal side, but it could definitely work out. That position's really nice to utilize just up on the hill where Damwon were. Now, I don't know if they've heard a step. They seem to be clearing very meticulously, but clearing down the lower floor first. It's when they go up top, it could be a problem, but so sneaky. Drops out, quickly turns around just in case someone came through. A bit of a pre-fire, I like that. But now he's in trouble. Spins around, finds one. Long K dead, goes back for more. Oh, the timing's perfect. He's got a spray on the last, though. He's through the M16. Quick little switch out. And now looks for another. IQ 500 needs to live up to that name, because this is a mutually assured destruction. What a sloppy battle between the two. And a casual drive-by.
Yan Li arriving in the nick of time to get the quick drive-by shots there. He's going to have to find IQ 500, though. He gets knocked to about half HP. I think CC has joined Yan Li as well. Let's see, one of the GEX boys has bled out. The res will come through, though, so DXG back up to 2 strong, while CC and Yan Li decide how they want to approach this.
Keep in mind, DXG can get reses, GEX can't. Ferguson, okay, now Long K is back up on the feet. IQ 500 needs to be 5,000 again. Just kind of, get that galaxy brain on the go. The pre-fire on the cross. No one really there. CC's found MBK, and now the natural born killer is going to be having a nice little long nap. Long K comes around. GEX dealt with.
Welcome to the lobby, DXG.
DXG. Yeah, here we go. So DXG doing well to survive their first fight. They should be able to get all the reses. Now, obviously, it slows down their route. There will be the blue coming in pretty soon towards them, but hey, they're alive.
They're alive, and that's half the battle, and they've got the boat there that we did see earlier, so they will eat a little bit of blue, but they will most likely collect a few more meds off of the fallen GEX squad. It's interesting looking at the military island right now, given where the circle and everything ended up last time. The entire north side, all the hills, completely empty. Everybody kind of drifting south here and or kind of posting up around the military base. Nobody really in the hills. So that's going to be good news for our teams that are coming in late. As you see, we still have 5-6 teams that have yet to make their way in including DXG.
Yeah, now I think just because the circle is so drastically south, they're just playing the percentages by sitting on that southern side. There is every chance that it can still go towards the north, of course, but you're playing the chance that at least that south side will still probably have some part of the circle in towards it. But now we do start seeing at least a couple of teams having to cross now. If they're trying to play out late, see if there's any late crosses. It's that kind of stalemate. And again, you're going to have ENCE and DA arriving pretty late to this. Here's DXG, made it out of the fight, and they come across. We do have Destination making their way across the eastern bridge. I think LG Divine are behind them somewhere, but I don't know how much by. I think this is going to be a safe cross. I wonder if they stick on the other side, if they've got an idea of LG Divine, or if they continue forward. And now we have Tiamba and DA on the western bridge.
They're waiting. Tiamba doing a little bit of a camp here, and DA, I'm not sure if they've been able to sniff it out. Maybe they did. I think they saw the vehicles. Yeah, good eyes on DA there, reading that situation immediately. A few shots will come out of Tiamba, but it's not going to be nearly enough. So very, very well spotted out there by DA.
DA not fancying their odds on that. Tiamba are leaving. Maybe they don't want to stick around too late either. Once they see that next circle, which is in a couple of seconds, they can adjust quickly off the back. Probably nice rotation timing, actually. Let's see where this goes. Wow, okay, very southern still. Now, of course, it's gone towards the west here, so there's a lot of rooms, a lot of compounds. Those cliffs can be very playable, but someone like Daytrade is laughing. They'll be really happy with their position. E36, they were the ones who landed early, and Damwon Gaming are actually in a very good position as well. FaZe T1 will probably ideally shuffle across, but not as bad as likes of Buriram and LG Divine, DA, ENCE now have a tricky entry to this. Technically, nothing stopping it from swinging back up. Eventually, it will move away from water, so that north side of the circle will seem more viable than ever, because you know that eventually you'll have to crunch into the landmass.
A lot of teams, looks like they're gambling on this thing going out of military base. There are still a few teams that are inside of military base that are kind of making their way over and across, but for the most part, you can see everybody just kind of hanging out on the hills. As you said, Daytrade in a fantastic position to kind of figure out what's going on around them. A few firefights starting to pick up, though, here on the eastern side of the military base. Petrichor, Zenith, going to be trading back and forth between these two ditches.
DA, where'd you go with this? Approaching on the coast, Tiamba's already over there. That was the kind of avoided bridge fight that now might have a chance to come around. Smash getting up towards, yes, M200's territory, so that's going to be a couple of shots coming out their way. DA probably going to continue forward, but into the unknown. You've got Tiamba still in a bit of a split down the side. Looking towards this, who else is there? I guess you've got Daytrade up on the hill, so if they go really far, that'd be the problem. Great shots coming out from M200. That's really softened them up. And yeah, Lorena's going to make light work of Metralius. Lost on transition, unable to make it through to where the rest of DA seem to have been kind of committing to this kind of like smaller area here. Yes, it looks like the cars will be pulled in. Living in the shadow of Daytrade, but it's somewhat safe.
Yeah, I mean, coming in as late as they did through everything that they did, losing one there as, that's okay. We'll take that. Meanwhile, Zenith looks like they've elected to go into the ditch just off to the east side of the Damwon compound. You see Damwon holding that 2-2 split across the road that we see so often. This is such a strong split. They managed to get to the late game. We'll see what the circle decides to do as we see ENCE finally making their way across the bridge, but they're going to find Tiamba ready and waiting for them. The shots already starting to come out.
Yeah, this is scary from ENCE. Where do they go? As I said, DA ran this route and it didn't go so well, so maybe ENCE can be forced to fight on this, going straight up directly towards Tiamba. M200, they're out of the vehicles. They want to fight here, ENCE. This is scary times. The bait comes out, draws the attention of the kill. Not quite there yet. Now it is. Rustamov finds M200. There's more of Tiamba waiting on the other side of this hill. The suppressing fire from the SLR does well, but not well enough. Rustamov's found enough to force Tiamba away.
Fantastic play there by ENCE. Tixu will get knocked by Silzen, but the bait with the vehicle was exactly what was called for. Perfectly played. They end up picking up two. It looks like they might lose Tixu, and that's the cost of doing business when you come in that late here onto Military Island. Divine going to be the last ones to make their way across. They're eating a little bit of blue, but it looks like they should be okay. Hence might be able to take a few shots over the top. Adam, where's this next circle going to take us?
Okay. Southwestern side of the Millie, and honestly, Damwon's positioning is really strong. So is Zenith's at this point. They might get a little overwhelmed. T1, excellent positioning too. This is going to be an adjustment. DA can snag a really nice compound if they start rotating fast. This actually isn't terrible for too many teams. There's still enough space here, I feel, for them mostly to be able to find a bit of room. Unless they go for a greedy slice of the pie, that's when you can get punished in this. Meta are on the move. They're going to try and find their home for now. Not sure how much is here still. If they go down towards that compound, that's ridiculous. You think you're going to get this for free. There is a little bit of room to be had. Maybe they can scout something out. I don't see them getting away with this. Zenith and Damwon are both down here, so if they go for that, that could be the death of them. I don't think that'd be a great call if they do, but who knows. But now Buriram still working on the outskirts, FaZe on the outskirts, and yet, okay, they go for the fight onto Damwon. Okay, they want this that bad. It is a 2-2 split, which is pretty bold at this time, and maybe a mistake being exploited. But for now, Metagaming suffer casualties drastically, down to only one standing. A quick flush, but they did cost Damwon a player here.
You gotta wonder. I mean, we've heard so much about Meta and bringing on Wicked for this tournament and the issues that they've had with some of the communication. That was one of those situations where you got to imagine having everybody on the same page, speaking, quickly, trying to figure out what to do next would have been very, very helpful. Unfortunately, they lose 3 there to Damwon. They do keep Sparking up though, so we'll see if maybe Sparking can hold his position into this late game as we see DXG still wrapping around on the lane. They've been in a boat for like 50% of this game so far. They have yet to make landfall, and oh, wouldn't you know it, they're going to find Lin Shun just waiting with his SLR.
Oh my god, that was a shot and a half. Lin Shun's wild up here, going to spray away with the 4-1. Safe's going to be forced off this angle eventually by IQ 500, but this guy's an animal. How's he able to do this so easily? Okay, quick little nade, just send that down as a depth charge. Here we go. A little too deep, but it's going to make things trickier. DXG are screwed.
Oh, they are in absolute trouble here. I mean, looks like IQ found a little bit of purchase there that he might be able to crawl up and take a few shots. Meanwhile, Zenith sending the frags over towards Damwon. Yeah, Damwon looks like they have centered up, or they were able to get everybody over to this compound, and Zenith just taking that opportunity to say, thank you very much. We'll backfill that compound all day long. And they get all 4 in there, waiting for this next circle to pop.
Yeah, now remember, eventually it'll shift away from that water, so the mainland towards the north, of course, seeming the most optimal. E36, yeah, there we go. Ents, Zenith happy.
Okay.
I guess Damwon are happy, even though they're down to a slightly lighter number. Daytrade not unhappy with this. They've got high ground. Daytrade not unhappy with this. They've got high ground to suit as well. IQ 500 practicing his jumping ability. There we go. We are now goats. Up, up, up.
We're eating trash and cans and climbing up the sides of mountains. That's what we do because we're goats. That's where I was kind of going with that. I don't know if you picked up on it. FaZe, meanwhile, they've got to figure out somewhere to go. I mean, you can see they're on the very outside of the circle. Once again, the late game circle shifts just not favoring the FaZe clan as DXG going to hop back into the boat because it's been working so well up until this point.
Well,
at least they'll find a place where they can maybe climb up. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, they can climb up from there. Where are you going to go?
LGD, yeah. Okay, you've got Ents on one side. I guess Meta's building is probably the easiest place to crash, but let's see what Sparking can do. He's got the smokes up. He's already going to have a little bit of grenade. Everything's going to be coming through. Everyone's piling in on this side. They are all going to go towards us. He's got one punage down. Oh my god, the nade! He just got everyone Sparking! The one-man army has just destroyed LG Divine. How did he just do that on his own?
Is he the Terminator? Is this T100 coming back? This is Meta Sparking. This was the name that we said you will know by the end of this tournament. And he is proving why here. Great grenade. Now, I'm not sure why Zenith tried to send it across there. It's such a kind of a weird call considering they had the compound for themselves. FaZe, meanwhile, now trying to send it. They're going to find Malofo. They're going to run over Malofo. And he is done. FaZe finding themselves a little bit of purchase here as Detonation Gaming White is, well, it looks like they might be about done. Gikori, the last one up.
What a valiant last stand, though, from Sparking. Loved that. Compound now is actually available. That's a crazy thing. That, with him removed, that's fair game. Now, whether or not they go for that, kind of beyond the point. No one else really knows that's available.
We see a few teams still on the move. Oh, boy. Well, there you go. DXG, the boat lads, finally going down. Mings pushing up a little bit close here to FaZe. I think he's taking some shots over from Day Trade still. Maybe a few from what's left of DA. As we see, the lobby has cleared out quite considerably in these last few circle shifts. Now we've got the next one getting ready to reveal itself. Yeah, this is going to be the one, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the teams, whoever gets kind of put out of place here, you can get in. There is still room, but it's maybe a crash. It's, okay, so DA, Day Trade, and E36, the ones going to have to kind of decide what they do. I don't know where they'd go on this one. E36 can go to the compound, because I guess, yeah, so they must have seen all of that happen. Not a bad shout to pull up here, honestly. It's a pretty decent choice. This compound has actually got a load of boxes to pick through. And it's also free of any players because of, you know, old Sparking over there. But outside of that, Day Trade now have one option less to go to. And DA, plenty of cars, but nowhere to drive them.
I got to feel like ENCE has to have their heads on swivels right now. They've got Day Trade above them and DA just off to the west. And their spot is looking real tasty right now for both of those squads. We'll see what happens. T1 still has their compound that they can kind of hide out in. Gotta imagine that they are keeping very close tabs on FaZe. They know that they're right across the street, but no pushing out from T1, not taking the risks just yet. Meanwhile, FaZe is going to keep trading back and forth with Buriram, make sure Buriram doesn't get too ambitious with their peaks here.
I mean, Buriram's ability to survive so far is actually pretty impressive. Mert now in the vehicle, code Marco and his. It's time to see where DA go, but Day Trade Gaming are up on that hillside. You've got ENCE just that little bit lower. There is no real easy route on this, and you can see them going kind of up the hill line towards Day Trade. That's a little sketchy. Back on towards the road we go, swinging around, and smash! Straight out of the vehicle. Norins is going to find him. That's a quick flush for Aqua 5 too. DA, good luck finding a home here, boys. This is not pretty.
Oh, it's not. The one thing that they've got going for them, or had going for them, really was the fact that they had their vehicles, and now they're going to run right into FaZe. Gustav going to take out code Marco. Now Mert's still alive, but he is in a very precarious position, hiding, I think, just behind a rock. He's got his vehicle with him. He's going to stay alive now because of the smoke, but you can see Day Trade taking the shots over in that direction as well. Day Trade still has not left yet, though. We've got to see where they are going to go. They've got vehicles as well. They've got to try to make a decision here soon, and like I said, that end spot is looking real tasty.
Yeah, where does Petrichor Road go on this? They're kind of back to the blue, and then the rest is facing Zenith. If they go across the road, that's phases or maybe T1s. Day Trade on the move now. They're going to try and maybe move towards ends. We said they had to be on a swivel, and now looks like Rustamar is, but a quick trade keeps Day Trade in this. Flash now moves forward. Diggory going to get the flush, but there's still dangers aplenty. Squeaky on that low ground trying to work around. Gets Flash to fall back. This is a scrappy battle between both Squeaky and Diggory, the last two for Ents now. There's a res available if they get this kill quick. Diggory slowly but surely creeping up. Nurin's taking the back there. Squeaky, though, does eventually get the kill, but not before they were able to flush Rustamar. It's only going to be two of them, if at best. And now everyone's piling in towards Ents. They are in a bad spot here.
Aqua 5 just rolling out there by himself on his lonesome, trying to clear up all this stuff. I think he was just, the rest of his squad said, you know what, go on there, see if you can third party, see if you can pick something up, take care of that, get rid of it. If you can't, fine. Just stay alive, play your life, put some pressure on, and now he's going to send it back to the compound. We wait there. We see the new circle has popped, and now T1 has to decide where they're going to go next. They've got FaZe just off to the north. Remember, they're just kind of holding down that little ditches and trees there. They've been paying very close attention to Buriram, but they have not had an angle up onto T1 up until now.
Down one.
Oh,
doing well. That's going to be under finding Mert. Real thin angle to work with, but very well done there. Lovely stuff. And honestly, they're in still a fantastic position here. It looks like options are starting to dwindle for some of the other teams. Everyone else is, I guess, somewhat safe. I'm looking at T1 where they head to, maybe Ents a little. Seems like it's vehicle time. In we go, and away we go. Full send for Ents. It looks like they're heading up towards T1 a touch. See if they swing around right towards FaZe. Actually, where I think the remainder of DA pulled up to. So definitely going to hear the bike. Squeaky knows there's someone been here, but, you know, where are they? Look how open that potentially could be. So Ents are going to be prone down here. Where does T1 go now?
That's the problem, isn't it? I think the additional vehicles that Ents provide make that a little bit more of a secure location than it was when Mert was hanging out there. And God, you hate to see DA go out like that. Unfortunate, as they will not make that weekly final despite having a fantastic performance throughout these past 3 days. But as you said, T1 needs to find somewhere to go. They're going to be playing around the roadside right here. Ents is going to be the first line of defense.
Yeah, and look at the angle that Under has again. He was able to punish DA from this before, and he's still getting away with it. It's a very fine margin to work with. Yeah, he is playing pretty spot on overall. You can see T1's options. It's this plateau for now. It's barely in, but it is in. So, I mean, I don't know how much they can re-sustain here. Under still being a problem.
I wonder how much utility they have. You can see there's a few grenades coming out. But I mean, this is perfect position to just grenade the hell out of if you're T1. But I think that they're wanting to try to save as much as they can. This is that's a good. How are they still alive? There.
I don't know how Ents are alive, man. Like,
yeah.
What are these fins made of? It's just, I don't know.
Mithril.
Just Mintu and snow. I don't understand it. These guys are just insane. Just tucked down there. They're just not moving. Now, Circle Update will change the scene for a lot of these teams. And again, down one, right in the middle of it. We've seen Korean teams gifted with some circles here, man. Gen G had that church. Happy to sit in that to almost late game. Very, very comfy. Ents were just outside of it, and they're just outside of this game as well. It is going to be Under to find Squeaky. He's been working that angle the entire time here. So Squeaky, it felt inevitable, be it T1 to find it, or potentially Under.
And you can see FaZe just playing it cool, calm, and collected as well. They know all this stuff is going on over here, but they have not elected to strike just yet. You got to imagine if Ents is able to do a little bit of damage here to T1, if they get a knock or two, I think FaZe might make a run. But the problem is they have to worry about Buriram as well. If FaZe tries to push into the T1 fight, then they have to worry about Buriram taking a shot at their back. So Buriram has to find a way to get into the next circle as well.
When all this happens, down one are just going to be getting stronger here. No one's going to crash that compound, I feel. It's... I don't know which side you go to here. Zenith can kind of live in that tiny corner. It's not ideal, but it's feasible. Whereas likes of Ents and, you know, Buriram, FaZe, T1, they're all just taking chunks out of each other. Nice work from Kickstart from afar for Zenith. Just holding themselves accountable to anyone who's going to be trying to work out in the open. Not going to let it happen. T1 moving the vehicles up. Squeaky still finding room to get some kills, but Diggory's gone down. Look at the amount of space he has to work with. Almost nothing. As soon as he steps forward, he goes down. And again, 10 kills now coming through. FaZe, though, coming online towards Buriram, looking towards their backside, spinning around on a dime. T1 going to try and progress forward. It's FaZe next on the chopping block, though, using this mobile cover as they go. Indigo did get knocked at some point. Gustav's found Edie, but they've got problems on another front. Uber is going to have to call this out. He needs some help here. Fuzzface right on the verge of that smoke. There's a player just on the other side, and Zenith have pushed this. They are madmen, but Fuzzface is dead and gone, so Zenith taking the fight that's in front of them. Heel's dead. Surely not another NA team. I will lose my mind if we've got it. I could not believe it. Buriram's gone down. Oh my god! Oh my god! Zenith, Kickstart have just sent that with a smile. We're down to 4 teams, and one of them's not Buriram. I do not believe that has happened. Zenith, incredibly bold play. T1 now down to 1. Adder alive. FaZe gonna watch them as they try and move forward through that smoke. They're gone. We're down to 3 teams, and FaZe is one of them with 3 alive. E36 in kind of no man's land, I've got to say. FaZe outside of the circle, though. And Zenith, what a moment to strike.
The push from Zenith was so perfectly executed. They managed to get a knock onto under and then immediately crossed the road and somehow managed to stay alive and win that fight, that 2v3. The problem for FaZe now is look at what's in front of them. There's nothing. It's just wide open real estate.
It seems as though my feed has been lost here, so hopefully that does come back. Is it still up for you? Seems as though there might have been a bit of an issue there. So fingers crossed we get a resolution as to what's happened. We're as much in the dark as you are. But as said, we had E36, Zenith, and FaZe left in that kind of final scenario. Again, apologies is all I can say. We're as much in this as you are at home. So hopefully we get word as to what's happened right now, because who knows, maybe back in we go.
Okay,
it looks like we
go.
are back in. We lost out on E36. That's the team that's gone down. We are back in the game. So FaZe up against Zenith. Now Zenith had the better hard cover. However, FaZe have spread well here. Uber's been isolated. We've got Shinobi and Kickstart, but Uber just found Shinboy. Oh my god. Are FaZe really going to do this on the final game of the final day? It's no Sunday, but they might just make it one. Uber's moving up on 6 HP. I am amazed at this. Kickstart, you are the man that I've been told to keep my eyes on. If someone can do some damage, it's you. But again, broken vest, helmet in tatters. I can't believe the FaZe might actually do this with 10 kills, and they had no right to look this shoddy throughout the day, but then turn up in the final moment. Paro, I am lost for words here.
What more could you ask for from a final game? Looks like Shinboy might be able to get rezzed here. And, you can see the rest of FaZe in the background. They haven't tried to go for the angle. It looks like 8C might be starting to think about trying to go for it. He's in the vehicle.
Good nade.
No, he's wrapping around
Really
the other
good
way.
nade.
Oh, that's a good nade from Kickstart.
Oh, Kickstart, dangerous game.
Oh.
Okay, we've got two standing pretty much against two. Kickstart's vest is broken. Everything is screwed for him. He is the gun by his side. Shinboy has to almost be the tank for this, and he ain't looking so tanky. 8's still sitting pretty, and keep in mind, Gustav is 3'd up. So if Zenith do this, it is against the odds. However, Gustav finds Kickstart, and now Shinboy left in the 1v2. He's isolated one. He's got the tag, not the frag, though. Spins around, looks for more. His cover's now gone. In the open. He's got to face the music and FaZe. I cannot believe it. They survived the week in some style. That is unbelievable. The final game of the entire run of the week. And they make it happen.
Look at him laugh.
Yeah, I think they know. I think they know what they've done. As if you call that off FaZe.
What is it with FaZe and PGC qualifiers where they gotta wait until the last damn second to give everybody what they know that this team is capable of doing? You see, I don't care what anybody says about, not caring about the first weeks aren't as important as the last 2 weeks. That is the look of relief on all four of those men's faces right there, and they absolutely deserve this win. That was a tough victory for them to secure.
Unbelievable stuff. I'm sure the interview's getting sorted out now. Once we get word, we'll head down to it. But for now, I am lost for words. It's always the final time they do this. Roll your minds back how many times? They just give people heart attacks. I'm going to give them they are just the heart attack squad, these guys, but they do make it out of the week. They will be in the weekend playing it out. I thought that was damn ones all day long. They were in prime position, but Zenith, again, I hate to not see Zenith there after the swing up. Yeah, that push. Unbelievable stuff.
Absolute bravery in that push coming out from Zenith, and they played it so damn well up until the end, but once they got their backs were against the blue, Kickstart giving everything he possibly could. 5 kills to his name. Even got an extra knock, turned it into a 2v2, but in the end, FaZe just proving to be too much. Well, let's hear what the boys have to say after this big victory.
우바 선수 만나서 인터뷰 나눠볼게요. 축하드립니다.
Congratulations, Uba.
Thank you very much. 네, 정말 유럽의 전통 강호 드디어 자존심을 지켜냈습니다. 긴장 많이 하셨을 것 같은데 지금 심정이 어떠신가요?
You have been nervous for the final game. Like, how would you feel right now?
심정이 어떠신가요?
We got nervous.
I mean, you must feel nervous because of this last game. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, we got nervous. It was good to qualify. But to be honest, we kind of didn't deserve it. Like we played before, we did really bad. And now we just have a point to prove to everyone that we are still a good team. now we just like
사실 앞 경기에 많은 부진함한 모습을 보여서 아쉬운 면이 많았지만 저희가 마지막에 이 경기를 이기면서 다른 팀들에게도 저희가 강팀이라는 걸 보여준 것 같습니다. 저희가 마지막에 이 경기를 이기면서
이제서야 우리가 알던 페이지 클랜의 경기력이 나온 것 같은데요. 지금까지의 성적은 좀 아쉬운 모습이었습니다. 그동안 팀원들과 어떤 피드백을 주고받았는지 좀 궁금해요.
The last games, it's been difficult for you guys. We were wondering what kind of feedback did you have on each other? The last games, it's been difficult for you guys. What kind of feedback, what kind of talk did you have between you people?
I didn't just waiting for the right moment.
What kind of feedback, what kind of talk did you have between you people?
I didn't actually want the waiting for the right moment. I'm happy with that.
경기를 잘 운영할 수 있는 그 순간을 찾기 위해서 많이 노력을 한 것 같고요. 저희가 많은 어려움을 통해서 좀 경기를 잘 운영할 수 있는 그 순간을
네, 이렇게 해서 위클리 서바이벌 1주차 마지막에 또 승리를 하셨는데 우리 또 페이지 클랜을 응원하고 계시는 많은 팬분들께 또 지금까지 지켜봐 주셨잖아요. 감사하다고 얘기해볼까요?
You just say words of thank you to your fans who've been supporting you for the last match.
I mean, if you still believe in us, so yeah. Like, thank you very much. We try to believe in us. So yeah.
마지막까지 저희 응원해줘서 너무 감사하고요. 저희 지금까지 부진한 모습 보였지만 앞으로도 더 좋은 모습 보여드립니다. 감사합니다.
네, 정말 승리 축하드리겠고요. 파이널에서의 활약도 기대하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 땡큐. 정말 승리 축하드리겠고요. 네, 이렇게 해서 위클리 서바이벌 1주차 결국 마지막 매치에서 승리한 팀은 페이지 클랜이었습니다. 지금까지 오바 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤고요.
Based on 2019's PGC, I have to say, it's destiny! I can't believe it. What did we just witness? FaZe, just like in 2019, manages to close it out with the very last game. They're the ultimate tease. I've got Froz and Cameron here to break things down. Froz, what is going on?
It's just a repeat from PG 2019. I mean, they bring it so close, and in the end, they just go all the way. I just honestly, I don't even know, because like the shape that we've seen, the form they are in right now, it does not look good. But them being able to get this win, now they're gonna have 2 days off. Well, everyone is gonna have 2 days off before they're gonna come back here and try to readjust themselves to the normal super settings format and play from there on. So I think it might be all good. We'll just have to wait and see.
Cameron, thoughts? Oh, he's muted! Still muted.
Oh, it's still muted.
We'll get there one day.
Eventually.
Maybe he can't hear us either. This is fantastic.
I don't.
Froz,
yeah,
let's
I
talk
don't think
between
he
one
can hear.
another.
Yeah, okay. We'll just keep on talking.
He's given up.
I think he just realized. Yeah,
Get off
he gave
camera.
up.
Yeah. No. Yep.
Hey, he's back.
Welcome back.
No, I'm back. Yep. Yeah. No, it's fine. Whatever. You guys did it first, so it's fine. You beat me to it. No, it was just first it was FaZe Sunday, even before PGC. It's like, are they doing it on purpose? Like, constantly waiting for the very end to do what needs to be done. It's happened so much throughout, not even last year, not even 2019, just throughout FaZe's entire run.
Yeah, absolutely. And whilst you were muted, you actually gave us some amazing secrets there, but nobody in the audience could hear it. So I do apologize to you guys out there. Great insights. Yeah, we were able to hear it. No, we weren't. So, Froz, looking at this though, I must say, you know, FaZe getting themselves to position, great stuff. They now move through into that weekly final. I gotta feel a little bit for Zenith as we look at these highlights here as well. Once again, right to the very end, Zenith was able to survive. They have impressed me so much with their games that they've been able to put out over these last few days.
Time after time after time to get that second place, but it's just not enough. But it's still good practice for him, and coming into the reseeding games, I think that it's gonna be good for him. We've seen all of them basically on the team being able to do clutch moments, no matter who it is that is left alive, and that's something that is really huge. That you're not just relying on, if that person is still alive, then we can win a clutch situation. If not, well, we're already dead. So that's great to see. And I mean, this is you gotta remember, young team, they're coming here, playing in the global for the first time. They're doing phenomenal for that, I'd say.
Yeah, totally. Got to agree. Cameron, your thoughts regarding Zenith once again?
Just following up the previous match, they've really looked like they finally turned on. And so even though it could be a little disappointing for them that they didn't make it for this first weekend, they are setting themselves up to be a really solid team throughout the course of PGI.S. That being said, we've said this about multiple teams. They are not the only ones, so they're not the only team that's going to be leveling up throughout the course of these 2 months, but they're showing us teases and moments of how strong this roster can be in the future if they do finally start to come online consistently, which I think is only going to add another scary North American roster. I'm just going to bask in the fact that, understandably so, the North American region was not considered this. I mean, it definitely wasn't the strongest throughout 2019. Understandably why it wouldn't be considered major threats coming into this event. But through and through, not just Sonics and SCK. If Zenith can get it together, every single team coming from this region is going to be a major threat, which I think is going to shock a lot of people.
I completely agree. And normally I would throw in Bants and be like, nah. But honestly, they've looked great. So kudos where it is due. And now we can look at our top 16 moving through into the weekly final here. Social media was ablaze just briefly here as FaZe have been able to clinch that 16th spot. And here are the 16 teams that will be playing this coming weekend. Froz, it is a brilliant lineup with some names I didn't quite expect being there, but also, other regions not having as many names there as I expected to.
I think that tells you the story, right? Don't underestimate any team. Anyone could get through here. Anyone have deserved their spot here, and it's just gonna be amazing to see. There's gonna be some things that we're gonna be wondering about, like, is STK gonna drop Milta because they had great success going Milta after taking out FaceTime from there? Is FaceTime gonna do something about it? There's so many potential stuff like that we don't really know about what's gonna happen, and it's going to be super interesting because we're going back to the normal super setting format as well. We're not going to have this weekly survival. Now it's going to be the weekly finals. It's going to be totally different.
Definitely so. Cameron, your thoughts on this 16?
It's going to be a really, really strong weekend. It's hard for me to pick out a particular team that I think is going to be the most successful. My eyes are, of course, going to be drawn towards the Sonics because not only did they win the first game of the weekly survival, they were also up there at the top throughout the entire ranked decision. So if you want to look at the most consistent team so far, surely they're going to be at the top of the list for that. But every single team here has had a solid, even just one game or more so than that. So I'm really excited to see what we're going to be seeing this weekend. The only thing I'm a little worried about, especially for the teams that qualified earlier on, is how will these past couple of days of just being able to relax, how is that going to affect them? Are they using it appropriately to do research and to study and prepare for the weekend? Or is it going to end up even just accidentally biting them of them being not as warmed up as the teams like FaZe, Afrika, Genji, Attack All Around that qualified later on, that for some of them have played more games?
I said social media was ablaze, not only about FaZe advancing, but also I'm seeing already the banter begin between FaZe and Shoot to Kill. So yes, please give me what we want. That is going to be something to follow on throughout the weekend, as well as Froz has already mentioned here. A great lineup of 16 here to see who is going to be our first week's first place finisher. 1 through 4 will gain themselves prize money. And of course, if you now are in this top 16, you're guaranteed to be in the top 16 coming into the weekly survival next week. And that brings us neatly on to what is happening down between 17th to 32nd, as we now look at the standings in regards to that. And these teams will be playing the reseeding matches across the weekend. And obviously, you want to finish as high as absolutely possible here, so that going into that weekly survival, Froz, you can then have more opportunities to try and get into the next weekly final.
We can put it this way: out of the 16 teams that went to the weekly, that is going to our first weekly finals here, 11 of those teams were the top 1 seed, top 16 seed, and we only had 5 teams that is going through from after that. So meaning they've had a position from 17th and underneath in the ranking games. So it's super important to be in the top 16. Anything can happen. Of course, we still haven't played those games, and people still adjusting themselves. The teams are adjusting themselves. but it's gonna be some brilliant teams playing in the bottom 16 as well. I can't wait to see what's gonna happen there. There is so much, so many clashes and stuff that could happen here as well.
Yeah, to think as well, Cameron, if you look at Digital Athletics, across the 16 games that they played that then didn't qualify them in, they got 100 points. Next up was T1 with 95 points. T1, for all intents and purposes, that a lot of people are kind of written off almost as a South Korean potential here, have looked really good in this tournament compared to the end of 2020.
It's actually surprising that T1 over the course of, if you want to take on average the weekly survival games, T1 have looked the best out of the region. But we do need to remind all our viewers as well as ourselves that this weekend for the reseeding matches, it is back to same with the top 16. The bottom 16 are playing back into the super rule set for that seeding. So even though we see like more than anyone else, Damwon Kia really struggle with this week's format, they're going to be back, hopefully back to the power that they were at during this previous weekend. There were a bunch of teams that I think are major threats. Kia and Dia, as we talked about, but also, of course, ENTS, Zenith. There was one other that I just totally am blanking on right now. Buriram, I think, is looking solid because I think that they're one of the other teams that we were really looking towards getting that win. So just because these are the bottom 16 team doesn't mean that it's going to be a bunch of nobodies.
I think regardless of what we're looking at, be it the top 16 or bottom 16, there has been power shifts already and the meta shifts that have to occur for us. When you think about the bottom 16 teams having to not only prepare for the weekend, but also go back to the drawing board a little bit and think about what they're going to do differently in next week's weekly survival, I think there's so many dynamics here that could come into play.
I mean, basically, all of these teams have been brilliant throughout the whole weekly survival here. They just haven't been able to close down that last little piece and get that chicken dinner. But one team I'm looking forward to see a little bit more than maybe some other teams, it's actually Multicircle Gaming, because we haven't seen anything from them except for the ranking games. And how are they going to take this? Because they've had a few days off now. They're going to have lots of time to take in a lot of information about the other teams and hopefully do it better than they did in the ranking games.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much for being here for the first ever weekly survival. It has been an absolute treat. We now know our top 16 teams that are going to be in the weekly final, as well as which 16 are going to have to battle things out for reseeding purposes. Join us on Saturday and Sunday, where we figure out how everything is going to be going down. We'll be back then for more PGI.S action.